get effectively a digitized vertical version of what the horizontal, like the team boards are, but it's just 1 through 105 and counting today. Is there anything that you would want Tampa to get here? Anybody?
See that, Keith?
I mean,
yeah, tight end. I think Isaiah Likely still on the board. You know, he got drafted already, right?
He got drafted by Denver.
I think about Isaiah Likely or even Kane Allen. Get one of those young guys behind Cam Brady. You know, Gronk is still unsigned, so this makes a lot of sense.
Perrion's a hard one to pass up.
Right. Logan Hall doesn't stop me from getting Perrion right here.
I'm surprised he's still on the board. I don't know why do y'all think it was. It's crazy, right?
Raw. But the athleticism, the personality, I don't get it, man.
And he showed out at the Senior Bowl, which is in front of the entire NFL.
I might have it. This happened right. It's something about Big 12 defensive tackles. Justin Matabuik, Ross Blacklock. For whatever reason, those guys just keep falling, don't they?
Even when they're productive players, right? It's kind of just a concern. But I do think with Perrion, like, giving up his chest a little bit and leverage despite the length that he does have was something that I think might scare some teams from the football side of things. But he should be off the board by now from a potential and length standpoint as far as
that's more a technical thing that can be improved with Pro Coaching.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And I mean, Logan Hall had the same issue.
Yeah.
He had the same
Good point.
Yeah. Right. They were right next to each other. And we left him like, no, Perrion dominated.
He was the MVP.
How about with Jamel Dean and Sean Murphy Bunting both being expiring contracts? Swollen. They like length, the size. I mean, this is the athleticism that they've typically liked. I mean, it's kind of a souped-up version of those players, but definitely raw.
You got it. K-Dot. Washington tight end.
So, I mean, it makes sense, right? Think about their depth chart, who they lost. And K-Dot is a player who I really like. He's more like prototypical wide. He can block, put his hand in the dirt. But to me, he's a really good receiver as well as a really well-rounded tight end. Really good route runner. Never had a chance to leverage trying to get open. Good hands, good after the catch. He's a player I was high on. Honestly, coming into the season, he didn't have a productive year, but I think he's a really talented player. Getting him the 4th round is good today.
Jason Light had to hit his quota for Washington players, right? He feels like he's got a little thing for that university. The pipeline's pretty rich.
Peter Dea, Joe Tryon, I mean, the list goes on.
Keep having success, keep going back to the well, right?
Yeah.
So that leaves Isaiah Likely comfortably as our best available tight end. We have a couple of 4th round evaluations, but Likely was the only guy that we gave the 3 to left. Do you guys want to talk about Likely and why he might still be here? Or do you want to talk a little bit more about Tampa Bay and K-Dot as a potential heir and second tight end in that offense?
I think that while he is certainly a dynamic weapon in the passing game, I think he kind of one issue as far as why he might be falling is that he's not maybe as complete in terms of the run game and passing game as maybe Oden or Rucker or those guys. But he's certainly a guy that's an F, but he may have some issues in the line. So I think that could have something to do with why he's struggling.
And see, and for the fact, I thought they would have went with Isaiah Likely just because you can do multiple things with him. And Tom Brady, even when he was in the wing, like, right, he likes to have multiple tight ends that can do multiple things. So K-Dot, even on film, I don't think Isaiah Likely really tested that well. But compared to K-Dot, the speed, sticks out a little bit more. And we talk back about that Senior Bowl, Isaiah Likely got open, right? So I think he was a guy that showed he could do multiple things. So I thought in that offense, knowing what Tom Brady's like to do, there's always in 12 personnel or something like that. I thought he would have went Isaiah Likely. I thought he would have been a different guy.
I think maybe the concern with Isaiah Likely is that he didn't necessarily test explosively as maybe you would have expected for a guy like that, and he just doesn't have a ton of length. And so there's a couple of things missing, and a player that I started to think about, like, in terms of how the draft valuation could run parallel was Brevin Jordan last year from Miami, where I think they won in similar ways. You saw the explosive big plays, you saw yards after catch, but it's like, oh, just a little bit small, you don't have the length, and we wish you were more explosive for that type of a player.
So here's your question: is likely going to come off board for the Maryland tight end?
Oh, that's a fun question because I think you love to combine the two players, right?
Right. But you talk about Brevin Jordan,
yeah.
Man, that's a great question.
Chico's that same very much the same kind of athlete. By the way, we do have pick 107 in Houston with Dameon Pierce running back.
That's a great pick, right? I mean, we talked about Houston as a team that would need a running back at some point, and DP, not our DP, DP's a little higher. We love Dameon Pierce from Florida. A guy that was just not used enough at University of Florida. You mentioned the name Dameon Pierce to a Florida Gators fan, they're going to get triggered because they're like, why did Urban Meyer, or not Urban Meyer, who's the coach that day?
Dan Mullen.
Dan Mullen, they're all forgetting about Florida lately. It's like you just didn't give him the ball enough. But we saw him at Senior Bowl in pass protection, which was awesome. You saw him catch the football, and he is a physical runner that, I mean, he just runs pissed off. He don't want to get tackled ever. I mean, you said that was a touchdown running against South Carolina, the helmet's off, he don't care, man. He's keeping on going. This is a guy that, whatever team got him, it was going to get a reaction like that because he's just that type of dude.
Back's block, baby.
I just love it for the Texans. You look at the depth chart, and Marlon Mack at the top of the depth chart, and Rex Burkhead, Royce Freeman. I mean, it's a list of hodgepodge names, and to get a guy like Dameon Pierce who has a complete skill set in terms of being able to run the football, being able to block, and even being able to do some things like the tackle as a receiver, I think it's a really good option. I wouldn't be surprised to see him get significant work early on in his rookie year just because the names of the step chart is very uninspiring.
I mean, this could be the most carries he's gotten since high school.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, really, this year for the Houston Texans.
And we thought yesterday Houston might be in that spot. And I believe it was the Jets who jumped them.
Yeah, for
Breece Hall.
Yeah.
Jets moved up to 36, and Houston was picking 37, and they go a different direction. But they get an angry runner, different style runner, but somebody who has kind of that same density about his frame that we've talked about how angry he runs, and he's always going to have a soft spot in my heart for just his style of play, even if it doesn't offer him a long shelf life. But we've talked about he doesn't have a lot of mileage on him because they didn't give him the football.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the thing is that he doesn't have any, I guess, physical attributes that jump off to you, right? But he's just a hard guy to bring to the ground. Like, he's never tackled by his first defender. He usually takes 2 or 3 guys, and it's just those type of guys that we always see year in and year out. They're productive in the NFL. I mean, like even with a Kareem Hunt, right? He came to the NFL. It's nothing special about his physical attributes. He didn't run a 4.3. He's not 6'1", 230 pounds or anything like that. But he's just a hard guy to tackle. And Dameon Pierce is like that. So I think as a high level guy, you talk about pass protection. You know what Davis Mills going to need. He's going to need to know that somebody has his back. And Dameon Pierce is that type of running back.
I got 2 things for you guys. We do have a minor trade. Bears get 254 and 255 from the Chargers, and in return get a 2023 6th-round pick. So just wanted to announce that administrative note. We also, if I read you the Cleveland Browns draft class, and if I read it upside down, I got to read it upside down.
Interesting class.
Yeah, so they drafted Martin Emerson, Alex Wright, and David Bell. They have a new name. They picked at 108. Perrion Winfrey is the newest Cleveland Brown. So if we read it upside down and we said Winfrey, and then Bell, and then Wright, and then Emerson, would we feel better
really good
about
job.
the class?
Yeah.
That would make a lot more sense than what it currently is, but Perrion Winfrey is actually a guy I think many of us would have mocked to Cleveland in the 2nd round.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's an outstanding fit. Think about having a real pass rush presence inside next to Myles Garrett to be able to free him up and create some one-on-one opportunities. This makes a lot of sense. Perrion Winfrey is a player who wasn't used the right way at Oklahoma. They had to play head up on the center, more of a traditional nose, and that's not where he's going to be at the next level. He is a up the field penetrator with outstanding quickness and length for an interior defensive lineman, and he has real sack potential at the next level. And so I think he's a player who's only going to get better as he's used in the correct way. And for Cleveland to get him this late in the 4th round, this is one of the steals of the draft. It really feels a really important need for the Browns team.
You gotta love him on that defensive line with Myles Garrett, and you think about his potential as a penetration style guy, and the attention that he's gonna command, or the the attention Miles is going to command relative to Perrion. I think you get a lot of potential one-on-ones, potentially the center trying to come back and catch him. I couldn't think of very many better spaces than in a true even front in which he's really going to be able to play an aggressive style of football. Perrion, also one of our draft legends from this year's class. We get to see draft legends. Oh, they ain't opening up for me. Thank you, Joe. Yeah. They took care of us here. Promo code TDN 20 at Legends. If you guys want to get decked out, they've got amazing apparel. But Perrion Winfrey and his story, I think, was one of the reasons why we gravitated to him to be a member of our Legends class, which is commemorating players who stand out in the draft process for both on and off the field reasons. And he was a JUCO player. He was academically ineligible when he first left, and then he goes to JUCO, and then after 2 years, he goes to Oklahoma. And every time he's been put in a new environment and been asked to learn how to elevate his game, he's very quickly adjusted and found success. And I think that's why we're all so ready to buy in on Perrion when you take into consideration he was playing out of position. And now you're going to ask him to be in a position to learn to play a 3-tech. And you've seen the jumps over a 2-year stretch. You know, it's high school, 2 years at JUCO, 2 years at Oklahoma, and now going to the pros. What is year 3 of Perrion Winfrey in the NFL going to look like?
Yeah, they've got a really interesting interior trio. They've got Jordan Elliott, who they took in the 3rd round last year. 2 years ago, Tommy Togiai out of Ohio State. They brought in Taven Bryan. So they've got a nice little mix of guys that can get into gaps and penetrate. And I think just Perrion fits right in with their mold.
All right. So, is there a less likely surprise than the Seattle Seahawks having drafted Cincinnati corner Kobe Bryant here in the 4th round?
Perfect fit.
Yeah,
I know you like it.
No, I like Kobe Bryant. He's a legit 6'1", 6'2", long limb corner that fits that kind of zone scheme they want to run. He's high football IQ, knows how to bait quarterbacks into bad decisions. And, he played across from Sauce Gardner, but his ball skills are better than Sauce.
Yeah, and for me, I probably would have went Tariq Woolen here. I think he'd have much more upside in that scheme. From a physical standpoint, they're both fits. But I think you get more upside with Woolen with the ball skills, the length, and just the natural rawness from having not played the position for a long time. So if it were me, I probably would have picked Woolen.
I guess that's a surprising thing for me when you think about all these super toolsy kids. That Woolen's still on the board. Josh Williams from Fayetteville State is on the board. Zion McCollum from Sam Houston State is still. We thought these guys, and again, we just kept going back to Nashawn Wright. Well, maybe Dallas just made a bad pick with Nashawn Wright. And we should stop holding everybody else to that standard, right?
Yeah. No, and that's what the NFL is telling us this year. We tried to react, I guess, to what one franchise did, right? But they might have been the only one that drafted Nashawn Wright in the 3rd. That was the 3rd round last year, right? But just this pick and this scheme, I think is a really good fit. And that's the thing, right? When we evaluate these players, we talk about their path to success, right? And we're here not to kill the players. We're like, man, this player needs to go to this situation. And then, for me personally, when I see it happen, I'm like, okay, good. You feel somewhat relieved, right? Okay, this player has the opportunity to be a successful player and in the NFL and, do what they have to do. So that's really exciting.
So, Seattle's had an interesting class in general. But one thing that they have had success with is finding players in valuation ranges that mirror where we have. Because I'm sitting over here looking at Seattle now. They picked once in the 1st, and they got a player we gave a 1st-round valuation to. Then they picked twice in the 2nd, and they got 2 players that we gave 2nd-round valuations to. Then they picked once in the 3rd, and it was a player we gave a 3rd-round valuation to. And then they got a mid-3 valuation that we gave Kobe Bryant. So it's an interesting layer to always discussing a draft class where we've talked yesterday and exhausted that, talking about we're not really sure how schematically the players fit what we're assuming they want to do. But simultaneously, when you foil it to us evaluating the draft class in its entirety, they're getting good value players from our perception. We're just not quite sure they're the right shaped pieces for the right holes they have.
Yeah, I want to be clear because I was kind of crushed on Twitter a little bit for maybe being a little too hard on Seattle in terms of their Kenneth Walker pick. I want to be abundantly clear. I love Kenneth Walker. I think he's a really good running back. I mean, Seattle fans already on my head, so I think it might be too late. But
Yeah, you're dead.
I'm a fan of Kenneth Walker. My only beef with the pick was when you're a team that just traded Russell Wilson. To me, you're signaling, hey, like, we're going to start trying to rebuild this team from the ground up. And I just don't think a running back in the second round, when you already have two guys who can get you through the season, was a smart team building. We just saw Damian Pearson pick in the fourth round. Why couldn't Seattle pick a player of that caliber in this round? They could have addressed another more primary position with their second round pick. And again, it has nothing to do with Kenneth Walker. I like Kenneth Walker. It's good value where he went. I just question from a team building standpoint, I think they could have got better value somewhere else.
Okay. Speaking of getting good value, the Baltimore Ravens have made their next pick.
Oh boy,
Who do we got? Isaiah Spiller.
is it Tariq?
It is none of those players. It is Daniel Fa'alele, the offensive tackle from Minnesota. Go ahead, guys.
He's a Raven. I mean, he's a Raven. Just like an Orlando Brown draft, he's a Raven. I think many of us have that as the comp, right? Just a big, physical mauler at the point of attack. He's going to be a right tackle for them. His long arms, just able to engulf you. I mean, he's going to be able to do the things the Ravens want to do. And that's be physical up front, create movement, and be a mauler in the ring.
Fa'ale's a better athlete than Orlando Brown too. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, if there's an archetype, it's somewhat that. But I think he's maybe not as technically gifted as Orlando, but certainly a more dynamic mover than Orlando Brown. And so I think this is we were just talking about like going to the right places for you to have success. That is the perfect spot for Daniel Fa'ale, who they have Morgan Moses in place, right? He can give a little bit of time to develop and hone on his skills and maybe be an eventual starter for them. But the Ravens are just doing the Ravens. Rinse, lather, repeat, pick good players that they shouldn't get in the ranges that they get them.
Find me a more dramatic foil of a 1-2 punch of picks that have just been made than Daniel Fa'alele versus Max Mitchell.
Oh, no.
Yeah. The Louisiana offensive tackle, Jets pick 111. And it makes sense from a zone blocking system perspective, but that's just a fun foil of big, overwhelmingly powerful, long, little undersized, still fluid, does not have strength as a actual strength of their game. But again, that is the foil between Baltimore and what they do up front and the Jets and what they are doing up front. So I just thought that was a fun layer here as those two picks coming back to back.
Yeah, I can't remember, but I'm trying to figure out if he was on the Jets. Because he's at the Senior Bowl. I wonder if he was with the Jets coaching staff. Well, at least he's at the Senior Bowl, so they've seen this guy up and close in person. And maybe they feel comfortable with some of Max Mitchell's flaws that they can coach it. And we all talk about them needing the tackle, right? Like I was a guy that consistently mocked the tackles in them in the first round, but they didn't feel like that was a need. But they grabbed this guy, and let's talk about Max Mitchell positive, right? On film against Power 5 competition, this guy competed at the end of the day, right? He held his own against Texas and Iowa State, so he definitely competed. So maybe they feel as though they can coach him up, they can get him stronger, and then this is not a year, 2 year, 3 guy because they'll be able to roll in next year with Mekhi Becton. But if that situation doesn't work out, they still kind of have Max Mitchell stashed away in a guy that has some athletic traits and abilities.
Well, it's never a bad thing to have a young, cost-control player at a position where you can have developmental depth. And I don't think the Jets are necessarily in a situation cap-wise where that is something that's going to be an overwhelming concern for you. But it does give them a nice little runway here to tap into the developmental appeal with Max Mitchell at a spot where I think there's some long-term concerns about the position. So it's at least interesting from that perspective.
A little bit of an insurance, right? We do have another pick, 112, Daniel Bellinger, tight end, to the New York Giants.
I love this pick.
So you love this pick.
Yeah, I love this pick for the New York Giants. I said it, if I'm not mistaken, we were doing some production stuff yesterday.
You said it yesterday.
I was like, Ricky Seals-Jones is their starting tight end right now. I'm like, this is kind of concerning. And then we kind of got caught up in all the other needs that they had, and it was somewhat overlooked as a talking point. But now we're here in the fourth round. They picked a ton of players to this point. But Daniel Bellinger, I think, can come in and instantly be a rock-solid blocking tight end. And we don't talk about that a lot with the prospects coming out of college and that. they're ready to help you as an inline blocker. I think Daniel Bellinger's ready to do that from day one, but that's not all he can do. Like, I hope people didn't listen to me say that and think, oh, well, the Giants got a blocking tight end.
That's exactly what I was about to ask you.
Because he can catch a football. He's got really, really strong, confident hands, and he's a guy that I think has baseline receiving skills to complement a really dynamic blocking
He's a
skill
4'6"
set.
athlete, too.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah, I think he's more of a straight line guy, but I think this is a player whose run blocking is obviously ahead of his ability and prowess within the pass game. I had a few tight ends ranked ahead of him, and probably would have gone with a few others. I mean, but he'll definitely give you something as a positive contributor in the running game. So,
yeah, I think Bellinger, for the Giants specifically too. You think about the kinds of tight ends that Brian Dable has been used to having, the Dawson Knoxes of the world, right?
Yep.
And Bellinger's not that kind of athlete, but I think there's enough parallels in their games, and I think that's a really interesting subplot for everything the Giants have done to this point, right? Is you can very clearly see with so many of their picks, like, we're just trying to be Buffalo East, right? And that doesn't have to be, and I hope nobody takes that as an insulting comment, but like that's the vision, is to transplant so many of the things that were successful for the Bills roster, and you're seeing them start to try to implement that with the Giants.
It's what Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane did when they came from Carolina. They wanted to be Carolina North. I mean, the things that got you to the job that you have. The reason that Joe Shane and Brian Dable are in control of the New York Giants is because of what happened in Buffalo. And so why wouldn't you want to go back to that scenario and try to replicate as much as possible? Now, good luck finding Josh Allen, but you can sprinkle in the rest of the ingredients and give yourself a chance.
It's a big 10 minutes for the Louisiana Raging Cajuns. Percy Butler is our next pick. Pick 113 to the Washington Commanders. Gentlemen, let's go ahead. I gotta go get the card. I saw your eyebrows going.
Yeah, I was like, I can go here, but you got something. Go ahead.
Trying to think of the direction to take this.
Special teams. That's what he does. Yeah, teams.
All three phases matter, right?
Oh, you better believe it.
And this guy will be a special teams demon. He ran a really good 40 time to show his athleticism. So this guy immediately played all four, right? He's all four special teams, and he can really be able to contribute. And I think the Washington Commanders, they probably looked at their depth chart, and we need a special teams guy, but we also need a guy that can provide some depth behind the safeties that they have now, because they're serviceable guys, but I don't think they truly believe in those guys overall as football players. So adding a guy like this will help.
And they lost Landon Collins, and we've talked a lot in the build-up to this draft, at least amongst our group, about how that Buffalo nickel role really matters for this defense, and they really didn't have it. And I'm not going to sit here and say that Percy Butler comes in and everything's solved, but you have a chance, right, with a similar type of skill set that's going to immediately help you on teams from day one.
So this was a fun player for like our process, because we obviously did the regional stuff, and Keith, you did the regional right on him, and you graded him as a defensive player. Right, and then we got the cross checks, and Joe and I got a chance to do them, and we both came back with 5s, and you were like, "You guys watch." And say, well, he kills it on special teams, right? And from a tackling perspective, from a special team, like a speed perspective, you mentioned how well he ran. That was what I think Joe and I both kind of gravitated towards, and we ended up giving him 5th round valuations, and his consensus grade is an early 6. So obviously, you grading him as a defensive player, he's a little bit lower down on that pecking order, but maybe the football IQ development really takes a step forward for him. They seem to be banking on that because they're drafting him as early as they are. But I think he's a lock to make the roster and a lock to play 400 snaps this year, just being a kick coverage guy and playing on teams.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up that scenario, because when I asked y'all, it was really, I wanted to know. It wasn't what the hell did y'all see? It's like, what did y'all see? Like, I wanted to know, and y'all immediately brought up special teams play, and I'm like, okay, but that's a good fold for just our process, right? Because we get so many sets of eyes on and able to see different aspects of a football player. And then I think just with that pick, we seen what the NFL, how their process is too, right? Because we're able to kind of translate to how that may play out. Because I may have walked into this individually like, man, I'm not going to see Percy Butler, but
I could tell you, I personally, before we adopted this approach, I did it 15 times every year with players. Where it was like, man, I just could not see the forest for the trees because I didn't have a sounding board to talk off of with everybody. So we have that opportunity here. We also have another pick. If you want to finish that thought, I'll let you. But it's another safety. Dane Belton from Iowa is the pick for the New York Giants again, 114. So we just got done talking about transplanting Buffalo dynamics. Let's go ahead, Joe. You got to
Buffalo dynamics means not only do you prioritize special teams, but you pay for it. The Bills, with the talented roster that they've had, still find a way to give guys like Tyler Medikevich and Saron Neal and Tywan Jones $3 million a year to run down the field and cover kicks and punts and block on kick return and punt return. And so you know that Joe Shane is going to want to replicate that special team success with the New York Giants. I mean, it's one of the we talk about turnovers as an indicator of wins and losses, but so is field position. If you got to go like you don't even have to be a football guy to understand this. If you have less distance to go to score points, you're probably going to have a better chance of scoring points. And if you make your opponents have to go further distances to score points, it's going to help you limit the amount of points.
This guy's got the goal to say he's not a math.
It sounds like math right now.
Right. Sounds like justification for a punter, too.
Brother,
being able to flip the
just
field.
wait till that first one comes off the board. We're going to get fired up in here.
I feel like it's coming soon.
Right.
Joe might flip the whole table. So just look alive.
I was hoping for one of the top. We got two great punters this year in Matt Ariza and Jordan Stout.
Yeah.
And I'm anxious to I'm going to do it, but I'm anxious to see which one goes first. Because the punt, Matt Ariza is the punt guy. All right, we'll do a little bet. I say Jordan Stout goes first.
All right. Matt Ariza can tackle. I know that's not what we drafted for.
Well, you're not drafting punters to tackle.
Punters are people too,
yes,
right?
swag to him.
But can he hold? That's the bigger question. He's the kicker at San Diego.
Let me, before you derail this table completely.
I opened up a whole can of worms.
I don't blame you. I blame him. He's the one with the problem. He's the sick puppy. It's not you. The Broncos have drafted Damari Mathis, so we have yet another safety coming off the board. They're coming quick. Damari Mathis, safety from Pitt.
Yep.
He's our next pick at 115. I got to go run up, grab the car.
I like Damari Mathis. You know, he can be a safety. He can be a corner. Ran blazing 40 at 4.38. Little light, a little undersized. I think he's barely 190 pounds, a little over 6'1", but he's a feisty player, really tough, really physical, has that kind of swagger you want in your defensive backs. But the issue with him is this guy's a risk taker and a gambler. You know, he'll put himself in a lot of compromising situations in terms of trying to make plays on the ball, and he'll get beat. Or he'll make a tremendous play. So it's a little bit of a 50-50 chance with him. But I like the upside, I like the athleticism, I like the physicality and toughness. I think it's a good pick.
I think that the Broncos are loading up on safeties. I think they took 3 in last year's draft with Stearns and the Johnson kid from Indiana, and I believe they took another. They're loading up on safeties. So from a roster standpoint, it's quite interesting.
I think Mathis is a guy that you can look at as a corner as well. Yeah. So I think there's some nice versatility that he'll offer for that secondary.
I wrote him as a corner.
Me too.
I like him outside.
You think about Kareem Jackson's evolution as a player, right? And this is a 4.3 athlete. Damari Mathis, he ran a 4.3 non-verified. But we've seen this run on safeties now with Butler, Belton, and who was the other one that just came off?
Mathis.
Mathis, thank you. Yeah. I put it in the wrong column here on my bookkeeping, that's why. But the next 3 safeties that we have are all very interesting because it's, from our grading perspective, it's Reed Blankenship, Sterling Weatherford, and Tyson Anderson.
Teams.
They're all like the exact same kind of player for what they're going to give you from a roster perspective. So I think it's interesting that these are players that have, I think, more ceiling to tap into in different phases. I do think Tyson Anderson is maybe somebody who could play on the second level from time to time. Sterling Weatherford at the Senior Bowl got more looks at linebacker at 230 pounds than what he actually did at safety. So like they're more tweeners, but I think the guys that did come off all at least have a little bit more upside for what their final form might become as compared to that chunk of guys that we have right on that fringe of 4 or 5 valuations.
Yeah, I mean, in this round, you want to draft high-end athletes. And really, I mean, the chances of you getting a day one starter at safety in the 4th round is pretty slim. And so what's the common thing that's been with all these guys? Special teams, right? And so this is the time where GMs and head coaches and specifically special team coordinators are in the draft and talking about, hey, can this guy be a core 4-teamer? Can he run down and cover kicks? Can he run down and cover punts? Can he block on both return games? And if the answer is no, you're going to see them fall down the board.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm thinking about Vernon McKinley from Oregon, who's a guy who almost led the country in picks. He's a 4.6 guy, and so the special teams for covering kicks maybe isn't going to be his best attribute because he's not as fast, straight line, and so we're seeing other safeties with less production go ahead of him.
Let's talk about some of the players left on the board here.
Can I bring one up? Because I have a legit question for the room.
Go ahead.
Because and this goes back to my initial watch of Calvin Austin out of Memphis, and I'm not surprised that he's available. But what I am surprised is that you've seen the NFL pick Wan'Dale Robinson and Tutu Atwell in the second round, and I'm wondering if anybody had a strong opinion on what Calvin Austin doesn't have that those guys do that's making him a guy that's being pushed down while those guys went really, really high.
Joe, I think I certainly think you're onto something here, man, and I believe that it comes down to teams value different players in different ways, right? And I personally think they're the same guy, essentially. Like, you can use them the same way. They're all package guys. I don't think any of them are primary base offense players. So I don't know the difference. I like Calvin Austin. Right. I think he's explosive. I think you can use him in a variety of ways. You can play him in Z, you can play him in the slot. So I'm confused, and I was just as perplexed when Wan'Dale Robinson came off the board.
I'd say Calvin's a better route runner and has better hands than all of those players. It's a little confusing to me, and somewhat of a proven record as a return guy.
I was just about to say the things he can do is in the return game, to me, at the very least, should warrant a late third to early fourth selection.
Which is where we are.
He very well might come off the board here in the next couple or so picks, but I think Joe brings up a good point. But I also think it's, as Jay mentioned, it's a team-by-team preference, right? And so if you're a team that doesn't value those undersized gadget slot receivers, you're not going to draft a Wan'Dale or Calvin Austin. And maybe it was just the Giants, right, who really had a need and a desire to have that type of player, which is why we saw Wan'Dale. But I think that speaks to, maybe Joe Shea needs to learn a little bit more about draft value and understanding, hey, we could get this player later, in the draft. And
even if you don't get that exact player, you can get what percentage of Wan'Dale Robinson could you get if you waited?
Depending on who you ask, you
105%.
Get a better player. Right. Depending on who you ask, you can get a better player right now. And so I think that's a lesson for Joe Shea.
I wasn't going to go there, but we have pick 116, the Denver Broncos drafting Iowa State defensive lineman Ileoma Uwazurike. He was at the Shrine Bowl. It's a big, versatile inside guy. I think he's got a little bit of pass rush upside. But you think about the trade of Shelby Harris as a part of the Russell Wilson deal, and that kind of player on the interior defensive line, and I think that's the exact kind of mold that I would pick for Uwazurike for what would make him successful at the NFL game. Keith, you talked a little earlier today about what we talk about players projecting into certain roles and how that's going to be their path for success. And I think Denver, what their personnel has been tailored to for so long, and I understand we're continuing to have turnover and regime changes in Denver, and I understand that there's a coaching change that exists there. But historically and relative to the rest of the pieces that have been in place in Denver, I think this is a really good fit.
Yeah, no, I agree. So I did the evaluation on this guy, and for how big he is, he has surprising athleticism. He's a guy that you can really get to crash those gaps. And then Kyle, you talked about it earlier. It was just he's a multiple front guy. You can put him in the 4, the 5. You can put him at a 3 tech. So he's a versatile defensive lineman. And you talked about Shelby Harris also, and I think that's his instant replacement, right? This guy's immediately going to try to fill that role of Shelby Harris, just stepping in as that big body guy that can do multiple things. He may never turn out to be a high sack guy, but at this point in the 4th round, you're perfectly fine with finding a guy that can do quarterback pressures, right? Just being able to get the quarterback to step up in the pocket or move around, just kind of disrupt his rhythm a little bit. And I think this defender can definitely do that.
So Denver with a couple of picks here, Mathis and Uwazurike back to back. They've been pretty quiet, and you would expect that when they trade the picks that they did to get Russell Wilson in the building. How do we see Denver? And I certainly don't think we expected their draft class to be something that was going to be an X factor for them this offseason, especially the magnitude of Russell Wilson. But how do we see Denver currently stacking up in the AFC West?
I think they're drafting. It's obvious they're drafting for the AFC West, right? When you think of the explosive firepower that's in that conference, the quarterbacks that he'll have to see in Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes. I mean, I think they're loading up on defense. They already got their quarterback, their franchise guy, to score points, and I think they're contributing to a draft with those guys in mind, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you think about some of the first couple picks in Nick Bonito, edge rusher at Oklahoma, Greg Dulcich, tight end at UCLA. I think both of those players will have year one roles, but in sub packages, right? Where I think Nick Bonito will come on the field on third down, really provide the extra juice off the edge to get down those quarterbacks in the AFC. You think about Herbert and Mahomes, who are both really athletic, and we didn't even talk about yesterday Nick Bonito's ability to be a spy and being able to contain some of these running quarterbacks. And we don't think about Herbert and Mahomes as true runners, as like a Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson, but they do make some plays with their legs. Bonito can step on the field day one and help stymie that, and then Greg Dulcich. Russell Wilson's been really, really successful playing with some tight ends, and I think Greg Dulcich. You pair him up with Albert O and kind of spread the field and 10 personnel. I think it'd be interesting with his fit.
Yeah, I just think it's just basically building a more complete football team. They had a young, uprising defense that we saw last year. They are pretty solid at the cornerback position after taking PS2 Patrick Surtain last year. So just continue to add pieces to that defense for this division, and not just this division, but this conference as well. So I like what they've done overall. You have the quarterback, you have the weapons offensively. You got two running backs they were close to 1,000 yards apiece last year. So now the play action game, and now you can play even more complementary defense to what they have on offense.
Couple moves here. Minnesota's currently on the clock. They traded up to 118 with Cleveland. They gave up pick 156 and a future fourth.
They want this player.
They like this player a lot, so I'm looking at Tariq Woolen is still available. Is that a direction that they go? Is there maybe a wide receiver? And we also have another pick, so I got to run up and grab the pick that came before Minnesota traded up. Is the Jets drafting Michael Clemens, the pass rusher from Texas A&M. So while we wait on this Minnesota pick to figure out who they were willing to not literally risk it all for, but maybe proverbially risk it all, maybe a quarterback, Joe. We could talk about the Michael Clemens fit while I run up, grab that card.
You want me to go ahead?
Yeah. It's your guy,
Man, how things have changed around for the New York Jets.
They're killing this draft.
Yeah,
they're killing
I
it.
told you, pick 4. I was like, oh man, I was shaking my head, and I'm like, I feel bad for my guy Chris Schubert, right? But man, they're killing it now. They have back-to-back edge rushers in this class, being able to get Jermaine Johnson, which was a very underrated guy to add to that pass rush, and then Michael Clemens, who's another, just to put in perspective, 6'4", 6'5", 260-pound guy that played SEC football. And then in that A&M scheme, this guy that played multiple positions also. He played a stand-up edge rusher. He put his hand in the ground. He's really able to get after it. But back again, path to success, right? I like this guy better when he could put his hand in the ground, and I think he'd be able to do that with the New York Jets. When he was able to get in that sprinter stance and really explode out of his hips and convert speed to power, collapse the pocket, he showed high level of success. And even in his last football game, I believe this guy had 3.5 sacks against LSU. So you see the potential there. To be able to get this player in the 4th round, I think they did a really good job scouting and really diving into the athletic profile, because this is a guy that has flown under the radar the entire draft process. But I think they really boosted their edge rushers.
Yeah, and just a very quick here. I did him late. I think I did him within the last 2 weeks, and as soon as I did him, I told Keith, I said, "Man, this guy's a player." And I think I gave him a 4th or 5th round grade. And former lineman Joe Douglas is building his team in his image and improving the trenches, man. And I like Clemens. I think that he'll be a great fit as a base end, and he'll be able to do some things off the edge for them. So I like what they're doing.
Yeah, Clemens was a guy who carried a 72.63 as a consensus grade for us, so that is a 4th round valuation. So we kind of felt like right outside that top 100 was the sweet spot. We do have the Minnesota pick. It was a corner. It wasn't Tariq Woolen. A Caleb Evans from Missouri, transfer from Tulsa. Very big, long. He ran reasonably well. And I thought he showcased himself since transferring from Tulsa to Missouri. I thought he showcased himself really well. So there certainly is the subplot of all these toolsy raw corners that are not getting drafted. I think Evans has a higher floor than some of those other guys that we mentioned as certainly being super high ceiling kinds of guys. But he's the pick here for Minnesota to go. I believe we said they got Andrew Booth yesterday as well. So they're getting some serious reinforcements into that cornerback room.
Yeah, and again, like they've missed on some guys here within the last few years. You think of Gladney prior to Gladney getting in trouble, he had some issues in coverage. So they've missed on corners, but they keep swinging the bat, and I think that they picked a few good ones this year. And I really like Booth, and I do like what Caleb Evans will bring is a third or fourth corner, a guy that's probably an outside corner only, but they keep swinging the bat at corner for sure.
I mean, they've definitely wanted to improve their secondary with Lewis Seen, Andrew Booth, Caleb Evans, and they've had some young players in the mix that they've drafted recently, and Cam Dantzler. So they're giving themselves plenty of options here to find the groups that they like on that back end. But it's definitely been a clear message from Minnesota that they wanted to make this secondary better.
I really like Minnesota's draft overall. And I know we kind of gave their general manager a hard time for that initial trade back with Detroit. They probably could have acquired some more picks. But after that, I feel like he's done a really good job, Being able to get Andrew Booth that late in the second round, to me, was arguably one of the steals of the draft. Because, we all had him at worst rated as a top 14 player in this class, right? And he only fell due to injuries. Andrew Ingram is a guy who can come in day one to be starting interior lineman. Brian Asamoah is a guy who has a clear, defined role as a coverage space outside linebacker in their 4-3 scheme. And then Caleb Evans, gives them some more length, some more athleticism at corner, where that was arguably their biggest need coming into the draft. And they're able to get two guys who can impact them that position year one. And so I really like what they've done so far in this draft.
Baltimore with another corner coming off the board here next. Jalen Elmore Davis, the one-year starter, is the choice at 119. So a little bit of a corner run here coming. Another physical player. I think he's probably a little bit more dynamic than Evans is, but you have a little bit smaller of a sample size for what he is as a starting player in the NFL. So let's talk about Elmore Davis. He's somebody who we came back to late in the process to make sure we watched and got some eyeballs on, but he's another corner that carried a fourth-round valuation for us. So we're looking at this run right now, and now 5 of the last 6 picks have all been players that we gave fourth-round valuations to. So this has been a pretty strong run of what we feel is appropriate value relative to our own grades and evaluations.
Yeah, agree. And I like this pickup for Baltimore, especially in this position, because I think this guy has high upside, right? He ran a fast 40, so he's a really good athlete, and then you combine that with the ball skills that he showed on film. He was only a one-year starter, so he only had 1 year of production. I think he came away with 3 interceptions, but let's say if he was a 2-3 year starter, this is a guy that may have finished his career with 10 interceptions, right? And then you talk about him being able to tackle. While I don't think he was always an effective tackler, he was a more than willing tackler. He was a guy that always threw his body into the ball carrier. So when you talk about that Baltimore football culture, defensive back, and what they're required to do, he's going to immediately fit into that. So we knew they needed to address the cornerback position. This draft, they addressed other positions. They went best player available. But I think right in this sweet spot, they decided to go with a positional need. But Baltimore's familiar with the Alabama program, like we know, and they got them a good football player right here.
They have earned the right to have the benefit of the doubt, especially with how well they've drafted. So who am I to question anything that they'll do from this point on?
We have a trade and a pick. Carolina Panthers moving up. Team not a lot of draft capital at their disposal, but still choosing to move up. They come up from 144, and they gave 149 as well, for 120 and 189.
Okay, not bad.
Joe, you're obviously from the market. What do you expect position-wise here?
I thought their biggest needs were offensive tackle, quarterback, and edge. So I would think if my needs or my thoughts about their needs align with theirs, I would think this is an edge.
It is linebacker Brandon Smith.
Traits. It's traits, right? This is This is Matt Rule. What he's been saying his entire football career is, give me the traits, I could teach the rest. And Brandon Smith, certainly an uneven season for him after we were pretty high on what he could be coming out of 2020. But, I mean, physically probably as gifted as any player in this class in terms of size and athleticism. And so, I think they do need some help alongside Shaq Thompson on that second level. And I'm not sure that we're looking at Brandon Smith as a day one starter, but certainly a ton of developmental upside here with Brandon Smith.
Man, very similar to how we saw Browning of last year's draft, right?
Yeah, good call.
Ton of talent, loose, great athlete, man. And I just didn't understand how guys so big and so talented and so loose didn't perform as consistently. But we know he has the upside, and I'm really looking forward to seeing him in Matt Rule's defense.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this pick. I mean, the fourth round is all about taking chances on high upside guys, and Brandon Smith maybe has as high as upside as any backer in this class from a pure physical traits perspective, right? He's 6'4", 245 pounds, ran a low 4.5, and so he's an outstanding athlete. And you look at Carolina's depth chart at linebacker, they have Jack Thompson, Damian Williams, and signed Corey Littleton in free agency, so there's not going to be the need for Brandon Smith to start right away. So allowing him to develop, learn from Shaq Thompson, learn from Corey Littleton, and be able to kind of refine those nuances of the game, it makes a lot of sense. And so I think this is a guy who might look back in 2 years and be like, oh, look, we all like him as a toolsy player, and maybe he reaches upside.
So we just need to make sure that we don't put this guy inside of Mike. I think Penn State did him a little bit of a disservice by moving him from being that hash defender and then using him in blitz situations, and they tried to kick him inside for portions of this year, and you could tell everything was happening so fast for him inside. I think he's somebody who's one of those space linebackers, the same way we talked about what we think of Brian Asamoah, right? Who got drafted to Minnesota yesterday. I think that's a perfect kind of example of like a usage and a role that you got to simplify the game for him a little bit, at least to start, and then you can see how he processes the game as he continues to grow and mature and play more. But the length and the explosiveness is no-brainer, high-quality stuff. It's just a question of, okay, how consistent can we get the performance for him? And I think the best way you do that is by not asking him to do too much.
Can we talk about this Panthers football team? Because I'm looking at it, and I know, Joe, you're extremely familiar with it, and you said it, but I'm actually looking at the depth chart. They have some good football players on this football team.
How about
right?
the defense, too? Like,
No,
how many super explosive long dudes can you
That's what I was thinking
play?
when Brentley named the linebackers, but I'm looking at this D-line. You have Brian Burns, you have Derek Brown, you have J.C. Horn coming back, you have Jeremy Chin, you have Shaq Thompson. That's good football players,
Chin,
right?
Thompson, Brandon Smith,
they're ready.
Dante Jackson, Yetur Gross-Matos. I mean, you can keep going. Matt Ioannidis is there.
They're ready to roll. It's like, man, just fix the quarterback situation. And then when you even talk about the receivers, they have good receivers. So just
Studs.
figure it out. Like, that's all they have to do, figure it out. And they're immediately going to be able to compete in the NFC. I wouldn't even just say the NFC South, the NFC, because we said that the NFC overall is weak, right? So they can eat. If the Philadelphia Eagles last year slipped into the playoffs with Jalen Hurts, right? This defense looks like it's probably a better defense than what the Philadelphia Eagles had last year. And then the receiving core, as far as depth, may be better than what the Philadelphia Eagles have. So it's like, just figure that part out.
We have a pick and a trade, so I'll let you finish that thought real quick, Joe.
I was going to say, we never really got to, in the broadcast last night, them not being able to pull off the Baker Mayfield trade. And they have the most cap space in football. That's what makes me really question, like, why not just eat it and give yourself a real chance this year?
Yeah.
And maybe they come back to it, right?
Maybe.
Who knows? Seattle still out there, potential need at quarterback. The New England Patriots have made a pick at 121, and I see some white knuckles here around the table. So their first three picks were Cole Strange, Tyquan Thornton, and Marcus Jones, who we didn't get a chance to talk about too much last night. But I'm glad that this pick is going to allow us to follow up on the Marcus Jones selection. They've drafted another corner, Jack Jones, from Arizona State as the pick at 121. So now Marcus Jones and Jack Jones is the last two choices for New England. I see some head nods and some head shakes. Go ahead, gentlemen.
First of all, I find it very interesting because this team is known for height, weight, speed guys, right? Yeah. They have size parameters for every position, and to have drafted Jones, who's a really good player, really good slot corner, excellent return guy, and then come back and draft Jack Jones. I mean, who's a good player. He's just short and small, and he has character issues. It just seems to be that they're deviating from what their norm has been in the past. But
yeah, I like Jack Jones. He is undersized, but he does have really good quickness, really good mirror ability. He's feisty, has good ball skills. He's a high-end athlete, but I question this pick from a standpoint of you kind of drafted the same player earlier.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Like in Marcus Jones, and maybe that's speaking more towards how they view Marcus Jones, whether I think he's going to be obviously their primary punt returner, and maybe that's why they drafted him so high. But it's definitely questionable considering who they drafted literally around earlier.
They did lose Gunnar Olszewski this offseason, and he's been their kick return option. So you mentioned Marcus Jones and what he can do with the ball in his hands, and I certainly think you can maybe create a divide between those two players in that regard. Damien, you had something?
Yeah, so it's confusing to me with both of those selections because you lose J.C. Jackson, who's your number one outside corner. You have Jonathan Jones, who, if I'm not mistaken, is coming back off an injury. He's your typical nickel corner, your slot corners, and then you drafted 2 more slot corners and not an outside corner. I'm not sure where the.
Are we drafting corners to try and compete with some of these track athletes in the AFC East? Elijah Moore, Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill. Think about the style of the player and the movement skills that you can provide. I think that might at least have something to do with the thought process here.
Because they struggled to cover Isaiah McKenzie in those games that they lost after the win game. Isaiah McKenzie was giving them so much trouble out of that slot on those crossers and those deep overs.
So you're a Dolphins guy, and you just mentioned Jalen Waddle.
We're almost on the clock. So
Okay.
I'm a little late.
So I just want to know, how do you feel if we walk into the game and I say, yeah, man, I'm going to put Jack Jones on Jalen Waddle the whole game.
Ain't no problem.
That's my point.
Ain't no problem.
Ain't no problem.
Jones is short, small, but it's not necessarily like explosively fast.
So that Tyreek Hill, Jack Jones going to cover Tyreek. I still don't understand it.
That running game is going to force him into some single high looks, and it's like, okay, are we playing zone? Are we putting these guys on the island against these explosive run after the catch receivers?
Jones is a line up. He'll look like this.
Throw the mailbox out, right? All right, we got 2 running back picks back to back. The Raiders traded up to 122. They gave up 122 and 250. And they gave 126 and 227 to get 122 and 250. And they drafted Zamir White, the running back from Georgia. Hold on. I actually grabbed that card already. I was waiting to see when I grabbed the Jack Jones one if anybody's going to notice that I grabbed 2 cards. But we also had the Chargers at 123 draft Texas A&M running back Isaiah Spiller with their selection.
I love it. Let's go. I love that. I love that a lot.
Let's talk about Zamir White first, and then we can maybe touch on Isaiah Spiller. That's probably where the longer conversation goes. Zamir White for the Raiders, to me, is a really good pick. They obviously didn't pick up Josh Jacobs' 5th-year option, so getting Zamir White, who is an explosive athlete, he runs really physical. He shared some time at Georgia. They had a stable of backs, but he was actually the one that led the team in rushing, I think, for the past 3 years, and so he's a really productive back in the SEC. High-end athlete. I think this is exactly the kind of running back Dave Ziegler and Josh McDaniels want and coveted. And so to me, this makes a lot of sense.
They have a lot of firepower at the receiving position with Darren Waller and Hunter Renfrow in the slot, and now Devontae Adams is going to pull coverage his direction as well. And then you look at what Zamir White, even with the 2 ACLs, he's still an explosive runner. He's a physical, downhill, one-cut guy, and he's the type of guy that you can kind of lean on to kind of drain the clock as well with his physicality. You're going to feel him when you go to meet him in the contact, when you make contact with him. So I really like that fit. Nick said, not picking up the 5th-year option of Josh Jacobs. So this is a good pick overall for them.
Yeah, I'll go as far as saying it. I'm gonna say it, and this is on record. He may be the best natural running back in this class when you watch him run the football. Because Georgia in that offense, they do so many different things, right? They run power, they run zone, but you can see him run with tempo. He runs people over. Just cut on the Clemson game. Like you can see this guy has special traits and abilities to him. He's just somewhat like Dameon Pierce. He didn't get as many carries as he should have because they have that running back by committee type situation. He can help you. You need somebody to help because he's not a great asset in the passing game. Yeah. But man, you talk about a Josh Jacobs type running back. I think and he had injuries, right? Josh Jacobs, they can immediately fill this guy in, and I think he'll pick up right where Josh Jacobs left off.
Okay, so let's continue this conversation, but I do need to acknowledge the appearance of Mr. Sharpie.
Uh-oh.
And a blank card.
How many picks were we in?
Isaiah Spiller, it's pick 124. But you and I had a pre-production conversation, and you didn't have a lot of faith in this. He said about 25, 30 picks. We didn't even make it that far. But then I put a stipulation on it. What's not on that board?
Let's go. It's a specialist.
It's a specialist. So I don't feel bad that we didn't have the card on the board because we don't have room for special.
And to be clear, you did ask me what non-specialist.
Correct.
So I think we're good.
So pick 124, the Cleveland Browns. We still need to talk about Isaiah Spiller. 123. The Browns have drafted kicker Cade York.
Wow.
From LSU.
They needed kicker big time, right? The Chase McLaughlin, Chris Blewett in the mix there in Cleveland, and Cade York's like one of those. I mean, you're going to probably tell us all about Cade York, but he's a phenomenal kicker, and that's been an issue for Cleveland. And they want to go win, right? Very clearly, and this is going to be your leading scorer this year and your long-term answer at the kicker position, which is something that's been a problem for Cleveland over the last several seasons.
My only question is, I mean, I certainly think he won. I think Zane Gonzalez.
Oh, he's been cut. He's long gone. Yeah.
Okay.
Austin Seibert didn't work out. Chase McLaughlin.
So my only issue is, couldn't you have gotten this guy?
No. He's a fourth-round kicker all day long.
Really?
Oh, he's a special kicker.
You talk about having a leg on him. Like this guy has a leg, and that's since his freshman year. Because I remember our special teams coach, Coach Greg McMahon, he was pounding the table like, we need to take this guy. We need to take this guy because in college, right, we all know you don't have to give those guys scholarships, right? But he was hell-bent on giving this guy a scholarship. He felt as though Cade York was this talented, won about 25 scholarships. And, man, when he stepped in the building, man, he was booting 55 yards, 60 yards. Like, he has that type of leg. He's accurate. I think it was the 2020 season against Florida. I mean, it's foggy. Like, you can't see past 10 yards. This guy took off, kicked it 50 yards, nailed that thing for the game winner. So you're talking about a big-time kicker.
You want to talk about Isaiah Spiller?
Yeah, we got to talk about Spiller, man. I can't say enough how much I love this pick. I mean, one, Isaiah Spiller was, I think, everyone here is RB1.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, this is a guy who has been productive starter for 3 years in the SEC, 2 back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons. He's good size, good athlete, good vision, runs with power, patience, burst. Can help you in the passing game. He can literally do everything you want. Then you think about his fit with the Los Angeles Chargers, who have Austin Eckler, who's a really, really good player, but we've seen him back-to-back years deal with injuries.
Yep.
And it's because he's now forced into this full-time role, and he's not the biggest guy. You don't want Eckler in that role. When he was at his best, it was when they had Melvin Gordon, and they were able to use 21 Pony, have both of them in the backfield, split Eckler out wide, put him in the slot, get creative with him, let him do some reverses and jet sweeps. Like, that's the role Eckler needs to be on. He shouldn't be a first, second down banger in the tackles. Isaiah Spiller gives him that flexibility to do some of the things they used to do with Gordon. But also, Isaiah Spiller gives you the insurance if Eckler were to go down, you have a full-time potential starting running back in Isaiah Spiller.
Well, and we talked, was it this morning as a group, like why Isaiah Spiller is still here? Was it last night?
Last night.
Yeah. So we kind of tried to crowdsource beyond just, well, he didn't run well, right? Joe, you had mentioned fumbles as an issue for him once in every 80 carries.
Right about that, yeah.
How how do you negotiate that versus this kind of drop relative to the rest of his talent? Like, that's where I have a hard time with it, right? Because he does so many things well, and he's such a well-rounded player. And I think he's a scheme-transcendent player, too. Like, he can play inside zone. Maybe you don't love his speed to the edge if you're going to run wide zone with him. But he can also run gap power because he can run downhill and generate a lot of momentum in a short amount of space. I think he's more dynamic in short spaces than he is in longer spaces. So I guess I personally just kind of had a hard time with negotiating how this player fell this far based off of ball security and the fact that he ran 4.6.
It's to me, it's mind-boggling just from the aspect of he is physical. He gets downhill, but he may be the best manipulator of space in this class at the running back position. Against Alabama, he's getting Christian Harris and these linebackers to jump in the gaps. He has no intention of going into and just moving guys to displace and replace and create natural angles and windows for himself to get into the teeth of the defense, get to that second level, and make plays upfield. And that is something that it's hard to teach that for a running back. That's feel. That's natural feel and flow from that position. And it's just hard for me to understand how this guy literally has that. He has the physicality, has the incredible footwork and change of direction skills that he's able to do, flip his hips and turn and cut into different gaps and negotiate, like we talked about last night, negotiate quick penetration. He does all those things well, and he can catch the ball in the backfield. Okay, he didn't run the 4.4. I'm fine with that because at the end of the day, I know this is a guy that I can lean on with the physicality, with the vision, the patience. What else is missing besides speed?
I like it from a scheme point, right? Just we talked about Austin Eckler, and I kind of think about back with those Saints teams when they had Reggie Bush, but they had Reggie Bush as a running back, right? So anytime Reggie Bush was out there, the defense kind of had like a alarm, right? We knew something gadgety was coming, so it was like a high alert type thing. But the other running back that made really explosive plays for their team was Pierre Thomas. And that was because he had the ability to catch the football out of the backfield, and he would really catch defenses off guard. So I think why everybody, the defense is really key on Austin Eckler. Like, man, this is the guy we got to worry about with the screens. Isaiah Spiller's hands are good enough to where you can implement him in the screen game, and it'll really catch defenses off guard.
We have another selection. The Miami Dolphins at pick 125 have drafted Texas Tech wide receiver Eric Ezukanma.
I'll go ahead and take this. I was waiting on you, but I know you have to go put the name up. I'm waiting to hear this. This is going to be interesting. But my guy Damien gave him the nickname Double E, so that way I don't have to say the whole
name.
Ooh,
thank you, because I wasn't going to talk.
His nickname is Easy.
I've known the pick for about 10 minutes. I've just been practicing in my head how to say it.
But nah, man. So this is a big body wide receiver. That they do multiple things with him, like almost like how Arkansas uses Treylon Burks. They do that with him. He lines up in the slot. He can line up outside from time to time. But it's weird they also give him these kind of jet sweep handoffs to kind of get some extra yardage. He's not the most explosive guy, so path of success. What do I think? I think now you talk about the way the Dolphins are currently constructed. You have Tyreek Hill, you have Jalen Waddle, so guys that can, on the outside, just straight burners. I think if you kick this guy inside, he can run some of those 50-50 jump balls in the middle of the field, possession type guys. So maybe not a great athlete, but maybe they was thinking about it from a complement type situation to Jalen Waddle and Hill.
I think simply from a roster construction standpoint, you're more of a threat to the defense if you have different types of guys. If you have your short, speedy guys, if you have your big physical guys, the more different types of receivers you have, it gives you a chance to threaten the defense in different ways. And I know that the Dolphins have Hill and Jaden, and they're shorter, faster, and speedier guys. Seems like this guy will be a more physical guy on the outside.
The Miami Dolphins just put Preston Williams on notice.
Yeah.
They made the decision to bring Preston Williams back. He was a UDFA in 2019, was productive for the first 9 games on 8 games on a bad team, was hurt, missed the rest of the year. Came back this past year, was hurt, missed the half of the season again. And then in 2021, really struggled. He only caught a handful of balls, but he's a big-bodied 6'4" kind of player, not overly dynamic. The Dolphins trading Devontae Parker this offseason, so they do kind of have a need for big physical guys, especially with how much they're going to want to run the football, right? And I think about some of those receivers that San Francisco has pulled that are the physical guys on the outside, and no, they're not going to be really dynamic athletes, and I think Double E can be that same type of player for Miami, somebody who you're going to put on the front side to the play call and hope that he can soften the edge on the outside when you run wide zone and have a possession receiver. But Preston Williams, I think the challenge with Preston Williams, and why I was surprised they brought him back, is they let Matt Collins walk too. And Hollins was a killer on special teams. Preston Williams can't play special teams at all. Cannot do it. So when you have the kind of depth that the Dolphins have suddenly produced, where you bring in Cedric Wilson, Tyreek Hill, you have Jalen Waddle, and you get Lynn Bowden Jr. back from injury, who's a third-round pick from the Raiders, who have a pick in that we're going to talk about here in just a minute. You need somebody who can give you more than being wide receiver 4, who's an X, who can't separate on the outside. And that's what Preston Williams has been for them. So I think this draft selection might be pretty telling. The Raiders traded up to 126. They gave up 165 and 169. So they gave up a pretty hefty price to draft. Keith, you're going to be a busy man. Neil Farrell, defensive lineman from LSU, is the 4th-round choice for the Raiders in the middle. I'll go ahead and defer to you. We also have, just so I can stay ahead of the cards, Pierre Strong Jr. to the Patriots at 127.
Okay, so I'll wrap up Neil quickly. So this is a guy that I know everybody wants to talk about Pierre Strong also. But Neil Farrell, so this is a guy that, in my opinion, they drafted him to try to create some penetration on the interior of that defensive line. They obviously have edge rushers out there, and then now just trying to get some interior penetration. So this is a guy that probably in the pass rush and pass situations, he'll be able to get some quarterback pressure. So that would have to be where I think they're going to place this player.
Yeah, it sounds like they plan to use him as a sub rusher and taking out Jonathan Hankins in some situations, who's more of an early down guy for that defense.
I kind of thought of Neil Farrell as a guy that brought a little bit more value as a run defender. I mean, it's a 330-pound nose tackle in my mind, and I think this is something that the Raiders needed, right? Like they're a little, I don't want to say soft, but they're underwhelming to me in the middle of that defensive line.
They lost a lot of players.
They really have.
Quentin
I mean,
Jefferson, Darius Philon is out.
Right, you can't rely on Vernon Butler to be that guy for you.
And then, new defensive coordinator Patrick Graham's defense. Who did he have?
They need a nose, man.
He had Dexter Lawrence,
right?
The Giants, right? They had no player on that roster,
right?
Who can maintain gaps and
play 2 gaps,
and play 2 gaps like that. And so I think Neil Farrell, that's where I think he fits in. But the Raiders, though, they're drafting really well in my opinion. They came into the draft needing to get better in the trenches. They added Dylan Parham, and now they added Neil Farrell. I think that makes a lot of sense. Pierre Strong.
Let's go ahead and let's talk about perhaps New England's most exciting pick for us as far as we're concerned in the value proposition. And we also have 128 Charlie Kolar, tight end to the Baltimore Ravens. So we can see the 3 tight end stuff come back and prosper for Baltimore. I'm stoked about that. But let's talk about Pierre Strong, who's a really fun player. Ran, I think, better than everybody expected when he timed in the 4.3s. But he played at South Dakota State, and he's a really good zone runner in my eyes. I think that's where he really pops in his ability to string together cuts and his vision. Damien, I know you're a big running back guy. I'd love to hear you kind of chime in on Pierre specifically, and then we can kind of get into his fit within the Patriots backfield.
Yeah, Pierre's a good player, man. And like I said, the zone, the vision in zone, the decision-making in that zone run scheme that he ran in South Dakota State, he did have some manufactured big lanes, and he was able to open up some of his stride and show that explosiveness in open field. But like you said, string together cuts. And that's such a big thing once you get to the second level of defenses, being able to make multiple people miss to continue to churn out extra yards and make gains bigger than what's the stat, rush yards over expectation. Like that's the type of things that you need to have a good stat in that realm. But the fit for the Patriots, they've been more of a power offense, and they just drafted Ramondre Stevenson last year, and they have Damian Harris and James White's coming back healthy. I'm not really sure of the fit with the team. And then I also question how, like, you brought in Devontae Parker for Mac Jones, but what else have you done?
I sort of like this for New England because it gives them a different type of skill set, right? Damian Harris, Ramondre Stevenson, like really good between the tackles runner. But now they have a guy that has the speed to the perimeter and has some home run ability. And so I like the differentiating skill set here. And obviously Pierre Strong, over 7 yards a carry for his career at South Dakota State, over 4 yards after contact. And so I think he's a nice piece to this running back room.
He's not like the biggest ball carrier, but his contact balance is something that really popped to me.
For sure.
He runs strong. And another thing to think about is Damian Harris is going to be a free agent after this season. So they may not look to obviously pay him, and they already have Ramondre Stevenson, and adding Pierre Strong here, to me, it's a good 1-2 punch for the foreseeable future.
A couple of tight ends. We mentioned Charlie Kolar at 128 to the Ravens. Jake Ferguson off the board to the Dallas Cowboys at 129 too, which is fun because the comp I had was Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
And they got Dalton Schultz on the franchise tag there, so we could either talk about Baltimore kind of trying to come back. They obviously had so much success when Lamar won the MVP with the 3 tight ends that they had on the roster. Or we could talk about Jake Ferguson potentially as a contingency plan for Dalton Schultz as a developmental replacement.
Kolar's going to help them a lot in the red zone. That, his ball skills, his length, ability to high point, play big at the catch point, is going to really help Lamar Jackson. And you know that he loves the tight end position anyway. Mark Andrews is his favorite weapon. And when you get down in that red zone and you have to worry about J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards taking the ball up the middle, then you have to also worry about Lamar Jackson taking the ball on the perimeter. It creates a lot of chaos defensively, game planning once you get into that money range. So I actually like this pick a lot. And it kind of takes some of the attention away from potentially takes some of the attention away from Mark Andrews when they get in the red zone, because teams know that's where Lamar Jackson typically wants to go. So now if they still do try to double team Mark, then he can look to Charlie Kolar and be that big body in the money range for him.
Yeah, I like it because it's noted that Charlie Kolar isn't a great athlete, right? But in this offense, I think he'll be okay because just of all that run action, play action, you better get those linebackers and safeties in some eye violation type situations. Yeah, and then he'll be able to get past them or, get into an open zone via that. And then, like you said, you talked about him in the red zone, so he'll be able to, kind of take it from there, right? And I think that'll be a good situation for him. He's not asked to be the number 1 tight end. So I think this is a good pick for Baltimore.
Don't mind me. I'm just running a car. Keep talking.
I'm just excited it could be a punter.
Right. So who we have next? We have Jake Ferguson with the...
Yeah, Jake Ferguson with the Cowboys, and then Joe got his punter, so he can get a little excited.
Oh, boy.
Keep the table even for us, please.
We just need to know the name. Okay, go ahead, finish it out. We'll wait.
Let's talk about Jake Ferguson, and then you can get all the punter manifesto you want out.
Yes, I like this pick, too, just because... I think it's another weapon for Dak Prescott. And Kyle, if your comp is Dalton Schultz, I think this is a really good 1-2 punch at the tight end position. They added to the wide receiver position. So they're slowly building out, this, I guess you could say, receiving core, just options for Dak Prescott. I don't think it's the flashy names that they had last year, but they're trying to get to it. I see Joe kind of smirking a little bit like he's not sure about it. So I guess we're a couple months away from the season, so we'll have to figure it out, right?
You're not sure about that, or did you see something on your
No, I hadn't seen anything. I'm just dying to know what team and what punter was picked first.
It's the Baltimore Ravens, who they got to chill. We're going to run out of room here for them on the board with all the picks that they're making. Drafted punter Jordan Stout from Penn State.
Brownlee back down. You whiffed on the punter. Jordan Stout, punter 1, man. There was a lot of hype over Matt Araiza being the first punter off the board, but we just forgot about how rock solid Jordan Stout is, and there's just less questions. There's less questions about him because Matt Ariza was also the kicker at San Diego State. One of the primary functions of a punter, in addition to punting, is being a holder.
Here we go.
You got to be able, Kyle. You know about this. Jason Sanders was an All-Pro punter, a kicker in the NFL with Matt Hawk as his holder. What happened? Matt Hawk leaves, and the Miami Dolphins had the lowest percentage of made field goals in the NFL. Is it because Jason Sanders became a worse kicker? No, he lost the chemistry with his punter. And so that's a big thing that Matt Ariza has to get. Jordan Stout has all the leg Matt Ariza does, but better control. I'm trying to be serious right now but he's punter 1, and he deserved to be the first one off the board.
Joe, you're absolutely right. Joe, you're absolutely right about those punters being able to hold, because the guys that are specialists, those three spend the most time with each other in practice. Right, they're always around each other. So if the punter holds, then he gets to practice with the kicker over and over and over again while the rest of practice is going on. So it's very important.
The kicker's got to be more mentally tough than that, man.
No, it's the mechanic. There's a consistency there. Where that ball is going to be, the angle, the timing. This is football at its highest level. You know what I mean? Those reps and all that matters, man.
That's next level, though.
You feel better?
Yeah.
Are we gonna have to do it again when the Ravens?
What team went? Is it the Ravens?
The Ravens.
Oh, you knew it. You knew it.
He said last night, I want to have lunch with Eric DaCosta. I think I'm going to want to have breakfast and lunch with Eric DaCosta at this point, right? Like, they have had a phenomenal draft. Brentley, did you have something here for us?
No, I mean, I think we got our punter talk
Oh, good.
the way.
We got a different position we could talk about here. Tennessee with an interesting selection. Hassan Haskins, the running back from Michigan. This is my dude. I love Hassan Haskins, man. I think he was a little underrated in the draft process because we didn't get a chance to get a lot of an athletic profile for him, and that's one of the questions. But he was the 1-2 punch with Blake Corum there at Michigan this past year, but he's super physical, and his shallow cuts are really good. And I think from a vision and processing in between the tackles, he gives you plenty, right? He's not going to be a scat back. He's not going to be a complement to Derrick Henry. He's going to be the Donta Foreman insurance that they made a decision to let walk this offseason. But Foreman was productive when he got a chance to play. And I think Hassan Haskins has every bit of an opportunity to be a more productive backup player to Derrick Henry than what Donta Foreman was. I like his skill set more.
And he has that, you look at the Michigan's offense, they also ran him out of, I think, some pistol, shotgun, and Derrick Henry is mostly out of the single back, 12 personnel zone run. So if he goes, God forbid he goes down again, and you have a Hassan Haskins who brings that similar physicality. He has such a nasty running style. And like Kyle talked about, his ability for a guy to be that big, he cuts very well between the tackles, getting up to that second level, just making guys miss. You see some of the little wiggle in this game, and he looks in the alley, he sees defenders, and he makes the right decision. He's like, okay, I can run you over, or I can give you a small little two-step. We could dance a little bit, and I can get around you and get a couple extra yards. And you think about just the simple fact of yesterday or last night, them drafting Malik Willis, and whenever it is his time to play, they can go into that shotgun and pistol looks more so with him and his ability to hurt defenses with the run game and free up Hassan Haskins as well. I really like this pick, man. His violent running style really fits what they already have there.
Yeah, I really like what Tennessee's been able to do, right? You think about Petit Freer, what you have with Malik Willis as a potential new dynamic at cornerback. It's a nice combination of picks that they've been able to pull together here between the second and early third day. Romeo Doubs, wide receiver, coming off the board.
Ooh.
To the Green Bay Packers. Aaron Rodgers has himself a vertical, big-bodied receiver down the field. How do we like this fit? Dre, I know you were watching him in the summertime. We kind of had a chance to get to know him through the season. He went to the Senior Bowl. Let's talk about Doubs, his skill set, and how it might fit with Aaron.
Man, explosive, man. Explosive. This is a kid that can run. He had a few drops, right? And there were some drop issues this past year. But with this guy is someone who can get vertical, who can take the top off the defense. He's someone who gives Aaron another deep threat. And after not going wide receiver in round 1, it seems like they're doubling back and addressing the position. But
Doubling back on dubs.
Pun intended. But he's very explosive and someone that can get vertical and threaten the defense. He just had to fix the drops, and I think he'll be able to do that.
I like Dubs as a prospect, but I am a little surprised that Khalil Shakur is still on the board. I think I think we all graded Shakir as a higher player than Dubs, and I think he can do a lot of the same things from a vertical standpoint too. Now I'm happy Gutekunst, the general manager, is starting to invest in some receivers for Aaron Rodgers. I think that's very important. I just maybe question the player when you consider other players still available.
Well, I certainly think you look at their want to run the football, and then to have guys on the outside that you trust to vertically run down the field. You try and create that conflict, right, and try and find, that's the one area that I really feel as though Dub shines is stacking vertically down the field and tracking the ball. And he's got pretty good wingspan to him. He's over 32 inches on the arms and 10-inch hands. And I agree with the concentration drops being something that is something that needs to be improved upon. Yeah. But him and Christian Watson is a 1-2 punch as additions for guys who can win vertically down the field on the outside. You certainly see what the vision is and why those two players have been paired together. It's just now, okay, Aaron, go earn your $50 million, right? Because you got to elevate the play of these guys on the outside.
It's very interesting though, because those two receivers they drafted have similar issues. The guys who are longer, straight line speed guys can. They're great separators at the top of the route, but they both have drop issues. So I believe they are going to have to address that at some point.
I think the interesting thing is that I'm looking forward to see the development between the relationship with Amari Rodgers, who they drafted last year, and Aaron Rodgers, right? Because he's a slot guy that could really move the chains and get open underneath and get open quickly. They had him playing more, I think, the punt return. I think he had some muff punts and things like that. If he can figure it out, maybe that's why they don't go with Khalil Shakir here, because Khalil more so projects as an inside receiver. They already have him, and I'm not sure because I don't have their roster in front of me. They still have Randall Cobb, right?
Yeah.
That was Aaron Rodgers' big request last year is, let's go get my guy Cobb. So if you have Cobb still and then you have Amari Rodgers, it makes the pick for, getting Christian Watson and bringing Romeo Doubs in kind of gives us a more solidified look to that receiving corps.
We have 2 picks in the queue, including another specialist.
Oh boy!
Here
we go.
Special time here on the
Long
Day
snapper.
3 stream here for TDN at the Draft House. It is a punter, but it's not the punt god. It's Jake
Georgia. Kamara.
Yeah. The punter from Georgia. He ran a 4.56 40-yard dash. Was faster than 9 running backs and 9 wide receivers at the combine this year. So he's the pick to Tampa Bay at 133. And then at 134, the San Francisco 49ers have drafted Spencer Buford from UTSA, the offensive lineman.
Bradley Pinion's been the punter in Tampa. You guys are don't look at me, Bradley. Bradley Pinion's been the punter in Tampa Bay, right? So he's been their fixture there, and they had the Syracuse punter as well, Sterling Hoffrichter, and so pretty crowded situation there in Tampa. But you don't pick a guy in the 4th round if he's not going to be your guy. Maybe it's an opportunity for the Buccaneers to have a little less money invested in the position by having a cost control player on a rookie deal, where Bradley Pinion's kind of been a veteran who has also handled a lot of kickoff duties for them.
I just want to tell you that I have a newfound respect for you and your knowledge of punters. I didn't know
They
this
matter,
about
brother.
You
Field
before
position.
Today.
Running backs don't matter, but punters.
Field
they
position.
matter.
Never say that. I did not know this about you, but I'm really loving what I'm learning as this draft continues.
My only thing is, again, I think I said this first guy segment. I mean, unless they're exceptional guys, like typically you don't draft punters. If you do draft them, you draft them in the 6th or 7th or free agents, right? I mean, so unless they're exceptional, this is someone you could have maybe gotten late.
Yeah, I think we have a really good crop of specialists this year in Cade York and then the 3 punters, Matt Areza. So I think that just speaks to this class of specialists that's upon us this year.
Sure.
And I think teams are less wanting to pay these guys, right? Like if you hit on one of these kickers and punters, now they're going to be a $4 or $5 million a year player for you. Wouldn't you rather just get that cost control rookie, let your veteran walk, and use that money to round out your roster, with players that are going to help you from scrimmage?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, what's the record for punters drafted?
Yeah.
If it's more than 3,
I think we're going to get one more.
I'd be kind of surprised, but going to Spencer Buford, to the Niners, I actually really like this pick.
Yep.
Interior offensive lineman was my number one need for them, and they've yet to address it until now. You think about who they lost in Lincoln Tomlinson. They drafted Aaron Banks last year out of Notre Dame, but he didn't even see the field as a second-round rookie, and they needed him to play, and he couldn't do it. And so adding depth here in Spencer Buford to me makes a lot of sense, especially when you consider who they drafted yesterday in a running back in a third round, which to me was a head-scratcher. So happy to see John Lynch do a sensible pick.
Well, I think that's a really interesting layer to San Francisco's draft is there's not been a lot of ego shown in that they drafted 2 running backs last year, and then they drafted Ty Davis-Price yesterday in the third round. They drafted Aaron Banks in the second round last year, and now in the fourth round, a reasonable pick, you're drafting a player to compete directly with him. And obviously they lost Laken Tomlinson in free agency, and I don't blame him for not re-signing Laken Tomlinson when the price was $12.5, $13 million per year, which is what he got from the Jets. It's just really, really high money for somebody who came into your system and revitalized his career. Because as you remember, before Laken Tomlinson came to San Francisco, he was considered to be a bust. So, Joe, I do have the stat courtesy of the production team over here. The record for punters drafted in a single draft is 8.
Oh, we're not going to touch it.
What?
Wow.
Which was in 1976 and 1978. So the more you know, right? That's the
Jeopardy.
I don't think we're ever going to touch that.
We do
That's
have
crazy.
ever.
That was when they had like 15 rounds, though, right?
And they're picking. Yeah, that's a.
Yes.
So we need a 7-round draft,
Yeah,
please.
the seven round era, Mr. Eisner,
That's
please.
shortly after the leather helmets.
He's like, great. Now I got more punter research here on day 3. Pick 135, Joshua Williams, 4. Jamie says the record within 7 rounds is 4. Joshua Williams from Fayetteville State. Kansas City Chiefs at pick 135. And they've had a good track record with developing some small school kids at the cornerback position. Dre, go ahead. I'll kick this to you.
Man, Brett Veach is one of the best GMs in the league, and I think he's proven that, man. I mean, to get Josh Williams this late and to have drafted Trent, I think they have 2 future starting corners in their stable now. And again, that's been an issue for the Kansas City Chiefs, especially now when they have to play against the Justin Herberts and these explosive teams now. Like, they're addressing their defense, which has been their Achilles heel for quite some time now. They've addressed the pass rush. Now they're getting 2 top flight corners, right? So I love this pick here for Josh Williams in the 4th round. Somebody who can press and will be great in that defensive scheme.
Yeah, they're killing it when you're talking about addressing that secondary, right? Like they have intentions, right? They came in here with a plan. They knew what they wanted to fix, and I mean, and we knew it, right? Watching the football games last year, we knew that this may have been the worst secondary, even if it wasn't statistically. It was just watching the football game. He was like, man, what are they doing? This is not it. Like, what are they, where are they trying to go with this? And I mean, just to get Trent McDuffie in the 1st round, and then, like I said, you addressed the defensive line, but then they came with Brian Cook, who we all agree is a safe, high-floor type football player. And then you come back with Josh Williams, and then, like you said, the addition of Justin Reed in the offseason. I mean, this is a totally revamped secondary, and I think if they get some type of cohesion and rhythm and chemistry together, it could be one of the better secondaries in the NFL.
Yeah, it feels like they finally decided to play complementary football and build a defense. So that's really good to see for the first time.
We have another pick, the Cincinnati Bengals. And what was the number 1 storyline for the Bengals this offseason?
Interior offensive line.
North Dakota State's Cordell Volson
crushed
is
it.
the choice here at
Kyle's
136. You're right, it is my guy, but I don't want to get like Joe Marino with the punters.
Sure.
And I'm going to let you guys talk
No one else
about
is going to
Cordell.
do it if I don't.
This is a good player, man. He's a versatile. He's had starts at right tackle, right guard. I think most recently at left tackle. I think his best position is probably going to be inside, whether it's guard. But he plays hard. He's physical. He's tough. There's some issues here with some hand placement things and things like that. But I love his versatility. I love his play temperament. I think he gives the Bengals another kind of body and option as they look to maybe reshuffle this offensive line in front of Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I think that the offensive line, of course, was a position they certainly need to address. And I've watched Volson now for about 2 years, thinking that he would have come out 1 year ago. And this is someone who's physical and nasty. He's a great finisher. Doesn't move exceptionally well, but someone who I think will be good playing inside guard with bumpers, and love what he'll bring to the Bengals.
We were out here at the beginning of the year for the Shrine, and Volson was one of the best football players here at this event, and he showcased that versatility, the ability to play tackle, the ability to play guard, knowing full well that he has the bevy of experience that he does in playing a number of different spots. For Cincinnati to get a swing player who could be probably your sixth offensive lineman is ideally how you're going to implement him, and know that you don't have to start making multiple positions worse on your offensive line by moving a tackle inside to guard or a guard outside to tackle, and now you got two different guys starting in different spots. That positional versatility for me is what I really love about this pick for a team that has done so much this offseason to really revamp what their offensive line looks like.
And Kyle, I don't think that people talk enough about how important the sixth offensive lineman is, right? I mean, very rarely does a team finish with the same 5 offensive linemen that they start the year with. So your 6 offensive linemen is very similar to your slot corner now. They're essentially starters and should be paid as such, and I think this is a great pick for them.
And adding to that, your 6th offensive lineman better be able to play multiple spots.
Yeah.
You can't have a one position only 6 offensive lineman. And Cordell Volson, we said at the beginning, left tackle, inside, right tackle. He's able to wear many hats. So this is a great pick.
The thought on my mind, and it's a transition. I want to go back to Kansas City.
Go right ahead.
Well, and what I really love about what's happening here with this draft is considering this team and the amount of money that they have tied up in Patrick Mahomes and Chris Jones, and they paid Justin Reed to come over, Travis Kelce, Joe Tooney, right? A lot of very expensive players. And when you pay that quarterback, it puts the onus back on you as a front office to be able to find meaningful contributors on rookie deals. And so we're all in love with this draft class, everyone here at this table. But how about last year, getting guys like Trey Smith and Creed Humphrey and Nick Bolton, right? So now you're doing that. You're getting major contributions from low-cost players to allow you to have a balanced roster while you have premium assets tied up in only a few players. And Kyle, what's going on over there?
Right. We have another Patriots pick on our hands.
Oh, boy.
And they did not disappoint. With pick 137, the New England Patriots have drafted a quarterback.
What?
Sam.
Bailey Zappi.
No way!
The choice for the New England Patriots. I have thoughts, but I'd rather filter myself, so I'm going to go get the card. I'll see you guys in about a minute.
No way!
What is happening?
Bailey Zappi goes ahead of Sam Howell.
What is the end game here? Like, I'm so confused.
I need to find their Brian Hoyer. I don't know, man. Like, okay, so Bailey Zappi, Western Kentucky, he broke all the passing records, right, you could ever want. Fun player to watch. I mean, you could see he's a lot of toughness. It really had a great season. Like, let's not dismiss that. But you want to talk about limited quarterbacks. I mean, this is your poster boy with Bailey Zappi, an older guy, very limited arm talent, very limited athlete. And so he gives you that gamer ability. But I think what this might be is not necessarily a player that they're ever going to think about having to play for them, but it's going to be what he means to the room, right? Your quarterback room, you got 3 guys usually, and they all work together, and your starter goes out and plays, but there's a game planning component. There's a sideline component to these guys, right, that matters. And so, Bailey Zappi's probably never going to be a guy that's going to step in and play, but it's what he can mean for the room. And Keith's looking at me like I got 2 heads over here. But
I'm looking at you like you got 4 heads.
If you try to see the vision.
A 4th-round quarterback to be the linchpin of the room, go pay a backup quarterback who's played in the league before.
You certainly don't draft him in the 4th round, but I 100%
and that's what Joe. Listen. I don't think you have 2 heads. I know you have 1 head. Very intelligent person. It has nothing to do with your synopsis, because I think that was right and that's very important. But we're talking about Bailey Zappi from an air raid offense. How is he going to help Mac Jones next year? Right? Can he catch the football? Can he block? Can he run the football?
I told you I was going to help him from a game planning perspective.
The answer to all your questions is no, Keith. The answer is no.
And that's why I'm sitting here scratching my head, because we keep saying this with every pick. Like, what are they doing? And I hope that it doesn't look like we're exaggerating. But they came into this draft with needs, right? And how many times have they drafted a need? How many times have they went after a player an appropriate position? Like, we're talking about Bailey Zappi. And listen, I think I gave Bailey Zappi one of the highest grades out of all of us, right? Because I liked him.
You gave him a higher one than I did. I can tell you that.
But how does he help Mac Jones? Like, you're putting yourself.
Nobody, after watching the Buffalo Bills score 7 straight touchdown drives against New England Patriots, nobody's been more critical of this football team than me. All right, I could sit here and I could pile on and talk about how much of a joke this is, and I agree with everything that you're saying. But as we try to see the vision for the players, that's what I tried to do and challenge myself in delivering the analysis that I did.
It was a great vision. I agree with the vision. It was really good. The Patriots vision is what I'm.
Right, it's a missed opportunity. They could have done so many other things right now. They could have got Calvin Austin. They could have got more offensive line depth.
Picked by the Pittsburgh Steelers, Calvin Austin at 138.
Wow.
Steelers, man, they love these mid-round receivers.
George Pickens and Calvin
I will
Austin.
say this in regards to the Bailey Zappi, then we definitely should move on to Calvin Austin. The Patriots, and I hate this pick, but just trying to see some rationale. The Patriots have traditionally drafted quarterbacks in the mid-rounds when they already have a quarterback with the idea of, hey, maybe we can flip it. And I don't think that they're going to be successful here, but maybe that's the rationale. Let's let them try preseason. A team might get desperate, flip them for a third-round pick. It's all about asset flipping. And so, again, I don't agree with it, but I'm trying to see some rationale.
If another team wanted Bailey Zappi in the 4th round, they would have drafted him.
Yeah.
So I don't see how you can flip this. Like, putting Bailey Zappi on the bench for next year, right? And then let him sit, hold the clipboard for Mac Jones. How does that make him a better prospect? Like,
And you have more pressing needs now.
Appear in the room, right? That's your hope. That somehow there are two young players that can bond over that. You got 57-year-old Brian Hoyer as the veteran, and that somehow they can work together to allow Mac to play his best football.
And I get it holding the clipboard, but it's like Bailey Zappi has to be an offensive savant for me to draft him.
Maybe he is. You ever
Maybe
met him?
He's the
Yeah,
offensive
right.
coordinator, right? They don't
Right.
have-
Maybe he's the next Davis Webb.
It is.
Maybe that's what it is. So.
He's the sweet old office coordinator. So Calvin Austin was picked, right?
Dre's like,
no.
Yeah, let's flip this around. Yes,
Yeah,
Calvin Austin was
no.
picked by the Pittsburgh Steelers. They drafted George Pickens earlier this weekend. Austin, the pick of 138, very different kind of player.
I love it. I mean, it gives him insurance for Deontay Johnson, and we know he's going to be wanting a big contract. We'll see if they give it to him. I have a feeling they're not. I think he's not going to be a Steeler for very long, and so you're able to add George Pickens, Calvin Austin, 2 players that they drafted. I think really, really good value. 2 players I think we could see have year 1 impacts with this Steelers football team. So I think they've hit it out of the park with both of those 2 picks.
And so I'm familiar with this Matt Canada offense, just from his time and his stint at LSU, right? And I've said this multiple times on the calls that Matt Canada and the who they had offensively, and then Ben Roethlisberger as the quarterback, some of the things just kind of didn't match up and mesh. But I think a player like Calvin Austin kind of meshes because you can put him in jet sweep motion, and that's what Canada is used to, those type of things. So it's always kind of rhythm type situation, and then it gives Kenny Pickett another easy outlet, right? Then you add Najee Harris into that. So I think it's a quarterback-friendly type player.
So what we've mentioned that there have been reports that the team might not be over the moon with Chase Claypool based off this past season, and they do have Deontay Johnson, who's an expiring contract after this year. You look at this wide receiver room, and it's like, is there going to be a move that's made before the start of the season? I'm just looking at the numbers and the wide receivers that they have, and you kind of have to ask yourself the question, like, okay, like, are all these guys are you gonna carry 7 wide receivers, or are you gonna make a decision and try and move somebody and make a decision before the start of the year?
It seems as though they have to try to make a move, right? Like, you can't put. I don't think there's person where you could put 6-7 wide receivers on the field, right? So somebody's gonna be on the bench, which means just is wasted draft capital. So I guess a guy like Chase Claypool may be the guy you may be able to get the highest return on. But him coming out of Notre Dame, when he evaluated and scouted him, he was a hit and miss guy, right? You knew that he was a really good athlete. He made spectacular plays, but the little nuances that you would think, man, maybe we can possibly develop, it doesn't seem as though it kind of came into fruition at the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it kind of been this up and down type situation. So maybe that's why they drafted George Pickens to kind of be that big bodied, possibly XY receiver to replace Claypool.
Me personally, though, I would still love to see them continue to address the offensive line, though. So hopefully they continue to do that here within the next 3 rounds.
We do have another selection. I'm excited about this one. The Baltimore Ravens. One of the best players available we have on the board right now, Isaiah Likely, tight end. They're double dipping. They've double dipped at tight end. Let's go ahead. Go ahead, Keith.
And the crazy part was because they drafted Charlie Kohler, right? And my point was, it was immediately about to be, man, I would have taken Isaiah Likely at this position, and for the same exact reason that I just talked about with Charlie Kohler. Like, when you talk about that play action, the heavy run game, being able to move the linebackers, safeties, manipulate these guys, Isaiah Likely is going to thrive in this type of situation because that's what he did at Coastal Carolina. He was a guy that they put in motion, did the play action bootleg, he leaked out to the flats, dumped the ball off to him, and then he takes off for 30, 40 yards. You know who likes to do that? Lamar Jackson. Yeah. So this guy's going to be an immediate target for Lamar Jackson, and this guy's going to thrive in this type of situation, and the Baltimore Ravens did it once again. They just keep doing it.
Oops, they did it again.
This is crazy.
Clip it, post it, put it in Times Square.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so this was one of our best players available, and Isaiah Likely as a complement. You think about those 3 tight ends. We talked about what they had there when Lamar won the MVP. It was Hayden Hurst and Mark Andrews and Nick Boyle. You got Charlie Kohler as an inline guy, and you got Isaiah Likely as your F type, who you can move around or put in an H where he kind of set off. Yes, you can move him around. He's going to be the X factor piece. And I know Nick Boyle struggled with injuries the last couple of years, but they paid him a reasonable amount of money. So they will not have the same issues that they've had in years past, which is when they incur that injury, they don't have an Eric Tomlinson who's going to take that spot, right? Like you got more legitimate options to be able to do more of the same things you want to do with your offensive infrastructure.
So my question is this an indictment on Lamar Jackson's ability to complete passes outside of the numbers, though, right? Because they continue to address the middle of the field between the numbers, but you don't see them invested as much with Bateman or the other outside guys.
You know, I'm glad you asked that, Dre, because I was about to address that, and we've actually talked about this in one of our scouting meetings, and we was talking about, where do the Ravens go as far as their passing game, right? Like what is their philosophy? And we talked about when they had the most success, and that was when they had 2-3 tight ends, and we was like, man, they may need to get back to that, right?
Yeah.
And I think they had the same exact conversation that we had. So even though it is an indictment, I think with just Lamar Jackson's running ability and just the way that this offense is currently constructed with, just their scheme, they make it get away with not having an outside threat, right? Or just having one threat and just using the 3 tight ends on a football field, because that just caters to your tight end the most.
So
your quarterback the most.
I want to continue this conversation, but I do want to announce pick 140, Zach Tom from Wake Forest to the Green Bay Packers. It's very much their kind of offensive lineman, right? In the middle rounds, they've had some success going after these kinds of versatile guys. But as far as Lamar goes, I think for me, how many quarterbacks can you honestly say aren't scheme-specific quarterbacks in the NFL and are completely scheme-transcendent? Where I think Lamar, there's maybe 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah,
I don't think Lamar Jackson's one of those guys, and that doesn't have to be an indictment of Lamar. It's just you have to understand where he wins and where he doesn't, and give yourself as many options as you can to stay within that wheelhouse. And then if another team you run into in the postseason, they have the right pieces to play the chess match and take that away, then you tip your cap and then you try to figure out, how do I get better in these areas, or how do I try to add more layers? And then you can kind of come back to, you have to get better as an individual player to help take the next step. But Lamar's one of the best 6, 7, 8 quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah.
But he's still a scheme-specific kind of player. And I thought they tried to get away from what they had the most success with in 2019. But for now, you've seen them come out, and they've twice drafted tight ends in this class, which I absolutely love.
I also think that goes to Greg Roman as the offensive coordinator. He's always been a tight end-friendly passing coordinator. And to me, I get it that that's when Lamar Jackson was at his best in 2019. I also think this caps the offense at the same time, because what defense began to do is like, okay, we're going to crowd the middle of the field. We're going to, cloud between the hashes, and then we're going to force you outside. And Lamar Jackson's biggest issue with throwing outside the numbers is his footwork. He doesn't always step in the throws. His base has always been narrow, even going back to Louisville. And he's improved on it somewhat, but he's kind of that Michael Vick thing where it's just like, I don't need to really move my lower body. I have the arm talent and just flick the wrist. And while he does, I think that he could improve as a deep ball passer with those mechanical things and working on his lower half. But I've always been under the assumption that if you really want to get him to that next level, I always felt that they should have found another passing game coordinator. But Greg Roman loves his tight ends. It's been like that with Kaepernick when he had Tyrod Taylor. It's the same thing with Lamar Jackson.
Now, I was going to say something too, and I'm just at the point where I'm tired of trying to fix Lamar Jackson, right? He has a superpower, and my thing is just cater to that, right? That's like Steph Curry. Like, oh, well, he's a really good three-point shooter, but he needs to drive to the hole. Like, nah, Steve Kerr told him, like, you know what? You're really good. Back up 10 more feet and shoot, right? Let's see how good you are. So it's like, man, stop trying to fix a guy that just simply has a superpower and then just construct the team around that superpower and see where it takes you.
So we have another selection. It's another Baltimore Ravens pick. It's that they're not saving any picks for the rest of us, but we do have Zach Tom at 140 to talk about with the Green Bay Packers. And Joe, I know you watched him and you like him quite a bit. There was some consideration that he might end up sneaking his way into the third round with just how positionally flexible he is. And we also, the Baltimore Ravens at 141 drafting Houston defensive back Demarion Williams. So they made the decision to part ways with Tavon Young this offseason, and he's been somebody who struggled with health and durability. And I think about Williams and his skill set and his approach, and there's probably some overlap for what Tavon Young, they wanted him to be for that defense.
For sure, yeah. Demarion Williams, Pepe Williams, you can also call him that. He's a really, really good football player. I enjoyed his tape. I enjoyed all the Houston players this year. When you look at Logan Hall and Marcus Jones, Pepe Williams, they had some dudes on that defense. And I do think that he's a player that translates best to the slot. I think that's going to be his best role, and I do think that there's a path to playing time there. I know that they like to move Marlon Humphrey into that space quite a bit as well, but there's some insurance there to give you a guy that can develop and give you another option in that role. I think he'll be a nice core teams player. He can blitz off the edge. He's a dynamic tackler that'll click and close and trigger and be physical, and so I think he's exactly what you're looking for in a potential nickel defender that gives you plus value on special teams. So I'm a fan of Demarion Williams, and I guess that just makes sense because it falls in line with all the great picks the Baltimore Ravens are making.
Yep, no, I agree, and I like I said, and I mentioned this again, I really like the Ravens' approach. When you're talking about the top end of the draft, man, take the best player available, right? Like, get as many potential all-pro guys that you can get and go on your team, because you know they'll play and they'll help you at some point, right? Even if the position is loaded on your team already. Like, Kyle Hamilton was not necessarily a need, but he was the best player available, and guess what? He may turn into an all-pro guy. And then now the middle rounds, they're really turning up with their scouting process, right? Like, you've seen that these are the guys that they really dove into the tape, into the film, did a deep dive on these guys, probably evaluate them as far as character and just, who they are as people. And now they're taking, and drafting positional needs now. And the players they're drafting are guys, like Joe said, like, this is a good football player. Like, he may have come from the University of Houston, but he has every opportunity to be a high-level contributor.
I want to talk about Zach Tom, because you take him along with Sean Ryan on the inside as the interior additions to the Green Bay Packers. And we mentioned last night, trying to figure out where Elgton Jenkins was going to play this upcoming season, and Bakhtiari coming back from injury this year. And they got a lot of flexibility. And you think about what they drafted in Josh Myers on day 2 last year in the draft, and he became an immediate rookie starter. So you can get any different number of combinations of talent here, and I think they got a lot better and a lot deeper.
Yeah, I love the versatility, right? You think about Sean Ryan, who played at UCLA as a left tackle. We think he's going to be a guard. Zach Tom, he started as a center, I think, at Wake Forest, and then he shifted out to left tackle. So just guys who can play multiple positions. And that's really on the theme with the Green Bay Packers. You think about when they drafted Elton Jenkins, wasn't he an interior offensive lineman out of Mississippi State? And then next thing you know, he's starting right tackle. So I think there's a lot of ways they could use these players. And so I really like it. And I like the idea of continuing to bolster the offensive line to allow an aging Rodgers, whose athleticism is quickly diminishing, more time in the pocket to deliver some accurate passes.
Yeah, this offensive line lost Billy Turner, and they, kind of going into the draft, you started to wonder, are you really going to rely on guys like John Runyon and Royce Newman? And Royce Newman started a lot of games for them last year, but you feel like at a minimum these are players that need meaningful competition to make sure that everyone's pencils are sharpened and you're going to be able to put your best five on the field. And so we've talked about the versatility, but also just the upgrade opportunities and the need for competition on this offensive line. And so I think Green Bay's really loaded up on meaningful options that can really allow them to get their best five on the field and not be so reliant on inexperienced players that didn't have real depth and competition to compete with at this point before the draft.
Yeah, and I think as this draft goes on, we're starting to see what the Packers' philosophy was, right? We all thought that they should have went, especially me, right? I was probably the number one guy, the ringleader for this situation, that they should have went heavy receiver in the first round because they needed that guy. But I forgot, somebody mentioned it earlier. Maybe they're telling Aaron Rodgers, like, that's on you. Like, we'll get you some weapons and some guys that can get open, but that's on you to make those guys better. But what we will do to help you? We'll get some offensive linemen. Like, we'll take care of that part. And Zach Tom, I really like this football player. This guy played left tackle, but I think he can play multiple positions, has really good feet, and can turn into a starter early on in his career. So I think the Packers are, while they started off a little shaky in the first round, going defense instead of going offense, but I think they're really rounding this thing out midway through the draft.
We have another selection on our hands, and it is the LA Rams at 142 drafting South Carolina State cornerback Jacoby Durant.
Oh.
And Brentley, I know I have you down on the write-up for him. And
yeah.
This is maybe a little earlier than we would have expected.
It is.
But I'll let you go ahead and start this
It's a little earlier, but for the Rams, I think it makes some sense. They lost Darius Williams, who's a good corner, but Jacoby Durant, he's a feisty player. He's really athletic, had a ton of ball production at South Carolina State. You saw him down at the Shrine Bowl. I thought he looked pretty good there. He's really fluid in his movements, has cat-like quickness to mirror in and out of patterns. And so I like his fit in this defense. I think he will be a slot for the Rams, but he's a guy he's not afraid to tackle. He has some return ability as well. I really like this team kind of player pairing.
Well, and it feels like this is kind of that sweet spot to take a chance on a small school guy that you really like, and the Rams have done that, right? They've seen these types of players enter their defense and get contributions out of him. So I think he kind of falls in line with what's worked for them in the past. And the Rams, they don't have the high picks, but they're going to be picking a ton today. And so anxious to see what players they prioritize, because when you punt I wouldn't say punt, that's not fair. When you invest your early picks and trades for really high end players, you're putting a belief into your scouting staff and saying, hey, we think we can get really good players with the picks that we're going to get later on. And so I'm anxious to see how all of this plays out for the Rams, because to me it's a big vote of confidence in their ability to scout football players.
The whole F them picks kind of mantra by Les Snead is so hypocritical to me, because
huge.
Yeah, because when you think about the team he built to allow them to get into that position, it was through the draft. It was
%.
It was Jared Goff. It was Todd Gurley. It was Aaron Donald. Like, it's those guys. Cooper Kupp, Robert Woods. Those are all drafted players by the Rams. And so to have Les Snead talk about F them picks, it's not F them picks. You drafted a really, really good team that allowed you to then have the opportunity to be aggressive, to then start trading those picks for these, these finishing touches on what's an overall really good roster. And so I just want to say that, because everyone always asks, oh, well, Is the Rams winning the Super Bowl going to start changing team building philosophy? No, not at all.
Because the nucleus is still the
exactly, because the nucleus will always come from the draft.
The Ravens just made like 11 draft picks already. You know what I mean? Like there's teams value draft picks. There's no question.
So,
exactly.
So we have our final pick of the 4th round is in, okay, and it is courtesy of the Tennessee Titans, and I think you and I had the payoff of the conversation that we had in the pre-production when we talked about who's the first player that's going to get picked that's a non-specialist with the name not on the board. Jacoby Durant, we had the write-up on. We had a 6th-round valuation on, but we put 320-something players on this board, and his card was not one of the ones that was currently up on the board. So that's the payoff of the conversation that you and I had. But we still had the full film evaluation and the write-up written on him. But with this pick, you think about Tennessee and the departure of Jonnu Smith and how much they missed him this past year. And this Maryland tight end, Chig
Did they get him?
Okonkwo,
Oh, wow.
was the choice
hell of a
at
pick.
143 to close the 4th round. I'm going to go pull that card. He's our top remaining available tight end. We have him classified as an F tight end. Think everything that they use Jonnu Smith for, you're going to get the same version of an athlete to play that position, and probably a better athlete if we're being honest.
For $11 million less per season, right? I mean, I think this is a really good value pick for Tennessee to reward themselves. I know it kind of in a weird way. They probably would have loved to have Jonnu Smith last year, but they wait a year and they get his replacement for a far less deal, right? And they'll have cost control for 4 years here, and I think they missed this player. And so now you have Austin Hooper, who I think is a little bit more of a complete tight end, and Chigo, who is a really exciting move piece that can win after the catch. It is a dynamic athlete. I like how they've rebuilt this tight end room, but it did come with what happened last year.
Okonkwo.
The Maryland tight end, yeah.
That's the safe way to put it. But no, I really like this pick. I think this is really good value. He was a stud at the Shrine Bowl. Just really athletic, good ball skills, good after the catch. I think he can kind of slide into that Jonnu Smith role where, Joe likes to mention kind of that dump and run type of production. And this is where he shines. Again, he's outstanding athlete. I think he ran a 4.540 at the combine. So being able to get him at the bottom of the 4th, just being able to surround Ryan Tannehill with more pass catching options following the trade of A.J. Brown, I think makes a lot of sense.
We are going to take a brief break, but we do have our next quarterback that's off the board. We'll leave it at that. It's the first pick of the 5th round. We'll talk about it after the break. We're back. Welcome back. Day 3. TDN coverage here at the TDN Draft House in Las Vegas, here in the TDN Draft Room. The horizontal board, we get the team boards. You're getting a nice chance to see some of the valuations of the draft classes filling themselves out as we fill the table back out here, getting back from break. And a couple of picks. Got a bunch of picks. All right, here we go. We teased before we went to break that there was a quarterback coming off to start the 5th round. Sam Howell, quarterback, North Carolina, off the board to the Washington Commanders of all teams. So, of course, traded for Carson Wentz.
Yep.
Now gets Sam Howell in the 5th round. Once upon a time, there was buzz. It was like 2 weeks ago. Oh, maybe Sam Howell might be the mystery third QB to sneak in to the 1st round. It didn't happen. We didn't even get QB2. So, off the board here in the 5th round, what do we think of the selection, and what do we think about Howell's tumble in the draft?
Oh, how do you not love this pick in the 5th round,
Yeah.
right? The pressure on Sam Howell to come in and be anybody's franchise savior or anything like that is completely gone. And you have a situation where, Washington has Carson Wentz, Taylor Heineke, that's it. They needed at least a third quarterback. And now they have a guy with some really intriguing appeal, with nice arm talent. He really developed as a runner this past year, a productive player in the ACC, and gives them just a nice developmental player to work into this offense and create a little competition and maybe catch something here, right? That's something that I really like. And so it's the 5th round. And so I think we talked about the curve that's ahead for him coming out of Phil Longo's offense and the challenges that are there. And I think that, this is a really good spot for Sam to go and not have to be rushed into duty and get a chance to develop.
I love this pick for a variety of reasons. One, you think about Carson Wentz and his inability to stay healthy. So I do think we'll see Sam Howell potentially get some games. And I know they have Taylor Heineke. He's an expiring contract, so he's going to be out the building next year. So Sam Howell has opportunity to really establish himself as the quarterback of the future in Washington if he can be able to take those next steps. But just in terms of the style of offense Washington's going to play and the ability to have a vertical passing offense with receivers like Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, who they got in the 3rd round,
De'Ami Brown. Let's
go.
go. Reunited.
Who's Sam Howell's old friend at North Carolina who consistently connected on deep balls. I truly think this is a great fit. Joe mentioned it here in the 5th round with no pressure. He can just take his time, develop, take his lumps and learn under Carson Wentz, which might be a bad thing. But I really like this fit with the Washington Commanders here and so late in the 5th round.
So let me get this administrative notes out of the way. We've had several other picks that have come in, and we have a couple of trades that have happened as well. The Rams are trading for Troy Hill from the Cleveland Browns.
Welcome back, yeah.
Back home. We had at pick 145, Darian Kennard, offensive lineman Kentucky, to the Kansas City Chiefs. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
We've seen some of the guys that Trey Smith last year.
Big time,
right?
yeah.
At 146, we had linebacker Micah McFadden from Indiana off the board to the New York Giants. The Giants picked again at 147 and took DJ Davidson from Arizona State. Chicago traded pick 148 to the Buffalo Bills for 168 and 203. And the Bills have made their choice, but I want to get everything else caught up first.
Well, leave me dangling
I got
here.
a
Wow.
bunch of cards over here.
Wow.
The Bills have made their choice. They did draft a pass catcher, and I'll leave it there.
Can we talk about some of these past picks? I'm gonna go.
So the first thing I'll start with, man, the Chiefs are drafting well. Veach, man, is doing an outstanding job, and Darian Kennard will be some insurance if Trey Smith, if his health issues resurface. Love this pick for him at guard.
Yeah, and I want to kind of go into Michael McFadden, right? Because this is a fun football player. If you watch him, he's a really good blitzer. He's a high-level blitzer, effective guy. He has really good closing speed, and he plays the game just a little bit reckless, right? But you kind of like that as a football player. So I'm excited about Michael McFadden with this Giants and being he's going to start on special teams immediately. You talked about it earlier with a core 4 guy, and this is kind of what you want in the 5th round, right? Like a sub package guy has a redeeming quality on the football field and a special teams player.
I don't think I've ever seen a linebacker blitz more than Micah McFadden. It's every single play. He gets home. He led the Big Ten in tackles for loss this year.
Yeah.
He's been really productive for the Indiana Hoosiers defense. So I like the fit here with the Giants here in the 5th round. To me, makes a lot of sense.
I would, Joe, Kyle, I don't know if you want to.
Did you cheat?
Didn't cheat.
So you have no idea.
No idea. And you know I can't lie, so I didn't cheat.
Who do you think it is?
James Mitchell, tight end, Virginia Tech.
With pick 148. By the way, 2023 fifth-round pick to Cleveland for Troy Hill. With pick 148, the Buffalo Bills draft wide receiver Khalil Shakir.
Oh, yeah, that's a
from
good
Boise
pick.
State. There's the evaluation on him. He was 5'1", 171, 196, ran a 4.43 verified. We had a mid-3 valuation on him as a player. They get him one of the first picks here in the 5th round.
Yeah, we'll just put him in the 3rd round, Terrell Bernard in the 5th round, and we'll get all that figured out right away here.
I think that this is an excellent pick for the Buffalo Bills, man. I think this is kind of an overachiever, sort of in the mode of Diggs, right? I think that he can be able to step in with his team and learn from him. I think this is a guy who can play both on the inside and now. He's competitive. He's got vertical speed and really like what he brings to that offense with Josh Allen.
No, I think this is a really good football player. I think the Bills just got a starting wide receiver. Like if they're going to be in 11 personnel, have 3 wide receivers on the field. I think they got a starting wide receiver in the 5th round. I'm really high on this guy. We didn't even talk about his contested catch ability.
Unbelievable, yeah.
And
without length.
Yeah, without length, right? And every quarterback can't throw that, like just those 101 balls and put it in a good spot for the receiver. But Josh Allen has proven that he can do that. As weird as it sounds like, okay, a jump ball, just throw it up. But every quarterback is not capable of placing the ball in the proper spot. But we've seen Josh Allen do it with Stephon Diggs. And I think he'll be able to do it with Khalil Shakir and really get the most out of it. So I'm excited about this. Like, this is a guy that I think should be productive immediately for the Bills.
Inside-outside versatility.
Yeah.
You talked about the route running. I mean, a wide receiver-centric offense, a guy that can come in. They've got some expiring contracts here. Jamison Crowder, kind of a one-year thing. And so he should, I think, within a year or two, carve out a nice role here in a high-octane offense that does really prioritize throwing the ball to wide receivers.
Think about what Gabe Davis was year 1 versus what he was in year 2, and you could probably see a similar result and not be surprised at all for Khalil Shakir.
Yeah, I'm just getting much better vibes from Joe about this pick than Terrell Bernard.
I can't lie. I can tell. You know what I mean? I got to be honest about the way I feel.
Okay, we have another pick. The Washington Commanders at 149, drafting Nevada tight end Cole Turner. Developmental pass catcher type. You talk about contested catches. Cole Turner's that dude, right? You get down the red zone. How many times did they throw a fade to Cole Turner on the 3-yard line and just ask him to make a play on the ball in the air? So that's the upside for Washington and Cole Turner. You got a chance to see him at the Senior Bowl. Really high cut, long body. But let's go ahead and talk about here the 5th round. This is kind of a tradesy type tight end, but a developmental kind of player.
Yeah, I mean, he's tradesy tight end, good in the pass game. Needs some improvement in the run game, but, again, I think for Washington, you're really looking at his ability to contribute as a receiver. When you think about who they have at tight end, you have Logan Thomas. He's a good starter, but, I mentioned on one of our scouting meetings, it's kind of bleak towards the end of this depth chart at the position.
John Bates,
so, John Bates, who they got last year, but other than that, it's not a lot of names. And so here in the 5th round, you get a guy with some upside who's athletic, can do some things with the ball in his hands. I really like this pick.
Yeah, I think this is somebody that steps in and immediately becomes the move to tight end for them. May not necessarily be a starter, but a 2 or 3 for him. They probably don't want to keep him in line and block him much. But he definitely immediately can give you something in the passing game in that aspect. So.
Pick 150. Houston traded up with Chicago and drafted Stanford defensive lineman Thomas Booker. This was another player who really popped at the Shrine. He really made himself a lot of money throughout the course of that week. And we've seen him play a number of different spots. He talked with TDN about his versatility and how that's an appeal. And for Houston, who's a little bit of a blank slate in the trenches, Brentley, I certainly think he's somebody who's going to find the field pretty quickly just because he can play in so many different spots.
Yeah, you saw him, play at 3-tech, 5-tech, even rush from the outside at Stanford. But I think his best position will be at 3-tech. He's an explosive athlete. He's has some good pass rush ability. But I thought the Shrine Bowl really really shined and showed his ability as a run defender and able to set the point of attack, beat blocks, locate the ball, and make tackles behind the line of scrimmage. And he's a really high character guy too, and I think that's a theme of Nick Casario's draft so far. I really like this pick. I love the versatility that you're getting in the 5th round. A guy who can wear many hats as Houston continues to look to build and rebuild this defensive line.
He's a 4-3 penetration style, 3 technique all day long in my book, and I think that's exactly what he's going to be asked to do in this Houston defense.
Yes.
I feel like you had something to say there. Go ahead.
No. I was agreeing with you, but I was going to talk about just the Houston Texas draft class too, and it's talking about getting this guy in the 5th round, right? Like this is another guy that's probably going to turn into a starter. Like Thomas Booker, he's a very well put together defensive lineman. Like you said, we talked about his pass rush ability, but then there's also ability to stop the run. So he doesn't have many holes in his game. Like if this guy would have went in the 3rd round, I wouldn't have been surprised neither. So to get this player in the 5th round, like Joe, you talked about this scheme, I think is a great fit, and this player should be happy because he definitely has a path to success in the NFL.
In terms of the trade, Chicago getting 166 and 207 back for 150. So it's a pretty even deal just on the surface level, but this was certainly 16 spots and giving up 207. You could tell Houston liked this player, and they've gone after a bunch of really physical players in general. I think that's kind of the clear identity of a lot of what they've covered. You think about Kenyon Green on the offensive side of the ball, and now Booker and
Petrie.
Yep, Jalen Petrie. They've gone after physical football players for a team that was 4-13 last year, and really just needs a strong infusion of like young, sturdy players. Let's get an identity of any kind.
I
right?
agree with you 100% on that. And I was going to say this, that it seems as though this draft, we'll be able to say 2-3 years from now, like the Houston Texans will be a much better football team, just from where they are right now.
Pick 151, the Atlanta Falcons. And I'm going to come Damien's way on this one. BYU running back Tyler Algier, the choice for the Atlanta Falcons. Let's talk about what you saw when you did the deep dive on him, what you like about him, how he fits with that Arthur Smith offense.
He's a zone runner, so he fits that mold to a T. Thick build, strong, downhill, one-cut guy. Has some solid burst. He doesn't have that long speed or that next gear, but in the offense that didn't have a young running back, right? It's Cordell Patterson, Mike Davis. Really wasn't much there in terms of talent. And then, like I said, just the overall scheme for the way he's going to be able to bring to them. He's got solid hands in the pass game. He's not overly dynamic, but you just understand what he brings, what his skill set is, what he can do for your offense. Those short yardage situations, he's going to help. And I think also just pairing him with Cordell will help Cordell, because then what they use Cordell is just kind of like an athlete. They gave him the ball in the run game. They moved him out into the slot and things like that. So you can use both of these guys interchangeably and even play them on the field at the same time.
I wanted to ask you, Damien, because we knew they had to address the running back position, right? So do you feel as though this guy in this scheme can, evolve and develop into that starting running back for them?
I feel like for a committee, sure, but he's not. I don't think he's a long-term answer, especially looking at where we're going to see next year in 2023. It's going to be really difficult for them to look at Tyler Algier and this running back room and say, no Bijan, no Zach Evans, no Tank Bigsby. It's going to be really difficult to say, hey, yeah, Arthur, we're not going to take either of those guys.
It's just I was a little underwhelmed with the dynamic athleticism that he has, and that's kind of where I got stuck. Yeah. And you heard all these nice things about his ability to make plays and contact balance and his size and the production. And then when I got a chance to watch him on tape, it was like, okay, like I feel like this is just a big body, not just but this is a big body back who you could probably find a lot of alternative options to, who's not necessarily going to give you anything unique. And that was where I got stuck with him as a player.
He gets what's blocked.
Yeah. He's a gets what's there runner. But it's funny, I think I was talking to either you or Joe about this player, and one of you guys said, you can find this guy every year in the 5th round. right? And,
That's probably me.
And here
Joe.
here we are in the 5th round, and Atlanta found him.
Right.
So I think this is a good pick. They obviously had a big need at running back. You couldn't go into the season with Mike Davis and Cordell Patterson again as your 1-2 punch. I think this guy gives them a third option, and one that I think will be, as Damian mentioned, a really good factor in and near the goal line. Just looking at the Falcons draft, though, it's really interesting. Just a group of players. Obviously, they went London, Ebiketie, Troy Anderson, Desmond Ridder, Malone, and Algier. There's not a theme to me with any of these picks. None of them are relatable, which is interesting when you consider, the teams like Baltimore and Kansas City and Indianapolis, where I think we can find some sort of theme with their drafts.
Yeah.
Atlanta struggled.
I would, and to kind of second that, this was another roster that was depleted, right? And we like, man, y'all need high floor football players, but it kind of seems as though they went the other way. Like they took, I don't want to say gambles, but they may have took some gambles on some guys when they're really trying to fill out this roster that the gamble might not pay off, and you can't do that when your roster is this depleted. Like, you have to really evaluate the film and just get down to the core basis of drafting good football players, something we always talk about. So I'm interested to see, just moving forward, how this roster is going to turn out.
2 picks in the books. Denver, Dre, you mentioned this team is drafting every safety under the sun. They just drafted another one.
Another one.
Oklahoma's De'Aaron Turner-Yell is the choice at 152. And then Seattle at 153, cornerback Tariq Woolen, UTSA, to the Seattle Seahawks.
Of course, the Seattle Seahawks. Go ahead, Keith.
No, I was just going to say the guy that I thought they should have got in the 2nd round. They
Right.
got him in the 5th round. And when did Richard Sherman go?
Fifth
round.
5th round. Okay, there we go. So I think this is the exact same combination and situation. And then the Seahawks picked, was it Kobe Bryant?
Kobe Bryant, the 4th.
So they're building for the future now. They have guys that fit exactly what they want to do on the defensive side of the football.
Yeah, I was just about to piggyback on what's been said, man. I mean, I think we all saw Tariq Woolen going to the cover 3 scheme, and he did.
Yeah, I think this is obviously an outstanding pick. Good value just for what they're getting in terms of traits. He's 6'1", 6'2", ran a 4.2 40, long, athletic. There's a lot to work with here. I think it's just telling, though, that the NFL waited so long and left a player with this kind of physical attributes on the board all the way here into the 5th round.
He's raw, man.
I
He
get
is.
he's raw,
Yeah.
but we've seen of other players
I know.
a lot earlier than this that don't have this type of physical skill set that are also raw. So it is fascinating to me, but I think this is a home run pick by Seattle. Gets them a player that fits their schemes, a high upside guy for a team that I personally think is going to be in a rebuild. I like the idea of getting a player whose maybe best football is 2 to 3 years down the road.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, he's only played the position for 2 years, right? He's converted over in 2019, and Kyle and I had a chance to bring him onto the Draft Dudes podcast and got a chance to get to know him a little bit, and you could tell that just kind of reflecting on his last couple of years of his life, switching over, being part of a really good UTSA team, faring well for himself at the Senior Bowl, running a historically fast 40-yard time, the length. There's just a lot of intrigue here, but he does have to develop as a player in coverage, and that shouldn't be a surprise to anybody knowing that he's only played the position for 2 years.
Yeah, and listen, I'll bet on this guy, right?
Yeah.
Because one thing that when you talk about a wide receiver converting into corner, the number one thing you're worried about is, will this guy tackle, right? Because wide receivers, they're known to be more finesse type players and football players, but Tariq Woolen tackles, right? And that to me, that directly correlates to a want to, right? Like you want to play the position. You have a certain temperament about yourself, and it's going to lean towards, I think this guy's going to dig deep and figure out how to play the position of cornerback. So like Brentley said, 2 years down the line, we could be looking at a really good football player because he has all the physical traits. It's just up to him if he wants to become that high level cover 3 corner, which he's perfect for. He's perfect for that scheme.
So here's the fun part about the Tariq Woolen pick for me is when they got the 9th overall pick, there was all this conversation about, we might get a corner here. They'll probably like these corners a whole lot. And the debate was, traditionally, John Schneider and Pete Carroll, they wait for corners, right? They didn't sniff corners. They drafted offensive tackles. They took a running back, and then they got corners with their last 2 picks to start day 3. This is just the latest example of Seattle sticking to their principles as an organization and how they choose to attack constructing talent and pursuing skill sets for respective positions. You hear it all the time. They traditionally don't value corners high. They're showing you that.
Yeah.
But with the physical skill sets of the guys that they got, like, these are way more physically talented players than some of the other dudes that they've gone out, like other Big 12 safeties who end up playing cornerback for them.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, you have to love the collection of talent for Seattle. And they're a team that is typically not in alignment with the way that we see the players, and maybe that's concerning for us. But I feel like they've done a really good job of just collecting talent in this draft and kind of a transition year for them.
Yeah, and in doing this, right, drafting those players in those rounds, can we all just see the storyline we're watching Sunday Night Football, and then it's like, man, the Seahawks have these really two good corners that they drafted in the 4th and 5th round, right? And it's because, like you said, they stuck to their philosophy and principles, but then they also got football players with high upside, but that fits in their scheme. They wasn't high upside guys that just totally don't fit what they do. So I think they took a gamble on these guys. They got them in a good spot, and it definitely can pay off in 2 years.
Who do we think the Jaguars just traded up from 188 for to 154?
Trying to think who's available. They took linebackers already.
They got two. I'm sitting here looking at Damon Clark up there, and I don't think he's going off.
I thought they needed a safety in a big way. Is there anybody sticking out at safety?
John Ridgeway, thinking about
it's possible.
the interior of defensive line.
The pick is in. Snoop Connor, running back, Ole Miss. Yeah, I was looking at you because I knew we were going to get the reaction from you. They traded 188 and 198 to come up to 154 to get Snoop Connor from Ole Miss as their newest addition to the Jacksonville Jaguars backfield.
Confused, just a little bit. I like Snoop. He's a physical runner, a downhill type of guy. But you drafted Travis Etienne last year. You already have James Robinson. I don't know. Like, it just kind of threw me off a little bit to hear that name. Matter of fact, not just to hear that name, but hear it in this round. Like, I didn't expect to hear him until the late day 3, 7th round possibly. But again, you want to run the ball. You want to be like the rest of your division, right? You want to be physical, run the ball, play action, take some of that pressure off of Trevor Lawrence going into his 2nd year. So now you have a stable of 3 backs that, James Robinson's a physical back, Snoop Connor, then Travis Etienne can be that home run hitter for you.
Well, let's maybe talk about a pick we might like a little bit more. 155, the Dallas Cowboys. Matt Waletzko, offensive tackle from North Dakota. We talked a lot about the departure that they had of Lyle Collins at right tackle. Waletzko is one of the standouts of small school guys for me at the Senior Bowl.
Does this mean Tyler Smith is definitely going to guard?
I wouldn't say anything about a 5th round pick compared to a 1st round pick. They're not. I don't think there's anything we can glean from that. But I do think that Waletzko is a player that's only going to play on the outside, and I think to me he's more of a developmental type of guy that could be a long-term successor, maybe at right tackle. A lot of length, good tape at North Dakota, not Dakota State, just North Dakota. But went to the Senior Bowl and proved that he could play with the best of the best.
Yeah, I just think the proper position that you take a guy that you feel as though you have to develop with some traits, because he does have a lot of developmental things. You want him to get stronger, and then we know the speed of the game is going to increase for him coming from a small school like that. But I guess just the Dallas Cowboys knowing they have to address the offensive line issues. Maybe they're looking forward, looking down the line about left tackle Tyron Smith. I don't think this guy's going to immediately feel that need, but I mean at this point you're talking about the 5th round, right? Like we have to take gambles on some guys and see if we can develop guys and do they have those traits.
Which is what they did in the 1st round. Like Tyler Smith is a developmental guy too. He's a high traits guy, but especially
let's go. I would say so too.
Them,
But and I would say this. Obviously Tyler Smith is way closer to playing than what Waletzko is. I think this is a what you call a draft and stash, right? He's a draft and stash type football player. So man, it's pretty good pick.
I watched him at the Senior Bowl, and he's squaring up Epic Haiti pretty good on the edge. I know he's coming from North Dakota, and I agree speed of the game is going to be the big question for him. But I liked him as an early day 3 option for somebody, and I thought there might be an outside chance that he could start right away. So,
and they lost Leo Collins and they lost Connor Williams When
and
to
Travis
you
Frederick
guys.
retired last offseason. So, I mean, they lost 3 of their 5 starters in a 12-month span. You got Terrence Steele penciled in at right tackle right now. I would take let's go over Terrence Steele in a heartbeat. And I understand Terrence Steele has played reasonably well, but I think about what he was coming out of the draft not too long ago versus Waletzko. I think Waletzko's floor is higher than Steele's was when he came out.
I am a little surprised when we look up on our TDN draft board, Jameer Sawyer is still available.
Yes.
This is a guy who started 2 straight years at left tackle for Georgia in the SEC, and I know we project him inside to guard, but we've seen a lot of linemen go, and I think he's significantly better than a bunch of them. Just surprising to see his name still on the board.
We have our next pick, a 156, the Cleveland Browns drafting a running back, Jerome Ford from Cincinnati, staying in the state of Ohio. Obviously, Cleveland's very invested in the offensive backfield. They have run the ball very well. They have Nick Chubb there. They also have Kareem Hunt as one of the best RB2s in the game. But this draft selection, I mean, Jerome Ford's somebody I think a lot of us probably saw as someone who could be a viable running back by committee immediately upon coming into the NFL. And let's talk about the Cleveland Browns, their offensive backfield, and how Jerome Ford might find his home within that.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Kareem Hunt's an expiring contract, right? So there's probably some forward thinking there. I know Dearness Johnson had some flashes for them. And they got even some nice depth in Demetric Felton and John Kelly. So they're loaded, but I think that's important because this is a staple of this football team. They want to run the football, and they had some injuries in that backfield last year, and the depth was stressed. And I think a lot of times whenever you see teams have issues during the season with depth at a certain area, you could see them kind of, I wouldn't say overcorrect, but invest heavily there to not replicate those same concerns. And I think this is a player that kind of falls right in line. Jerome Ford, I thought, was the catalyst for that Cincinnati offense this past season. And, he comes into the league with a nice pedigree, like an Alabama guy that, obviously was just a crowded backfield. And he waited his turn at Cincinnati. And so he comes in with plenty of tread left on the tires and fits into this backfield. I think he does have a second gear as a running back. I like his opportunity to develop into potentially a meaningful backup to Nick Chubb.
That's where I was going. The fact that he gives them a different dynamic, right? He's a long speed type of guy. You get him out in space, and he can really take it home and hit those perimeter runs and really gash defenses. So Nick Chubb is going to pound the rock. Kareem Hunt's going to be that do-it-all guy because he's the best receiver in that room. And then you change the pace with Jerome Ford. And then when Kareem Hunt walks off in the free agency next year, you still have a complementary piece to Nick Chubb. So, like you said, forward thinking, and I like the pick.
Tampa Bay has traded a 4th-round draft selection to come up to 157.
They love this player.
They love this player. And when you think about the new head coach in Tampa Bay, Todd Bowles, what is he like in his corners?
Length,
physicality. Likes to tackle.
So let's piece those pieces of the puzzle together. Who do we think this is for? You can go up there. Go ahead.
They pull it up.
Go ahead, Joe. Just don't push the table over. Just yell it from the top of the rooftops when you figure it out. Yell it from the top of the rooftops. Dre didn't even need to look at the board. Zion McCollum from Sam Houston. Joe, why don't you grab that card for me? Do me a favor. I'm trying to get my steps in over here. Zion McCollum from Sam Houston State is the pick, a 4th-round pick in 2023 for 157 and 235. And this is a super toolsy cornerback. Let's talk about very much fits the mold of Tampa Bay's corners and how ready Zion McCollum might be to play or how much time he might need to get ready to play.
I think he's definitely not ready to play. There's some issues here with his instincts and eyes and awareness and zone coverage especially. But when you look at the corners Tampa Bay has and Carlton Davis, Jamel Dean, Sean Murphy-Bunting, they're all kind of long, those kind of linear corners, and I think he fits exactly in that mold. You think about Zion McCollum, 6'1", I think he ran a low 4.3 40. Like, this is an outstanding athlete. Good ball production, too. So, I mean, this is a guy who's high upside. You're getting him late in the 5th round. I think, to me, this is a home run pick.
And Jamel Dean and Sean Murphy-Bunting are both expiring contracts, right?
Get him in early.
Okay, so, yeah, definitely this is a pick to plan for the future at that cornerback position.
You're going to love the opportunity to see him develop with Todd Bowles. We have
Absolutely.
another selection off the board, 158. Seattle has drafted Ohio State pass rusher Tyreek Smith, which is an ad that I really, really like. Joe, you said tremendous. I'll go ahead and kick this your way.
Yeah, man. Like, he's a player that I didn't really know much about going into the Senior Bowl. And at the Senior Bowl, I obviously was paying attention to him. And I was like, this guy's got a little something to him. And, Kyle's like, yeah, he does. And so go back home, watch the tape of him at Ohio State. And I feel like there's a lot of appeal here as a guy that can affect the quarterback. I thought he had some really surprising variety with how he can win. I thought he had a decent amount of burst. I thought he had a decent amount of flexibility. And there's a nice little foundation here as a fifth-round developmental pass rusher that can come in and potentially be a DPR to complement what they've already added with a Boye Mafe, which I still felt like they needed more. They signed Uchenna Nwosu. They picked Darrell Taylor in the second round last year. But I thought there was plenty of opportunity to add players like this. And I think this is great value in the fifth round for a guy that I think has some nice tools and developmental appeal as a pass rusher.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think this is a really good spot for him because the Seahawks, they love to rush in waves, right, as far as their rotation. And even when they were in their heyday, it was never just a one primary rusher that got 12, 15 sacks, right? They hit you in multiple different ways, multiple different numbers. Yeah, it was just a bunch of different guys. So this guy in the fifth round who flashed us, like you talked about, Joe, he really flashed to us a high upside to be able to become a pass rusher. I think this is a really good spot for him. And if you're able to groom this guy, which the Seahawks have shown in the past, they can take some of these later round guys and get them to be effective football players, especially along the trenches. I think it's a really good pick and a really good spot.
Yeah, he's got a really pleasant amount of bend. He's led the team in pressures the last 2 seasons. He's got good instincts. He's just not the biggest. He's not the longest. He's not but he's a high football IQ guy. I think he's a high motor guy.
Exactly what I was about to say.
That's where you talk about rushing in waves, right?
Yeah.
And sub packages and a guy who's going to come in and be red hot. There's all these other 5-star prized guys at Ohio State that maybe are getting immediate looks and would be easier to kick to and defer to. But he has not gone away in that pass rush room. And ever since Chase Young left, Tyreek Smith's been the most productive pass rusher on a pressure basis for the Buckeyes. And I think him going into an environment in Seattle where he might get a chance to stand up from time to time. He might be the tilted hand in the dirt guy to the open side of the set from time to time. You can move him around a little bit. And now I don't think the ceiling as an every down player is super high, and that's why he's here in the fifth round. But as a rush specialist kind of player, I love what he can do within that front. Our next player is – we talked yesterday about how we need to send Chris Ballard a bet on traits hat or shirt or mug or something. Make a meme. I don't care what it is. The Colts at 159 drafting Eric Johnson, defensive tackle.
Super on brand.
Super on brand, right? This was a guy who was in the all-star circuit. We got a chance to get eyes on him, and you could see the first step quickness that exists with him. So let's talk. I got to go pull the card for him and the Chargers at 160. Otito Obanya from UCLA. So a couple of defensive tackles back-to-back coming off the board.
Well, Eric Johnson, like you mentioned, a penetration style interior player that has some nice ability to penetrate gaps. And, the Colts have done well for themselves going to the small schools. And that's what they're getting here, Missouri State. And, he came late to the Senior Bowl and, you kind of caught your eye a little bit there, go back to the tape, and you realize this guy has the ability to really, get into the backfield and show that first step quickness. And he's a very urgent football player. And so, Chris Ballard staying true to betting on traits and to, being willing to go to the small schools to find guys that can help his football team.
I like Eric Johnson a lot, and the thing that I really like about him is his ability to defend the run, right? Certainly, you see the good get off and so forth, and his ability to get in the gaps. But the thing that I saw was his ability to defend the run, and he was dominant, man. I think he's about 6'4", 300 pounds. He's got good length, so I really like his ability to play either the 3 or even 4-3-4 team, man. I think he's got a ton of upside on all 3 downs. So a guy that I did late, just about a week and a half ago, and he really caught my eye. So good player.
We want to talk about the UCLA guy. There's another guy that I think is a traitsy, athletic. He's another guy that I believe can penetrate also, right? Like he has that athleticism. Throughout this whole season, he really flashed at times. We'd be like, man, there's a lot there to really be uncovered. So the Chargers being able to draft this guy, because we talked about them maybe possibly needing interior defensive line help. They didn't address it earlier, but I think this is a good spot, and this is also a good football player for what they're trying to do. And then Brentley, you brought it up earlier. They have Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa too. So I don't know what this guy's going to get because they're going to be worried about double and triple teamers. He may get free rushes every single time. So he's definitely in a good spot.
No, I really like this fit, and you think about Jerry Tillery, who I don't think the team's super high on moving forward. He's an expiring contract. Getting another athletic defensive lineman in here that can rush from the interior, play alongside guys they sign in free agency like Austin Johnson or Sebastian Joseph Day, to me this makes a lot of sense. And the Chargers have an affinity for Pac-12 players, and so I'm not surprised to see this player be the pick.
So let's talk about a couple players left on the board. We have 6 players that we gave third-round valuations to: a quarterback, a wide receiver, an interior offensive lineman, an interior defensive lineman, and 2 linebackers. Carson Strong at quarterback, Damon Clark. This is in order of our valuation grades for them. Damon Clark at LSU. Those 2 guys, injury concerns are pretty notable for both of them. Jamari Salyer, who we mentioned a little earlier. JoJo Doman, the other linebacker, there's some size and injury questions with him as well. Kyle Phillips, slot receiver from UCLA, and then John Ridgway from Arkansas. These are our best available players according to our board. These are the only players that were given third-round valuations that have yet to come off the board. There's reasons and explanations for most, if not all of them. I know Kyle Phillips is a little bit more of a size-speed comparison concern as far as why he's still on the board. Jamari Salyer, I think, is the interesting one that either didn't have some kind of medical that we're aware of or the size concern that Phillips does. So as you guys kind of review how this draft is played out relative to how we have coveted the players and how we graded the players, what do you think? I mean, that's a pretty open-ended question, but this is a really good reflection point through 160 picks to kind of look at what's available here, what's been taken, and your big picture observations.
I think it looks good for us, right? I think that the guys we've evaluated have gone about where we projected them to go, generally speaking. So I think it's a great thing for us, which was a concern because when you think about the grading scale and so forth, and the uncertainty of if it would parallel with where you saw the player being drafted, I think this is a great thing.
No, I agree, and just covering the whole, the whole board, just from top to bottom. Obviously, we're not, privy to injury concerns, right? And 3 of the 6 are injury concerns. We talk about Carson Strong, you just mentioned JoJo Doman and Damon Clark. So that leaves us with 3 other guys up there. And the one guy that I'm, I guess, shocked to see up there would be defensive tackle John Ridgway, because I think, and these teams addressed it, and that's the crazy part. The Steelers, the Ravens, they really covet these type of football players. But it's also been a theme in this draft. I think at the interior defensive line position, we've seen these guys fall for whatever reason. Like Perrion Winfrey was drafted way later. Travis Jones was drafted way later than what we thought. But those are really good football players. So I think Ridgway just may be, a victim of, just that position, the NFL not valuing it. But I feel really comfortable with that grade because this was a high-level football player that played in the SEC and played the best offensive lineman. Like the same offensive lineman got drafted early. He played against those guys and really handled his business.
I want you to chime in on this specifically, too, because you and I have been doing this a long time together, and everybody here with varying different experiences of doing draft shows. You and I have done 5 of them together. And this is the first time we've had this visualization. This is how we're presenting the information. So I'd really love to hear your perspective on this, too, as somebody who we started out with a couple of computers scrolling around on an Excel sheet and just like, oh, we'll use my X-rated player.
Yeah, and I guess the overarching thought on my mind is that we have every player on the board, right? Every single player that we evaluated, where teams are going to have a condensed view of it, maybe 150, 170 players on their overall board. We could have stacked over 400 that we evaluated. And so I'm not surprised that there's always going to be players that we have a little bit more value on that are still dangling. But I do think that this is one of the better examples of we have less of that than usual, right? I think typically we could be at this point and say, wow, we've got maybe even a second-round value still on the board and even more third-round values. So I feel like it's a testament to the overall depth of our process with everybody involved, but also just our ability to evolve, as evaluators over the last several years.
We have our next pick. The New Orleans Saints are drafting linebacker DeMarco Jackson from App State. This is a fun football player, a productive football player. He was one of the leaders of that App State defense. I'll go ahead and kick it to you guys as I go ahead, grab the card for DeMarco and flip him over to the Saints.
Yeah, he's an interesting player. I think he's a former safety. He can run and cover linebacker. Obviously excellent in space. I like the fit for the Saints. I think he's obviously a lot of special teams value here as well, here in the 5th round. High upside player. I like it.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Well, they've got some nice players at linebacker, and Pete Werner and Demario Davis, who I think is an absolute stud. Zach Baun, they took in the 3rd round fairly recently. Andrew Dowell, one of the best special teams players in the NFL. And so I like their linebacker core, but I also like DeMarco Jackson a lot. I think that as you maybe consider that, how many more years do you have in Demario Davis, that, you might want to start thinking about having some developmental depth behind him that, is going to be an asset for you on special teams. And we know that the Saints are another one of those teams that prioritizes special teams, and they're going to have a nice cost control player that's going to be an impact player in that regard.
Yeah, I agree. And just paying attention to the Saints draft history, they do this almost every year. They draft the linebacker between like the 3rd and 5th round, hoping that, he can kind of develop into some type of starter. So I think this is just of the same ilk, right? I'm not sure if they're really into drafting linebackers with their 1st and 2nd round picks, but once you get to that 3rd and beyond, you know that you may see a linebacker fly off the board. So I think DeMarco Jackson is another guy that you can add to that mix, right, with the P. Werner and the Zach Browns like you talked about, and kind of just see if one of those guys really emerge, because Demario Davis, like you say, he's one of the best kept secrets in the NFL as far as talented football players. Like, he's a really good football player, but they've been searching for that guy to put next to him. In the past couple of years, they've had Quan Alexander, but obviously he's had his injuries. High-level football player, but I think they're looking for that young guy to really emerge and be that, that true inside linebacker to play next to Demario Davis.
And while he's developing, you can definitely play him on special teams as well, as someone that can come down and tackle. And I saw him at the Senior Bowl. That's really was my first impression and experience watching him up close. And he impressed me, man. Like his movement skills, the frame. I like what I saw from him.
So, like clockwork, we just got done talking about these 3rd round valuations. One of them just came off the board. We have ourselves a little run on undersized receivers. Denver at 162 drafted Montrell Washington from Samford, and at 163 Tennessee drafts Kyle Phillips, wide receiver from UCLA. Go off, Brent.
This is a really, really good fit for the Tennessee Titans, who obviously, again, traded A.J. Brown. So they're trying to replenish the receiving core and surround Ryan Tannehill with reliable pass catchers. And that's exactly what Kyle Phillips is. And I was definitely the high guy on him, obviously living on the West Coast. I worked for UCLA. I have familiarity with this kid. And he's a guy who I think can come to the Titans and have an immediate impact playing from the slot. Really quick, outstanding route runner. He's really good with the ball in his hands after the catch. And then on special teams, he's an outstanding punt returner. That's something that no one really talks about with Kyle Phillips, but he's really good at punt returns as well. So to be able to get a guy like this in the 5th round, where I think there's legit a role for playing time with Kyle Phillips, I really, really like this pick, like the fit, and I'm really happy for the player.
So talking about that and knowing that they drafted Treylon Burks, I think Treylon Burks has to move outside now, right? Like if you're going to draft Kyle Phillips also, because Kyle Phillips is that slot guy. So I think that's an interesting dynamic because you can't put both of those guys in the slot. So I'm somewhat surprised. And I think we know now that, you know what, the Tennessee Titans, as far as having Treylon Burks, you know, they're going to have to coach. They're going to have to get the most out of their first-round pick. They got rid of A.J. Brown, and they're going to have to figure it out when it comes to developing Treylon Burks into a true outside XY receiver.
Well, and Kyle Phillips, I think, is a very traditional type slot receiver.
Yeah.
You almost look at all of these guys, whether it's Robert Woods or Treylon Burks or Kyle Phillips, and say, well, you know, those are probably all slot types of players.
Move around a little bit.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see, like, this, you know, can Des Fitzpatrick, a fourth-round pick from last year, be an answer on the outside? You know, Nick Westbrook, difficult name.
Yeah.
That guy, you know, like who Josh Malone, another player. Like, who's going to be those guys that they can play on the line of scrimmage that's going to free up some runways for these other players?
We have a trade. The Raiders have traded out of 164. They go down to 175 and get 238. The LA Rams are on the clock. So, who do we perceive the Rams to be targeting here? Some of our best available include Carson Strong, Damon Clark, Jamari Salyer, JoJo Joman, John Ridgeway, Tyler Beatty, Jesse Luketa.
They still have need for edge.
Right.
They still need edge help.
I mean, looking at our board, who you have, Dre?
If they do need edge, Kingsley
And Igbare's.
is still on the board.
How do we feel about their running back room?
They've invested quite a bit in it recently between Cam Akers and Darrell Henderson.
They've all been
Yeah,
injured.
Sony.
Yeah,
They've all been injured.
Sony Michel. So I mean, but how many do you need to have insurance, right? Like, and they need 2 more, right? They need 5. They need 2 more. So, I certainly think a guy like Beatty would be a different kind of player. I kind of like some of these edge and linebacker options for them personally.
Our guy Dom Robinson is still available.
Yeah.
Don Robinson is super high ceiling. He's an older player, so that's one of the concerns with him. He's a wide receiver as recently as 2019, but he was really good at the Senior Bowl as far as the explosiveness that he provided and the length that he has. Jesse Luketa as a hybrid type defender, can play on the edge. He can play stack backer in heavy sets for you in heavy short yardage down and distance situations. Go ahead.
No, I would ask you because when you said Dom Robinson, we know he's a very, linear guy. He's tall, he has length, and that reminded me of edge rusher Leonard Floyd. So I wanted to ask you, how do those guys compare coming out of college? Because they've done a really good job with Leonard Floyd, right? I think because Chicago drafted him initially, and I think they got return on that investment, but the Rams have gotten much better return on investment in Leonard Floyd as a football player. So I was going to ask you, with y'all scouting both Leonard Floyd and Dom Robinson, how do y'all feel about those comparisons?
I think Leonard's a lot looser.
Okay.
I think Dom's probably heavier, to be honest. I mean, he's probably 250, 255, somewhere in that range. Leonard was, high 230s, and he was somebody who was a little bit leaner. We do have this pick for the Rams. It is a running back. Wow. Kyron Williams from Notre Dame. Love this player.
Yeah.
Interesting foil versus the other backs, right? Kyron Williams, I don't like him too much for his vision. So I think from a zone concept perspective, that's not where he's going to shine, but that's not where he has to shine in this offense. It's the pass-catching skills for him that I think really move the needle.
James White type of role, like just being that underneath, that quick hitting option for Matthew Stafford. You can motion him into the slot, let him run a variety of routes underneath against linebackers. That James White's been my comp this entire time for him. Because James White's not a full-time running back. New England puts him in situations. Go back to that Atlanta Super Bowl where he arguably could have been the MVP of that Super Bowl as well.
My only thing about this pick, though, is that he's going to have a hard time rostering because if you're the third back, right, he's not going going to be an exceptional core teams player because of his size. He's not very fast. So if he doesn't have a prominent role on offense, he could very well not roster during his rookie year.
Just got to beat out Cenk Funk, and he could be the RB3 there with the Rams. Because, look, we've seen two teams now, the Browns and the Rams, two teams that their running back depth got stressed, go out here on day 3 and add guys that we think can come in and have a meaningful impact. And so what I like about Kyren, obviously, and this is something Kyle will always talk about, is pass protection.
Mm-hmm.
He's a really outstanding pass protector, and so I think that's his path to playing time. That's his path to dressing on Sundays. And I don't love Cam Akers or Darrell Henderson in pass pro, and so I think this gives him a skill set that's missing, helps them with their depth, and I do think there's a really good path for him to be their RB3.
Yeah, and I think this is the Rams showing everyone, like, while Matthew Stafford is the headline in this passing game, that they actually do commit to this running game. And I go back to their postseason. Their two most important games in the postseason were the first playoff game when they played against the Arizona Cardinals, and then the Super Bowl. Both of those games, they emphasized the run. Even when they couldn't get success against the Cincinnati Bengals, they still attempted to run the football because they understood balanced principles, right? And then it also helped Matthew Stafford stay comfortable. And quarterbacks get jitters. Like, that's just what it is. Even the most talented guys, they understand it's a big-time moment too. And so you've seen Sean McVay as a play caller, he emphasized the run. It was like, we're going to take our time jumping into this football game. So I see Kyle with the fist in the hand. I'm not sure if that's a Dolphins pick.
I'm vindicated. Vindicated. Minnesota at 165. Esezi Otomeo from Minnesota. I love this dude.
I like this player.
Nobody talked about this dude ever. I'm sitting here like, dude, this guy can ball. Like, what are we doing?
What is he, 6'7", 270 pounds, 35-inch arms?
Yeah.
He's your
Go ahead.
He's your prototypical 5 technique. He's not gonna be able to rush with speed off the edge, but what he can do is he can use power, able to long armed offensive tackles and really drive them back. But he's able to set a firm edge. He's outstanding in the run game, plays hard. I really like this player. It's an interesting fit with Minnesota. I don't know if I love him in a 4-3, Kyle, but I think his best position is the 5 tech. But I really do love this player. I think he's a really unique guy with a unique physical skill set. So yeah. I like him.
This is the Vikings pick?
Yes.
Well, I mean, with Ed Donatel now as their defensive coordinator, they're going to run odd front, right? They're going to do that. So I think
in that case, this is a great scheme fit.
It's an immediate upgrade over Jalen Holmes as far as a bottom of the roster player, and can push for, I think, could be a starting 4i 5 tech.
Right. Yeah.
So
player.
This is a good scheme fit.
No, 100%
yes.
then.
6'0", 5'2", 282 pounds, 34.5-inch arms. Everybody's sitting here raving about Boye Mafe. Mafe's a phenomenal talent. But the guy on the other side of the line, like, nobody talked about this entire time. Like, he's very clearly draftable, and he's very sturdy. Brentley, I thought you did a great job kind of painting the picture as far as who he is. And I love seeing him come off the board here at 165. I mean, this is a firm investment in a player who doesn't have a super high floor or a super high ceiling, but I think he has a very high floor.
It's one of those names where I just saw on our sheet, and I was like, oh, only one grade next to him. Let me just knock him out. And I came away very, very, very happy I watched him, Kyle. I think he's a good player. I think this is the perfect round for him to go to, and he stays at home with the Minnesota Vikings.
Y'all hung me out to dry there. Tyson Anderson is our next pick at 166. Cincinnati traded up to 166 for him. They gave 174 and 226 to come up and get Toledo's Tyson Anderson. We talked about that sub-block of safeties earlier today and how they were all kind of cut from the same cloth after the run that happened in the 4th round. And sure enough, the safety front has been pretty quiet other than Turner Yell coming off to Denver. And now we get the first one, and this is the one that we feel like has some second-level linebacker upside as a developmental type player. But you're looking at him, and he's probably your 4th safety who's going to play a ton of teams, but he can fly like the wind when he opened up his strides.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen with Daxton Hill, right, the pick earlier by the Bengals. And so Von Bell, if I'm not mistaken, expiring contract, and they got to figure out Jesse Bates. And not that Tyson Anderson dictates the future of either of those two players, but I do think we can have some level of expectation that this is Von Bell's final year. And so, like Kyle said, I think he's from day one your number 4 safety teams. He's going to dress. and then maybe he bumps up to that number 3 role if Von Bell falls off this roster after the season.
No, exactly. I mean, again, we're in the later rounds here, and so the key here is finding players that can make the roster, right? And as Jay was mentioning with Kyron Williams, there might be an issue if he doesn't playing teams. But with this player, we know he's going to be able to contribute on teams. And so for a team like the Bengals, who were literally just in the Super Bowl, finding a roster spot might be hard if you don't play on teams. And so I like this pick here in the 5th round.
And I think they've kind of emphasized the defensive side of the ball, and in the secondary, getting Cam Taylor-Britt as well, and Daxton Hill. Like, they've really emphasized Zachary Carter. They've emphasized getting tougher, more versatile. And again, what we've been saying this whole entire time, you literally draft and play to beat your divisional opponents to get into the dance. And I think that's kind of their pattern and plan for this draft.
Yeah, no, I love it. I really do.
So let's talk about a little bit more about Cincinnati and what our expectations were, because the run that they had this year, they got hot at the right time,
Magical.
right? They were a team that came on in the back quarter of the season really hot amidst what was a really crowded AFC North, and then the chemistry, and they made big-time plays and big-time moments in the playoffs. Is this the kind of offseason, in addition to young player development, that's going to allow Cincinnati to be a more consistent staple in the postseason picture, right? Because that's not something they've been for a really long time.
I think so, because it's all about the quarterback, and I think they have arguably a top 7-6 quarterback in the NFL today in Joe Burrow, and the assumption is he's only going to continue to get better, right? He's going to continue to develop with the receivers they have around him, and T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, Tyler Boyd. They're already a building offensive line. They went and got Lyle Collins to be their right tackle. They got Ted Karras for their center. They got Alex Kappa to be their left guard. I mean, that's a really, really good unit compared to what they tried out on the field last year. And then what we just talked about on defense, they've added Daxton Hill. They've added Cam Taylor-Britt. They've added Zachary Carter. Yep. These are all 3 players that I think will have day one impacts for this Bengals defense. And so I see no reason at all why Cincinnati shouldn't continue to be a name we talk about as a perennial playoff team moving forward.
So we've seen them and Baltimore have strong weekends this weekend, right? You think about Pittsburgh, we like what they've done. Cleveland with the big splash trade. Where does the AFC North stack amidst those highly competitive divisions? Everybody's been talking about the West for a really long time since the Russell Wilson trade happened. But how competitive is the AFC North relative to the AFC West and maybe the NFC West with some of those other teams?
I mean, looking at this, especially after this draft, because I think going into this, right, like the AFC West was the talk of the town, right? But now the AFC North, I think just with, like, the Baltimore Ravens, like, just straight knocked it out of the park. And then you still have the Steelers, who did really good. And then we just talked about the Cincinnati Bengals. And I think they're right there up there with them. I think it's totally different styles, right? The AFC North is staying true to who they were, blue blood, blue collar type guys. And they're going to punch you in the mouth when we talk about how much the Cincinnati Bengals devoted to the defensive side of the ball, Kyle Hamilton and Tyler Lindenbaum as far as with the Ravens. So I think they're approaching it with 2 different styles, right? I think the AFC West is going to be fireworks, right? You're going to get your 35, 40-point football games, and I think in the AFC North, they're building their football teams to win some of those tough, gritty defensive battles. So it'll be fun if those guys could kind of go up against each other, right? And it could be a boxing match. And like I said, styles make fights. So coming out of this, man, I think the AFC North have elevated themselves because they're rounded out their rosters, because the Baltimore Ravens, the Bengals, the Browns, it seems as though their talent was kind of getting kind of stale, right? Like that run was kind of coming to an end. But, man, you talk about a young talent infusion with these picks. I think AFC North is right up there with them.
There's no question about it. And in my mind, I've been sitting here thinking to myself, well, who's the best team, right? You have the defending AFC champions. You've got Cleveland with Deshaun Watson. You've got, the Baltimore Ravens, who I think for as much as they've added this offseason, it's about the players coming back, right? And Dobbins and Ronnie Stanley and Lamar Jackson. And Pittsburgh, I think that they might be the team that struggles, but they're the playoff team from last year, right? They went to the dance, and they did so with poor quarterback play. And I would think that Trubisky can maybe give them a little more than what late-stage Ben Roethlisberger did. So I think this is right there in the thick of the most competitive divisions in the entire NFL.
I think it's going to building complete teams. And I'm going to go back to Cincinnati because I had this point. Everybody likes to talk about Joe Burrow, right? Joe Burrow leading his team. But I'm all about building complete teams, like offensively and defensively. And I think the Bengals have done a really good job building out the defensive side of the ball. And everybody likes to compare Joe Burrow to Tom Brady, right? But we forget that Tom Brady had how many Hall of Fame defensive players? When you go to Richard Seymour, you go to Vince Wilfork, you go to Willie McGinnis, you go to Asante Samuel, you go to Rodney Harrison. Like, I could keep rolling these Stephon Gilmore. Yeah, you could just keep going. And I think the Bengals have identified that they haven't just rested on their laurels and like, you know what, we're going to hitch all of this to Joe Burrow and take us to the promised land, because I think that's where you end up with situations where you had this promising quarterback, maybe like a Phillip Rivers type situation, and you know how his career ended. Early on we thought Phillip Rivers was the guy, he'd have walked away with maybe 1 or 2 Super Bowls, but the team just didn't see complete around him. I would say the back half, right? Because early on he had some dudes, but the back half of it. So I think the Bengals did a really good job.
So we've had 2 picks that have come in quickly back to back, and there's one name here that really jumps off to me with the storyline that we had through the first 2 days. So Dallas at 167 drafting Fresno State corner DeRon Bland. And then at 168, Chicago drafting offensive tackle Braxton Jones.
Interesting.
So we really hammered Chicago for the investments and lack thereof on the offensive side of the football. Braxton Jones here in the 5th round. Toolsy player, but coming from about as small of a level of competition as you'll get for any player that's drafted in this year's class. So let's talk about Braxton Jones, Southern Utah. Is he someone – this was where they found Larry Borum last year, and obviously he played in Missouri. But let's talk about Braxton Jones and what he can and can't be for the Chicago Bears.
Sure. Jones is someone who's got great length, right? He's about 6'7". I think he has in the range of 34-inch arms. He can redirect his feet. He's good in his pass set. He's someone whose pass blocking is light years ahead of where he is as a run blocker. He does not bend exceptionally well, which helps him to not get vertical movement in the run game. So that's where he struggles. He's also not very strong. So that's an area where he needs to improve upon. He is a good athlete. He does have redeeming value in the fact that he is a good athlete and he has length. I think once he gets stronger, he may have some swing potential as well to play both left and right. But this is someone that they can groom and develop who may give them more in 2 years.
Yeah, I'm happy they finally went out and addressed offensive line. I think that's something they should have done early yesterday. You just don't often find starting level tackles in the 5th round. And I appreciate their attempt here with Braxton Jones, who is certainly a high upside, high potential type of player because he is so long, he has fluid feet, he's able to redirect, as Dre was mentioning, can mirror in pass protection and things like that, but he is just so raw from a hand usage perspective, needs to gain weight. He's going up against Southern Utah competition, so there's going to be a massive jump here to the NFL. It's just foolish to think he's going to have any sort of contribution year 1 and probably even year 2. And it's for a Chicago's Bear team that desperately needs impact starters along the offensive line today, tomorrow. I just can't get excited about this pick when that opportunity to potentially get a day 1 starter yesterday and help your quarterback, but chose not to. So finally happy that they took a lineman. Just wish it was yesterday.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, Brilliant. I know everybody's seen me get up and walk over there because I'm like, who did the Bears draft, right? Like, I'm trying to figure it out. And, I mean, they went defense. I believe they went Kyler Gordon, and then they went Jaquan Brisker, which is on the defensive side of the ball.
And then Velus Jones and Braxton Jones are their next 2 picks. And that's what they have to show for this draft.
Yeah, and does that move the needle for you, right? Like, do you feel much better walking into next season than
Defensively, sure, but
I think that they've done well with what they have, right? I mean, like Poles walked into a situation that was horrible, right? He didn't have draft picks very early on day one, right? I mean, so he came into a situation where the cupboard was bare. I mean, but I think that he's done well to maximize the picks he's had so far.
So I guess I would ask you, Dre, you like both of those picks moving forward to help out Justin Fields, knowing the situation, and listen to what I'm saying, that, you know, Justin Fields is in year 2 of his development, right? Like you've been in the NFL, you've been in the league. I'm just nervous about that. At some point, these quarterbacks, they become gun shy, right? Mm-hmm. And we all it became on national TV when Sam Darnold said, "What? I'm seeing ghosts out there," and that's because he'd been hit so many times. Mm-hmm. He had the ghost of every defensive player hitting him, like, and he probably jumps in his sleep at times, right? Because he's tired of getting hit. And so I'm like I said, and we talked about this maybe on day one. Like, man, like Chicago Bears, when Justin Fields was drafted, everybody was excited. It was like, for the first time in our franchise history, we have a high-level quarterback, and I'm just getting nervous that I don't want them to ruin that guy, right? And that's what I'm asking, Dre, is that going into year 2, how are we protecting our number one guy, the guy that's supposed to lead this franchise in the future?
That should be their primary objective, and your concerns are valid, right? I mean, you don't want him hit much. But the thing is that he came in, Poles came into a situation where he didn't have a lot of draft capital with a ton of holes, right? So you have to be really selective with how you plug those holes up. Yeah,
you just don't want him to learn to play in the NFL the wrong way. It's really hard to unlearn those habits.
It's a very real concern.
I would agree with both of you as far as Braxton Jones and the expectations as far as being a 5th-round pick. But I'd have also said that, I'm pretty sure I did say that about Larry Borum last year. And he started 8 games. And it had less to do with Larry Borum commanding time on the field and more about what Chicago does and doesn't have on the offensive line. There's a very real chance, though, that Braxton Jones might be a starter. What happens if Tevin Jenkins' back issues are come back up again? Yeah. Then he's probably the next best tackle on the roster.
Which is honestly a major concern. And this all comes back to
the decisions on day 1 and
day 1. Exactly, day 1 and day 2. Where, I mean, day 2 they didn't have day 1 pick, but yeah, I mean, I love Kyler Gordon, I love Jaquan Brisker, and I understand those picks. I really, really do from a talent level. Just, gosh, you had an opportunity to get starting level tackles on day 2 in round 2, and you chose not to. And if Braxton Jones plays, God bless Justin Fields, because I mean, I think it could get ugly for him.
It comes down to how you graded those players too. While we may think that there are tackles that can start on day 2, on their board there may not have been any starting tackles left. So
no doubt.
I agree. It's just so much of a big picture conversation that we can get into. Y'all, I mean, like I said, we always talk about this, drafting a quarterback when you're ready. And we knew the Chicago Bears team wasn't ready. They had Andy Dalton. Then everybody wanted
drafted one to try and save their jobs.
Yeah, and then now it's like kick Andy Dalton out of there, throw Justin Fields in there, and then now this is what we're getting, and now we're wishing we could undo it. You almost want to bring Andy Dalton back and be like, look, bro, I'm gonna give you $5 million just to take those 30 sacks that we're gonna give up and just sit down. So, man, it's crazy.
On the one hand, well, I agree. I also disagree because, okay, so if you're the Bears, you're really gonna pass on Justin Fields because you're not ready. Because I mean, you think about the quarterback class this year. The Fields will be the number 1 pick, right? And so
I was saying
don't play him. Okay, I see what you're saying. The issue is, I mean, they're trying to save their jobs. I agree with that.
We've had a run on picks here, so forgive me. I think Braxton Jones. Okay, we got we got a couple to get to.
Let's hear him.
Minnesota at 169 drafts Ty Chandler, running back from North Carolina. Let me finish. Houston at 170, Tegan Quitoriano, tight end from Oregon State. And Denver at 171, Luke Wattenberg, offensive lineman from Washington. I'll let you go with those 3.
Let me start with Ty Chandler to the Minnesota Vikings, if I got that correct.
The new man.
He's the new man of the Minnesota Vikings, and I love this pick. Obviously a team that is built on running the football with Dalvin Cook. I know Justin Jefferson's a superstar there, but Dalvin Cook, an outstanding runner. But his backup, Alexander Madison, who's been a really important player for them at times, he's an expiring contract this year, and I don't think they're going to want to have to pay him. Ty Chandler is the guy that can come in and be that very meaningful backup to Dalvin Cook starting in 2023. And probably, I know they have, I don't know how to say his name, Kene Nguanu. He was an amazing return guy that can be kind of that change of pace guy. But maybe Ty Chandler can help them a little bit more from scrimmage, help as a kick returner, but also develop into that RB2 behind Dalvin Cook after this season.
He also gives them more in the passing game.
Sure.
Too. You know, Alexander Madison is kind of the lesser carbon copy of Dalvin Cook in terms of just running the ball and being a good option to give Dalvin that rest, but they don't have that true third down back that can step in, take Dalvin off the field when you need to, and just allow a guy to change the pace, get in space, and hurt defenses in the passing game and be a reliable weapon in the passing game. Tyler Chandler, he fills that role. Now, I believe it was back when because he's a Tennessee transfer to North Carolina. If I remember correctly, watching the tape of Tennessee, they used him more as a receiver than North Carolina did. So he's talented enough to come in and be that change of pace third down back where I can't pronounce the other guy's name. That guy.
Really good back.
Yeah.
He the returns,
speed.
return specialist. He can fill that role. But I like Ty Chandler as that change of pace, dynamic pass catcher.
Yeah, I agree. And this is a guy, and it's interesting that you say Tennessee transfer because when I was watching, I'm like, man, this is a really, really good football player. I thought he was very smooth, right? Even when he was pressing holes and everything, he had really good feet work. And he reminded me a little bit of Arian Foster, like a guy that's not doesn't have dynamic athletic abilities, but they're just smooth in what they do, and they kind of just glide. And even he can get to the open field, but he doesn't have that home run speed, just like Arian Foster. But man, he was just a really productive football player. So man, we know that Dalvin Cook has some injuries at times, and then Joe did a good job outlining that they want to run the football, and just having this type of running back there available in the 5th round, I think he's a very productive football player. And don't be surprised if this is a guy that is backing up Dalvin Cook for a couple years, and then he moves on to another team, and then he's there starting running back. So I think he's a very good football player.
Just to be brief here, I like the Denver Broncos selection of Luke Wattenberg as a center who has some guard flex out of the University of Washington. He's nasty. It's tough. Not necessarily a great athlete, but you don't necessarily need to be as center and guard. But I do like what he'll bring to Denver, especially because he won't be a starter, but he's somebody who has some guard and center flex.
Dre, I think about one of the common themes about some of the day 2 offensive linemen that we talked about, and one thing that you referenced for a lot of those guys was he's got to get stronger,
sure.
Right? And when I look at Luke, I like his demeanor a lot. I like the way he plays the game. But the bite doesn't quite match the bark just yet, right? Where it's like I want him to get a little bit more mass and power on him because he's got, I think, a lot of potential, but he is somebody I think would greatly benefit from adding some mass and strength onto his frame. I don't know if you'd agree with that assessment yourself.
Absolutely. But again, he's someone who you won't necessarily count on being a starter, but he certainly needs to improve his strength and so forth. I think he'll do that.
Let's talk about this Denver class as a whole. Pulling it up here on the screen. We have it on the board behind us. They've picked 5 times already today, twice in the 4th round, 3 times in the 5th round. Nick Bonito, Greg Dulcich, Damari Mathis, Uwazurike, the defensive lineman from Iowa State, Delaren Turner-Yell, Montrell Washington, and now Luke Wattenberg. So when you guys look at that class as a whole, with Wattenberg being the latest addition and from top to bottom, how do we like what this team has been able to accomplish despite the premium assets that it gave to bring Russell Wilson into the building?
I like it. I think they've done a good job. I think they've got 2, again, impact players with their first 2 picks in Bonito and Dulcich. I think they've done a good job adding some good depth in Wattenberg and the Iowa State defensive tackle. I'm not even trying to pronounce his name. But I think those 2 players do provide some depth along the trenches. I would say that I'm surprised they haven't addressed linebacker at all when you consider the players they have there. I thought off-the-ball linebacker would have made some sense maybe in round 4, round 5, which they can still address for sure. They still have some names on our board that we like. So maybe that's where they go.
Yeah.
But overall, I think they've done a good job. But, this is a pretty talented roster. So a lot of these rookies aren't going to have roles because this roster is pretty loaded. But overall, I think they did a good job.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned just real quick, Dre, the linebackers that are still on the board, right? Because we can see the visualization right here and where the value is stacked. And linebacker is one of those groups that still has a we got 5 names that were low 3, high 4s that are still on the board. Now, various different roles that you could play on the second level, and not all of them are going to be scheme fits. But I'm sitting here looking at, okay, where's the best value pocket that still exists for best available players? And that bunch of linebackers there, I think, jumps out at me pretty well.
Yeah, you still got Darren Beavers on board.
JoJo Doman.
Jack Sanborn.
Definitely some quality depth there. I believe they brought in Alex Singleton from the Philadelphia Eagles, who's a kind of a tackling machine, but the upside, really, there's not much upside there for him. So I would definitely look at, if I was Denver, I would try to get someone like a Darren Beavers in the middle of that defense to bring that physicality to them.
As long as Baron Browning gets to start.
Right. We just need Baron Brown.
Start where though? Mike or outside?
Outside.
Yeah, you got to
outside backer
for sure. And again, I think their draft has been okay. Right, I think it's been okay. I think they've addressed some needs, but as Briley said, I mean, their defense had a lot of high-level personnel, and so you don't necessarily need a few of these guys to come in and play that early. But they did address edge, which could circumvent if Bradley Chubb leaves or Randy Gregory and so forth, that can help fill the hole Devon Miller left. I mean, so, but I think their draft's just been okay. It's been solid.
Denver is just such an interesting team, just when you look at them in relation to the AFC West. And I'd say for the past, call it 2 years, it's always, if they had a quarterback. Well, obviously they have a quarterback, and you think about the division and what the Chiefs have lost in Tyreek Hill, and I think that completely changes that team. You have the Chargers, who obviously got Khalil Mack. They got J.C. Jackson. They're hyper-aggressive in signing their own free agents and Mike Williams. And so they've had a really good offseason. And then even the Raiders, they got Devontae Adams, right? And that's the team that went to the playoffs. And I know people want to criticize the Raiders. They went to the playoffs, and they beat Chargers for a playoff game, essentially. So it's really interesting when you consider the AFC West, which my money is the best division in football, the most competitive division in football, where the Broncos kind of fit in, because I could see the Broncos winning the division, or I could see them finishing in last place, and it's not to their fault. It's just the way this division is set up.
So we've had 3 more picks that have come off the board, so I want to keep us moving here. Picks 172 through 174. At 172, San Francisco drafting cornerback Sam Womack from Toledo. At 173, the New York Giants going back to the North Carolina interior offensive line going with Marcus McKeithen. And then at 174, the Chicago Bears drafting pass rusher Dominique Robinson from Miami of Ohio. So I got some cards to pull. I gave you a couple names. Joe, you picked up on McKeithen pretty quickly. I'll start with you.
My goodness, Bobby Johnson, the offensive line coach for the New York Giants, is going to be busy this year with, remember Evan Neal, right, to go with Josh Ezeudu and now Marcus McKeithen. I think I've said about 1 billion times that I think this Giants offensive line could have 3 or 4 new starters. Now I'm telling you they're going to have 4 new starters, with Andrew Thomas probably being the only incumbent from last year. Mark Lewinsky, a veteran that's going to lock down that right guard spot. John Feliciano, your center. Evan Neal, your right tackle. And you have a lot of competition for that left guard spot. But putting this all together, this is a big task. Could you imagine just having this many new people that's new to an entire scheme and the techniques that Bobby Johnson is going to want to run there, and just trying to figure out, okay, we got to get our best 5, but we got to make sure that we're developing all of these players. And so you want to talk about a busy man in the coming months here. It's Bobby Johnson over there with the New York Giants, and they needed this, right? We've talked about how it's make or break year for Saquon Barkley, make or break year for Daniel Jones, and if you're going to really give them a chance to show you what they have, you better make sure they have an offensive line. And it's certainly not going to be by a lack of trying here by Joe Shane to get some new pieces up front.
I love it. I love it. You want to build a team, you got to figure out the offensive line. And even here in the later rounds, it's a dart. You're throwing darts at a board, right? And if you hit one bullseye, it's all worth it. And so I really appreciate their emphasis in trying to add to this offensive line, trying to get this group and get the best player on the field, because if they're able to do that, now we can actually properly evaluate Daniel Jones, who's finally going to have time to drop back and have time to throw the ball. And if he still struggles in front of a good offensive line, well, clearly it's time to move on.
Yeah, and I think what they've done, they prepared themselves for whether Daniel Jones becomes the guy right now or the future guy, right? Because they know for sure, guess what? This offensive line will be in place. We won't make the same mistake that we've made with Daniel Jones, meaning that we bring in a quarterback that's a rookie or, very inexperienced guy, and we place him behind the offensive line, and then, like you said, he learns the game of football the wrong way. So I'm all for it, right? Because you're at that turning point anyway. This is a whole new regime. They didn't invest in Daniel Jones, but it's like, you know what? We're going to give you the best offensive line, see what's going on, and then next year they have the opportunity to draft their guy if they want to, and then knowing that they're going to give their guy the best opportunity for success. So I love the equation, right? Like, it wasn't just go receiver, because even next year, if your offensive line bad and you get a new quarterback, it's not going to necessarily help. So I just love their investment in the trenches and especially the offensive line.
You said Dom Robinson went to the Bears?
Chicago, and then we also have Matthew Butler off the board at 175 to the Raiders. So those are our next two picks, couple of penetration-style players. Go ahead.
I guess I'll start with Joe, unless you have a preference. I mean, I like Dominic Robinson out of Miami of Ohio. Obviously a former receiver, which is very unique to see them make the transition to an edge rusher. But this is a guy with a lot of upside. He's long, he's explosive, he can bend the arc. They use him more in a situational role, so he'll only have, I think, 4 sacks this year. But you saw it in flashes. And here in the 5th round, it's all about taking risks and taking high upside players, and I think that's exactly what Chicago was getting. And this is a guy who, if he reaches his ceiling, there's no reason why he can't be a 7 to 8 sack guy in the NFL, because he does have that athleticism in his body.
I want to talk about Matthew Butler
Yeah.
to the Raiders.
That's outstanding fit.
You guys probably remember me yesterday. We were talking about the Raiders. I was like, guys, I like what they got going, but I don't love this interior offensive line. I don't love this interior defensive line. So they had the room bugged. They heard me. They went out and got Dylan Parham.
Watched the stream overnight.
Yeah, clearly there's no other explanation for this.
That's a good point, Joe. I'm glad you made that.
Dylan Parham, right? A fantastic third-round pick yesterday to improve the interior offensive line. And then today they go and get, is it Neil Farrell, right?
Yep,
LSU.
And now
him.
Matthew Butler.
Right, really nice complementary players where you have your space-eating nose to play over, in the A-gaps, and now you have a penetration-style player in Matthew Butler who I have a lot of respect for. I think that Tennessee program has been through a lot of attrition over the years. And to see players like him and Alontae Taylor stick with it, I mean, everyone else left, right? They all went to Oklahoma or other places, Alabama, To'o. But those guys stuck through with it, and I thought they still found ways to get better despite a lot of inconsistency with the coaching staff. And I think Butler is obviously a nice athlete. He's got penetration ability, but he's a nice technically refined player that shows good football intelligence. And so, I don't think that this is going to be the savior of the Raiders defense or anything like that, but you got 2 nice young players in Farrell and Butler to develop and maybe become meaningful rotational players for your defense.
I just feel like this is a combination and blend of drafting for need, but also getting nice value. So, for the Raiders, and my mom's a Raider fan, so I follow the Raiders closely, and having to watch Mayock and Gruden draft over the past 3 years, and you just always left questioning why pick that player there. It's like, do they really understand value when it comes to the draft? But I think so far, McDaniels and Ziegler, they've shown me that they get that value, but also they understand, hey, like, we have specific needs to address, and they're doing a really good job.
We have TDN's top available player off the board. The Dallas Cowboys have drafted Damon Clark, linebacker from LSU, with pick 176, just a few picks left here in the 5th round. Obviously, the big story here is the spinal fusion that it's expected to keep him out for all of 2022. But he had a big jump in play, and he's one of those, of course, Damien's going to miss the reference here, first off the bus guys. Damien loves to talk about getting off the bus, right? You tell me Damon Clark's not a first off the bus linebacker when you see him up close and in person. He is every bit of long and dense and physical and Keith, I'll defer to you as somebody who spent time close to Damon as a part of the LSU program. But for Dallas to get this kind of value this late because of the medical and understanding, hey, we're probably not going to get him at all this year. But what that dividend may be, we had him rated as a third-round prospect without adjusting for injury.
Right. Damone Clark can be a special player in this defense. And when I did the initial write-up, watching him this past year, I said, man, I said that this guy is, and I don't want to call him Michael Parsons, but it's Michael Parsons-like, in the sense of the fact of LSU moved him all over the front this year. I think he had 2 sacks to finish his season against Texas A&M. This is a guy that had over 100 tackles. He showed really good athleticism, closing speed, burst, so you can do multiple things with him. And I think in this defensive scheme, how they move Michael Parsons around, align him in the A-gap, allow him to blitz, align him at edge, allow him to kind of hit the edges some. I think Damone Clark can do the same thing. So the Dallas Cowboys overlooking the medicals and deciding to take a chance on this guy, I think will turn out huge dividends, because I think Damone Clark is just starting to scratch the surface as a football player. And then I'm telling you, they're getting one of the best people in this whole draft. Like, this is a high character person. Spent 5 years at LSU. He's probably top 3 guys for me as far as his character, his ability to, I guess, fight through situations that he's opposed to. So if I had to bet on somebody to come back from this injury and turn out to be a good football player, it'll be Damone Clark. So I think this is a really good pick. Also, need, right? We've had this conversation about what are they going to do? They have Jabril Cox, another LSU guy. It's Michael Parsons. Man, he might be Khalil Mack if you put him on the edge, but they don't have any more linebackers, right? So you have to put him at stack backer. So I think they were able to fill a positional need with getting Damone Clark also.
Yeah, this is a regime and a franchise that hasn't shied away from injury risk too. Think about the Jalen Smith pick, right? So,
same exact thing.
Yep, and Jalen Smith turned into a quality player. Obviously, he's kind of become the butt of a joke lately because he really fell off, and the contract that they gave him didn't age well when he got into that second contract. And no, he was never the Notre Dame version of Jalen Smith, but at the same time, he was a productive football player for them. So, I think you see that parallel too, and it's hardly a surprise that Dallas, amidst the injury questions that exist with Leighton Vander Esch, who's had spinal and neck issues during his time as being a Dallas Cowboy, that parallel continuing where we're not going to let the medicals deter us from taking long, big, physical fits at linebacker, I'd expect it continues to pay dividends with them with this pick.
Yeah, it's almost interesting because I believe Jabril Cox had medical issues too coming out. So it's almost like if you're injured, the Cowboys are willing to take a gamble on you. Like, that's the path to getting drafted by the Dallas Cowboys.
We have another pick, and Joe, this is a brain guy for you. Detroit, 177. You've said this individual's name already today. James Mitchell, Virginia Tech.
Good pick.
Go ahead.
Lions, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, I like this a lot. James Mitchell, I thought, had a chance to really break out this year at Virginia Tech, but he had an injury just a few weeks into the season that kept him out, and then I think it kept him out of everyone's mind. But if you watched him early in the season, watch him back in 2020, you can see that he's got a really exciting pass-catching skill set where I think he's got good route-running skills, really good hands, yards after catch ability, and I liken him to a guy like Charles Clay. And Charles Clay had a great career, and, James Mitchell would love to have a career just like that. But, I mean, just in terms of how they win and how they can be used in a variety of different ways, and I look at this Lions depth chart at tight end. I mean, T.J. Hawkinson's obviously their guy, but, what else do they have? Garrett Griffin, Brock Wright, Jared Pickney. I think this is a skill set that complements T.J. Hawkinson very, very well, and I think that they got a player later than he should have because of the injury stuff, but I think he can be a really meaningful piece of this offense in a year or two.
Fun pass catcher, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and you mentioned the presence of T.J. Hawkinson and complementary skill sets, right, between those two guys. Think about Hawkinson at Iowa working with Noah Fant, and I'm certainly not calling James Mitchell Noah Fant.
Sure.
But as far as being able to play detached from the formation, being able to play off the line of scrimmage as compared to Hawkinson being the hand in the dirt guy, and how I would come out here in these 12 personnel groupings or these 22 personnel groupings, and they would put them on the same side by side, one on the ball, one off the ball, and how they could attack you with size and a little bit of speed and juice. And Detroit could probably find some inspiration in that.
Yeah, there's no question about that, and just opens up more options for this offense in general. And they've got nice complementary receivers as well, with the vertical guys in Jameson Williams and DJ Chark and Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's going to win underneath. And obviously they want to run the football with nice complementary players in the backfield, and DeAndre Swift and Jamal Williams. And so you really just like how this roster is coming together in Detroit.
What would be the over-under for the wins for the Lions next year? Because I think about this roster and the additions they've made this weekend, I would not be shocked to see them 6-7 games, six, 7 games. Right. I would take that, considering what they won, maybe one this past year, two this past year.
They were so competitive, though.
Yeah, a couple snaps and penalties go their way, turnovers go their way.
The Justin Tucker field goal that
give me a
bounced
break.
Off the upright for an NFL record-setting field goal that should have never happened. Right. Yeah,
and then in this division, right? I mean, I think the Packers will take a step back with no Devontae. The Bears are a mess. Yeah, the Bears are a mess, and the Vikings,
Don't say that too loud. Paige is still downstairs.
That was a little loud, wasn't it? But I think the Lions could be competitive. I really do.
We have another pick for the Dallas Cowboys, and I think Jerry's got the room bugged now. Another one of our third-round valuations is off the board.
Okay, Jerry.
Jamari Salyer.
It is John Ridgeway.
Ooh,
Arkansas defensive lineman.
Man,
how much have we been talking about this Cowboys defensive line? It's what are all these little, small guys? Where's their dude, right? That's gonna. Here he is, John Ridgeway. I know you love him. Go ahead.
Nah. I was gonna say that I think Jerry Jones is finally starting to get this whole drafting players thing right, because he's listening to what I'm saying.
He aspires to be you, not the other way around.
Yeah, it's not the other way around. But I do want to get on that. The yacht, we still have to get that yacht thing going.
His house is pretty cool, but the yacht.
Yeah, it's definitely the yacht thing. But man, you talked about their defensive line, right? And it's been a minute since they've had that interior defensive lineman that really stood out against the run. Just that dominant, nasty, physical guy, and that's what John Ridgeway is. And you almost wish that, if he'd offered just, I would guess, average level ability as far as rushing the passer, then he would have went much higher. But when you talk about a guy that can just truly stop the run, he might be a top 5 guy when it comes to, I'm talking about interior defensive lineman when it comes to that, just as far as the technique. We talk about lock, peek, shed, lock, snap the offensive lineman in half and then get rid of him. It's impressive. And usually watching interior defensive lineman is not really fun, right? But it's fun watching him. It's literally fun watching this guy take on double teams and shed guys. So I think this was a really good pick for the Dallas Cowboys.
He is a junkyard dog, man. You put the tape on. You talk about that snap where he will literally throw you into the ground with just how strong his hands are, and that snatch and that ability to uncover at the point of attack. Yeah. Now, there's some leverage consistency issues here, and I think that's probably a big reason why you saw – we had a couple nose tackles. Neil Farrell was one of them who came – Agbanya from UCLA, another one. Yeah. Those guys came off the board before him. I think Ridgeway's high-level flashes are better than both of those guys, but it's the consistency and the leverage and the pad level and not giving up his chest that is what Ridgeway, I think, is going to have to really work on.
Do you wonder if the level up in competition is maybe where that shows up? Because where was he before? Illinois State or something like that?
Yeah, he played 2 seasons in one. So he played Illinois State in the spring, transferred to Arkansas, and then played a whole SEC gauntlet. And speaking to that gauntlet, they played top teams. I believe they played LSU, they played Alabama, they played Texas A&M, they played, I want to say, Penn State in the bowl game, they played Texas. So they played Georgia, I believe, also. So They ran the gamut, right?
Yeah.
So you have no question about who this guy will be on the next level, because he's probably played against 15 of the offensive linemen that are on
drafted, this board.
that have been drafted in this draft.
This dude gets his pad level down. Holy cow! If he can consistently anchor and stay in that A gap and not get be the high man in some of those reps, that's where that potential really pops. We do have our last pick of the 5th round. Then we'll take a quick break. Green Bay Packers pass rusher Kingsley Enagbare, the choice. Obviously, you think about the decision to part ways with Zadarius Smith. Enagbare's a linear athlete in some of the same ways that we like in Zadarius Smith. Zadarius isn't the most fluid or loose, but Enagbare is super long. Yeah. He's super dense. He's coiled in short spaces. I think there's some parallels here for somebody who could play reduced down inside at times, and in the early downs you could put him on the run strength and make sure you're really going to win and set the edge.
Yeah, I think of value, right? This is someone who had some first-round grades from some people. Some people had projected him to go much earlier than he did. He is a bit stiff, turning in the corner. He doesn't bend exceptionally well, but I think this is someone who can come in and immediately be a DPR pass rusher in sub, and at least give you something there, and could grow into an every down 3-down player.
Yeah, I really like this pick because, I thought edge was a position they probably should have addressed a little earlier, just considering the loss of Zadarius Smith. But, as Dre mentioned, Kingsley Enagbaro is a player that a lot of people had higher than the fifth round. He's been a productive starter at South Carolina. He has really good length, good explosive first step. He struggles to bend. There's a lot of lower body stiffness there, but he works really, really hard, plays through the whistle, has good hand usage. So I think he'll be a guy that, as he continues to develop, he will be able to start getting home more often than he did at South Carolina. And I like his fit in this kind of defensive line rotation.
Yeah, you think about Quay Walker and Devontae Wyatt, and now you get Kingsley Enagbari in this group. This front seven added a lot of strength, a lot of explosiveness, a lot of upside to work with. But we're going to come back. We're going to talk a little bit more about the Packers and the rest of this day 3 of the 2022 NFL Draft. We're going to take a quick break, get a chance to reset as we get ready to transition into round 6. Let us know when you're ready.
So
What are you doing? You're on. Like,
when the waiter comes to your table and you got a mouthful of food.
right. How was the meal, sir?
Yeah.
I'll let you know when I swallow. So we've had a couple picks that have come off. First 3 picks in the 6th round here at the TDN Draft House in Las Vegas. And we have a big moment for Mr. Marino. The Buffalo Bills with the first pick of the 6th round draft punter Matt Ariza
There he is.
from San Diego State.
Punt god.
Do you want to do it?
The punt god.
Do you want to?
Yeah, we got to put him on.
Okay.
Put the punt god on the board.
Okay, you go ahead and you throw that up there for the Buffalo Bills. Let's hope he can hold his right. We also had Philadelphia trade up to 181. They traded 188 and 237 to go to 181 and draft Kansas hybrid linebacker, pass rusher Kyron Johnson, who was an addition at the Senior Bowl. Undersized player, but a lot of speed and agility. And then at 182, the New York Giants, with, in my opinion, one of their better picks here on day 3, they drafted Cincinnati linebacker Darian Beavers here in the 6th round. So we've got a couple of picks to talk about. I got a couple cards to pull. Joe, say whatever you got to say,
I'll
and let's
keep it quick.
move
You
on.
guys know the concern with
and we
Matt
can talk about Johnson and Darian Beavers.
The concern with Matt Ariza is that he wasn't the holder because he was a kicker and the punter, but he's called the punt god for a reason because he's a dynamic punter, big-time leg. And, I think he's got to get a little bit more control, right? He's got a booming leg, but controlling the leg. But the Bills, obviously, 2 years in a row with below-average punting and needed to address it, and they got a nice player
So
here.
who is going to be the holder?
Maybe they'll keep Matt Hawk around just only to hold. I guess he's got, however many months here, 4 months to really get his holding skills down.
No, I think that's a really good pick. But the one I wanted to talk about was Darian Beavers, right? He's your more traditional 2-down linebacker. Really physical in the box, really good tackler, good instincts in the run game, good eyes. I just question his athleticism and change of direction. I find it interesting for the Giants, who around earlier picked Micah McFadden, who kind of shares the same similarities of where they win and where they struggle. And so to me, it's kind of some redundant skill sets, but 2 players I do really like.
I think it really matters what they plan on doing with Darian Beavers, because if we're going to talk about Beavers as a football player, we also have to talk about, the fact that he may be able to rush the passer just a little bit, just because he has that type of size. But I do think this, Brindley, I think that with Micah McFadden, I think he was more of a speed guy, a blitzer. I think Darian is more of he's a downhill thumper, so he'd be able to kind of provide that presence, right? Like, we know one thing, if it's an Oklahoma drill, like he's going to come out the winner because he's heavy, 6'4", 250, 60 pounds. He's going to get after opposing offensive lines. And then also you think about this division that they're in, they have some teams that want to run the football, so you need a guy that can stop the run to kind of stop that bleeding, because we know that those teams in the NFC East are going to attempt to do that.
That's where I was going with it, Keith. Dallas wants to run the ball. Ezekiel Elliott, Tony Pollard. We just watched Washington, who already has Antonio Gibson, J.D. McKissick, draft a hammer in Brian Robinson Jr. last night. Philly has Miles Sanders and Kenneth Gainwell and Jalen Hurts in the run game. So Darian Beavers, putting him at that middle linebacker spot to even just play the 2 downs and play downhill will really help that defense and keep teams kind of honest on those first and second downs. Let's kind of neutralize the run a little bit.
Well, you guys see the smirk here?
Yep.
Something's going over there. I could talk about Kyron Johnson, but I think we want to know what's going on there.
The Patriots made a pick. So let's talk about Kyron Johnson a little bit. Let's give him his due. He's a fun player, right? In Kansas hasn't had a lot of NFL players the last couple of seasons, and he went down in the Senior Bowl, and he got after some really good offensive tackles. He got after Trevor Penning, of all guys, got underneath his pads. So let's go ahead and talk about his performance at the Senior Bowl, what he can do as somebody who I struggled a little bit as far as what the role with him would be because he is such a tweener. But you think about Philadelphia, they brought in Hassan Reddick. What a perfect player to serve as a backup relative to the size and stature and how his first step helps him on the edge.
Yeah, so Kyron, you go back to Kansas, and he played a lot at linebacker, but a lot on the defensive end spot, like legit just hand-in-the-dirt defensive end. He's 230 pounds. He doesn't have a ton of length, but this dude is a competitor. He's physical. I mean, his ability to win with first contact and just explode and convert speed to power to like give himself a chance to squeeze gaps in the run game. I mean, he competes his ass off. There's no question about that. And so I think he's got to be a stand-up player in the NFL. You're not going to make a living, being a defensive end in a 4-3 scheme at 230 pounds, but he's an explosive athlete, like legit 4-4 speed. And so develop him as an off-ball player, big-time leader, a guy that stuck with it at Kansas. And I think is going to be at least an outstanding special teams player that has some developmental upside on the second level.
We got 2 more picks. New England at 183, running back. Kevin Harris from South Carolina.
Good
This
Lord.
is, you mentioned the Damian Harris contract expiration, right? This is the kind of player, when I think about Damian Harris, there's some parallels as far as the physicality between the tackles. And then Minnesota at 184 picked a player that I really like, Vidarian Lowe, the offensive tackle from Illinois.
Nice.
Developmental offensive tackle, right? But you see the movement skills that he has, the length that he has. I really like that fit for Minnesota. So those 2 picks, Kevin Harris and Vidarian Lowe. Let's go ahead and talk about it.
If you're New England, you have Damian Harris, Ramondre Stevenson, James White, Pierre Strong, Kevin Harris now, who I think is a nice player at this range. And they also have J.J. Taylor. Like, how many of these guys are you going to roster? You're going to keep like 3 or 4 running backs traditionally. And so I don't see the vision here with this backfield other than they're just not going to pay Damian Harris, and they needed 2 guys to replace him potentially to make sure they have one. Like, I feel like they're so redundant with what's going on in this backfield.
Yeah, I really don't understand this.
I said it when they drafted Pierre Strong. I understood the pick from the change of dynamics. It still didn't make sense to me. This pick doesn't make sense to me. I don't know where they're going. Run like 13 personnel and just run the ball 40 times a game?
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up, because that's my question is, what does the approach here say about the vision for Mac Jones as the quarterback of the football team? We're sitting here talking about, okay, we got to go out and we got to get more pass catchers for Mac Jones. We got to really build out the pass catching core. You do bring in Devontae Parker. You brought in more running backs than you brought in guys who would be able to catch the football. And does this tell you, like, okay, this is kind of the expectation that we've had at this table since we had it last year in Atlanta, was Mac Jones is exactly what Mac Jones is and is going to be.
It sounds like they're setting things up because they see him as more of a game manager, run the football and play good defense, as opposed to allowing him to be the bus driver, right, and to lead and put the game on his shoulders.
He's the first kid behind the bus driver.
Yeah. Listen, a million percent. I've said this a million times. The more that team had to rely on Mac Jones, the worse they got last year.
Thank
and
you,
this
Joe.
is them saying, well, we better hope we can run the ball and stay in game. You know what I mean? Like what?
No, to pick, because I was, I guess, far left on this, and then you kind of brought it to the middle, and I want to take it all the way there. Now, is this a quarterback competition? You just drafted Bailey Zappi. And listen what I'm saying. Listen.
That's how you got the name Spicy right there.
Because explain this, right? Like, or are we saying Bill Belichick is this inept at drafting?
I think it's that.
Yeah, I would say that.
And that sounds crazy too, right? Like that you're doing this. Like, do you need this running back from South Carolina? And I know you liking him and like, man, he'll be a good backup to what they have now. I don't think they're in the same bracket as far as athleticism, right? Like,
no, they're not.
So that part doesn't even. And not saying that what you said don't make sense, but that part doesn't make sense.
That's why I'd be the backup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From a team building sport, and then you went in the 4th round and you draft, like we forget that they drafted Bailey Zappi with a 4th-round pick when it was still receivers on the board that you could have taken
To
that
help
could
your
have
actual
immediately
quarterback.
helped Mac Jones. So I'm not saying nothing spicy to be like, man, we have a
No,
quarterback
no.
competition. But what I'm saying is, what do you draw from this, right? And I think that's the confusing part. I just don't know. And every time they make a pick, I tell myself, man, I'm not going to get emotional. I'm not going to get involved in this conversation. I'm going to sit this one out. And then I find myself getting involved in this conversation.
He's on top of the table. I'm not going to get emotionally invested. But let me tell you right now.
Oh, man, I'm confused.
Yeah, and that's, you asked, what do you take away from all of this? And what I take away from it is exactly what kind of kicked off this conversation, is that the vision for Mac Jones is not to be the bus driver. You know, Mac Jones is going to ride the bus, but he's not going to be the bus driver. And then that opens up a whole other set of can of worms when you're in the same division as the Buffalo Bills, who scored 7 straight touchdowns on 7 straight possessions in the playoffs and ran you out of the building. Mm-hmm. Completely embarrassed you in the playoffs. Bob Kraft getting up in the offseason talking about how embarrassing it is that the team hasn't won a playoff game in the last 3. I got bad news for you. It's going to be 4 here in a minute.
Guess what?
Because your team's not any better than it was last year, and you're continuing to redundantly invest in the same
They
stuff.
also lost to a lesser version of the Miami Dolphins twice last year, which is now a much more improved Miami Dolphins team. What are we doing?
Put the fin up for me. There you go.
I would love to see Hard Knocks here, right? Like, like go to the Patriots, because this is confusing. Like
I was just doing a Bill Belichick impersonation.
we need to hear it. I would love to talk to Bill Belichick right now and give me an answer.
Well, you know, we just try to take players and tell them to do what we tell them to do.
But to the point of, okay, Mac is not the bus driver. He's the kid on the field trip. The issue I have with that is you literally drafted him 15.
Right.
Like, if I don't know if you guys remember, last year, leading into for the draft season, through the draft process, there were rumblings that Bill Belichick was throwing out there that if Justin Fields fell, I'm going to move up and get him, right? There always talks about when he wanted to move away from Tom Brady, he wanted a mobile quarterback. No, he got a guy that's less mobile than the 44-year-old version of the quarterback he had, who had a worse arm talent. And it's like, now it's like, well, I don't really believe in you, so I'm not going to give you any weapons. I'm just going to give you more running back so I can run the ball 75 times a game, and I can rotate these guys. It's just,
okay.
I don't know.
We get about 5 picks that came in, so let's. This was
No
a
more
nice
Patriots
session.
one, right?
No more
Okay,
Patriots
good.
picks. This was a good session. We got it all out. I know Joe's patiently been waiting on bated breath for this pick here at 185. I'm sure he saw it on his.
I don't know it, so this will be a pure reaction.
With pick 185, Buffalo has drafted cornerback
Double dipping.
Christian Benford from Villanova.
Okay.
Small school.
Double dipping that corner. Love it. Villanova,
The
Sean McDermott.
Chicago Bears at pick 186 drafted interior offensive lineman, offensive tackle. He's a hybrid type, Zachary Thomas from San Diego State. At 187, San Francisco drafted Nicholas Zackelj from Fordham. And at 188, Detroit drafted linebacker Malcolm Rodriguez from Oklahoma State. Little undersized, very speedy, very rangy. You think about them losing Jalen Reeves-Maven this offseason, right? And I could see that that's my vision for him as a player. But we got a couple of players to pick from, whether it's Benford, Thomas, Zackelj, or Rodriguez. I got to go run and grab the cards. I'll let you guys divvy out who wants to talk about what.
I like Rodriguez, the Rodriguez pick, man.
Same.
Like a fluid mover, a fast mover, and a tough guy. Like he not just moves sideline to sideline, but I like him coming downhill against running backs as well. And he has no fear. He has a really strong temperament, and they needed another athletic playmaker on the second level of that defense for Detroit. I really like this pick.
Yeah, he's a tackling machine, man. He had like 125 tackles last year.
He pops all the time when you watch their
whenever
defense.
you turn on Oklahoma State Cowboys game, you see number 20. He's everywhere. I'm a big fan of Malcolm Rodriguez. He's a Dan Campbell-esque type of player in terms of toughness, physicality, instincts, competitiveness. He exudes all of those traits. And Detroit, man, I think they're knocking it out of the park. I really, really do. I think they're one of the clear winners here. And to get Malcolm Rodriguez in the 6th round, I think it's outstanding value.
Well, and I think that Rodriguez can come in and replace some of what they've lost in Jalen Reeves-Maben, who's been a fixture there, kind of in and out of the lineup, special teams. I think that's where he can make some impact for this football team. And they have a player they like in Derek Barnes. Alex Anzalone has had some injury stuff, and then just like a lot of depth, but plenty of players that are upgradable. And I like the staying power for a player like Rodriguez here in the 6th round in this Detroit Lions roster.
How about this 49ers pick, the Fordham tackle?
Yeah, I did his tape, and so I thought he's an interesting player, a guy that I think fits the style of offense that they like to run there in San Francisco. And we talked about this offensive line being a sneaky need here, and now they've double dipped here on day 2.
I think they needed to
with Burford and it's a difficult Nick Zalkelj. I think I wish I pronounced every name correctly. I just don't. They lost Laken Tomlinson, and I thought that their interior was upgradable to begin with, and so they've gotten some players here to get into the building, develop, and see if you can upgrade and have some guys in the pipeline because, they're McGlinchey's an expiring contract.
So
this is an expensive offensive line.
That's where I was going to go is McGlinchey.
Yeah.
He missed most of the year last year with injury, and even when he was healthy, he's been up and down. And so I thought if they had a first round pick or even in the second round when they picked Drake Jackson, I thought right tackle could have been a sneaky selection when you begin to forecast, hey, McGlinchey's probably not going to be on our roster next year, after the 2022 season. So I do like them double dipping here on the offensive line. I think that's definitely a need for them entering the draft.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I really would like to take this back a couple picks because I don't think we was able to address this player properly. And give him his just due for his talent. That was Minnesota Vikings drafting Vidarian Lowe. I think this is a really good football player, right? Like I think it's an excellent pick.
Who got him?
Minnesota Vikings.
Nice pick. Him and Ed Ingram.
That was the one immediately after Kevin Harris that got announced at the same time, but we were also blinded by rage that we completely forgot that we announced it at all.
I wanted to take it back, right, because I wanted to be positive. Right. That's what I wanted to do. I was going to sit out the Patriots pick, and I was going to be positive about Vidarian Lowe. But, man, this was really a really good pick, a guy that I think can start. He has really good feet, really good athleticism. And you talk about one of those year 2 guys, right? I think year 2, he'll be ready. So the Minnesota Vikings are quietly building a really good offensive line, just in case they are one of those teams also that decide to make that quarterback transition in the near future.
My colleague, Keith Sanchez, a man of culture, appreciating the Vidarian Lowe pick, which I greatly appreciate myself. We have 2 more selections as well. We have Amari Barno, the pass rusher from Virginia Tech, off the board to, of course, Carolina.
Oh, nice.
They would say here, talk about length and explosiveness, and then they go out and they get a guy with 34-inch arms who ran 4.38?
Unbelievable.
It's just an unbelievable height, weight, speed kind of guy, and a little finesse, right? A little lean throughout the frame and his core, and you could tell that functional strength and improvement there is going to be a big need for him, but they had success in developing Brian Burns.
Yep.
He's kind of the same build of a player of what Burns was at Florida State. Obviously, Burns did all the right things and is now up around 250, and it's really helped him tap into a more well-rounded skill set. And then Justin Schaefer, the offensive lineman from Georgia, is off the board to the Atlanta Falcons at pick 190.
Well, I want to talk about Barno a little bit to Carolina. Again, kind of on brand for them, long, explosive athletes that are a little bit underdeveloped. But, Matt Rule thinks he could teach everything else. He wants the unteachable, and he'll take care of the rest. And, they lost Hassan Reddick from this defense, who was a really nice player that came over on a 1-year deal and then parlayed that into a bigger deal with Philadelphia. And they really didn't replace him. I mean, they brought in some guys that could play with their hand in the dirt a little bit more, but as a true stand-up guy to kind of complement what they had in Reddick, and I don't think Barno's going to do that from day one, but from day one he can give you legit speed and crazy burst off the edge, and this type of player works in this Phil Snow defense. And so I thought this is a really nice range for him. They didn't, the NFL was disciplined and didn't overreact to the athleticism, but at this point in the draft, I think it's appropriate given the developmental appeal. What was the other pick was a good one as well that I really liked.
Justin Schaefer to the Falcons. Yeah. How about him coming off the board before Salyer?
Yeah, it's surprising.
Same thing.
It's surprising. It's really surprising to me. There must be some sort of medical with Salyer that we're not privy to, because for a player who started legitimately 2 full seasons at left tackle in the SEC.
Who you're projecting
Who you're
inside the
projecting
guard, where
inside
life
a
was going
guard,
to be
where-
easier.
Where his flaws that he has some will be covered up. I gave him a 3rd round grade. I mean,
Likewise.
this is a 6th round. Yeah, you don't see a play like that fall like this without injury.
The Falcons needed to address the trenches, right?
Yeah,
And
100%.
they addressed the edge, right? They got Ebiketie and D'Angelo Malone, but like legit like dudes that can play on the line of scrimmage. And this takes them to the offensive side of the football, where I think that their depth at a minimum needs to be challenged.
Would you agree this is like the inverse of what Jalen Mayfield is as a football player?
Yes.
Like, not as sexy as an athlete. I know Mayfield didn't test well, but I thought he moved well at Michigan. But the anchor was just not there.
And you saw that during his rookie year, man.
Yes.
He struggled big time throughout most of this course of the season. So I do like the addition of Justin Schaefer, who can provide a little more firmness at the point of attack as compared to Jalen Mayfield.
Oh, we got a fun one next. 191. Wide receiver Jalen Naylor from Michigan State off the board to the Minnesota Vikings. What's fun, my comp here is Emir Smith-Marset, who they took last year, right? And like Naylor was they had 2 productive receivers at Michigan State. Naylor was the one who ultimately came out in this year's class, and he's got good speed down the field. He's kind of that same silky smooth, kind of sneaky good route runner. He's not dominant from a quick twitch perspective, but he's somebody who, from a team's perspective, from the ability to win vertically down the field, create chunk gains. And listen, that's what Minnesota, when you think about this offense, and what you have in Justin Jefferson, and what you went after in Emir Smith-Marset, who was a big-time special teams guy himself. What was it, the USC game when Smith-Marset, where he scored like 4 or 5 touchdowns in that game all by itself, right? Like, capable of big plays in a number of different ways to touch the football. I think Jalen Naylor can add another skill set that's similar and overlaps, so that you have different players for different personnel groupings that you can execute the same concepts with. And that's why I like this pick for Minnesota.
Yeah, and it feels like Minnesota's got a lot of picks today. I feel like we've talked about them quite a bit. And I like what they've done on the offensive line. They certainly did their work in the secondary, but kind of coming back here and getting another piece to this wide receiver core, I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I guess I want to talk about the Minnesota Vikings just as a team, right? Because let's say 5 years ago they were really NFC North contenders, and then the past couple of years it's just kind of been that Kirk Cousins with a wide receiver, that type of show, but you didn't really feel them as far as being true NFC contenders. And just throughout this draft, I thought they've done a really good job just kind of, I guess, reboosting this roster, right? Like kind of regenerating some buzz around and kind of getting it going. On the outside, you have Justin Jefferson, you have aging Adam Thielen, but you have a run game. Then defensively, they've added some really good pieces. So I think that this Minnesota Vikings team is really rounding out well. And honestly, in the NFC North, that may be up for grab like it was no other in the past maybe 5 years, just because of the steps back that the Packers have taken. So I think the Vikings have put themselves in a really good position to really become the NFC North crown, honestly.
Yeah, and just continue to get younger and get more athletic on the offensive side of the football, so it's not just Justin Jefferson and the aging Adam Thielen.
So you think that Minnesota's ready to put some noise, some little bit of heat on Green Bay, first-year coaching staff, a quarterback in Kirk Cousins that I sort of feel like they've done all they can with. I feel like that was an aggressive take.
No, and what I'm saying,
I agree with Keith, by the way. I'm dead serious. I do. I agree with you.
Really?
yeah, and I'm saying this because the Vikings always could score points, right? Like, they can walk in a game, and Kirk Cousins, even how bad of a quarterback he is, his offense manages to score 25, 30 points a game. I don't know how they get it done. We feel how we feel about Kirk Cousins. They scored 25, 30 points a game, but I think they did a really good job rebuilding the trenches. So if they want to, run the football even more, and then on the defensive side of the ball, I like the addition of Lewis Sign, right? Then you have him with Harrison Smith, and then some of the other pieces that they've Zadarius Smith. They've added some really good pieces to where you can make the argument, right, that they may be the more complete, well-rounded team out of them in the Green Bay Packers. So I just think they've done a really good job because.
I like what they've done for sure, but I feel like this is like somewhat year one of their new phase with their new.
Don't you see a team with a new coach every year? Like, there's one that kind of gets a little bit of that lightning in a bottle.
Sure.
I think the infrastructure's there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They competed for the playoffs last year.
Yeah, they always win 8 to 9 games. Now we're just asking, can they get to 11?
And they're not even changing their scheme.
Green Bay's won 13 the last 2 years.
Listen what I'm saying. Can we agree that Green Bay is not as good as they have been in the past? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the Minnesota Vikings roster combined with Green Bay's, I guess, taking a step down may have bring it to a very even point, and the NFC North could be up for grabs.
I would say with Devontae Adams not being part of this offense, I have a little bit of concern about what type of production we can really expect from this passing game. But they have a Hall of Fame quarterback in Aaron Rodgers, and it's going to be a big job ahead of him this year to get on the same page with these weapons. But, with a healthy Bakhtiari this year, with a healthy Jenkins, I think their offensive line is going to be a lot better. And defensively, everybody's back and they found some upgrades here. So I think they might be better on defense, worse on offense, but their offensive line's better.
Yeah,
I don't know that the gap – I think the gap's still too big.
And I guess even speaking about the Packers draft picks with the offense, with the wide receivers, these aren't for sure guys, right? Christian Watson has a development element to his to his game, and also with Romeo Doubs they draft. Right. This is another guy that has a development element to his game, and we compared those guys to like a Marquez Valdez-Scantling and guys they've had in the past. And what happened with those guys? They weren't able to take that next step. They were the height, weight, speed guys. They just never became the true number one or even number twos. I think if I had to classify those guys, I would classify them as 2.5 guys instead of true number twos or even number ones. So
it's fascinating. It's fascinating to me.
I just think it's a great conversation, right?
We'll see. I mean, I am more in line with Keith. I think the loss of Devontae Adams is pretty.
You guys
significant.
think Minnesota's going to have more wins than Green Bay this year?
I think it's going to be competitive. I think it's going to be competitive.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be a situation where Green Bay is going to be the one seed in the NFC. They're running away and blowing up this division. I think those days are over. I think the loss of Devontae and
if that's true, then they've made a massive miscalculation bringing Aaron Rodgers back and paying him what he's.
Rodgers was on record this week saying that when he signed the contract, he thought Devontae was coming back. Like that was on record this week with Pat McAfee.
And Kyle had a really great quote earlier in the rounds. He said they're going to make Aaron Rodgers earn the money that they paid him. Way this offense is set up, you bring in two explosive.
They shouldn't have brought him back then.
We agree on that, but they did.
Joe extremely frustrated.
They very well might still win the
this is what you signed up for.
Yeah. 100% is. 100%.
And by the way, you have a hand selected by this regime heir at the quarterback position that you could have very easily passed this off to if you chose not to go that direction.
Correct.
So I get the sense that my colleagues here are thinking that this Packers team's about to bottom out.
I don't know about bottom out. They've set such a high standard the last couple seasons with 13 win seasons in each of the last 3 years.
NFC Championship games. Sure,
absolutely. But at the same time, I generally agree with the perception that the defense is a little more sturdy, but the offense is going to take a step back. Mm-hmm. Okay, and so if Minnesota goes from an 8-9 win team to a 9-10 win team, and Green Bay goes from a 13 win team to a 11-12 win team, and that's just one game, I think that's fair. I think that's a fair ask. And then a bounce of the ball here or a head-to-head win there, where you steal a game. And now Minnesota could be in a position where they could be an 11-win football team and they could be challenging for the NFC North.
The key for Minnesota is going to be their health, right? Dalvin Cook's going to have to be there. Zadarius Smith's going to have to be there. Danielle Hunter's going to have to be there. And that's where,
if those last two guys are there, what an exciting Zadarius Smith and Danielle Hunter.
Man,
those two guys are top blank pass rushers in the NFL.
If they're healthy, they're both in the top 10 or 12, right?
Okay, great.
But if they're healthy, I got a back injury with Hunter, and Zadarius Smith played 10 snaps.
Okay, then you could play the same game going the other way and say, well, then if David Bakhtiari's healthy,
sure,
he missed the year last year.
Yep. But they've already shown that they can win games without him.
But I would say this too. This offense has shown that, I'm talking about the Packers offense, that they can sputter, right? When they came out against the New Orleans Saints, I think it was like a goose egg or something, right? And then when they finished the season against the San Francisco 49ers,
with a 10-point lead
at home, that was a goose egg, right? So
is that week 1?
That was week one.
Week one, and then the last game of the year.
Last game of the year.
So to open the year and to close the year.
Okay.
It sputtered a little bit, and what I'm saying is this: if the Packers, if the Packers go, because they have to gel. That wide receiver core has to gel. It's going to take time. So is it realistic that out of the first 7 games they lose 2 or 3 of those games? Yes, because you have 2 rookie wide receivers that you're asking Aaron Rodgers to depend on, and both of those guys have raw elements to them. So that's all I'm saying. Okay,
come on back to me. We've had a couple picks that have come in. I want to make sure we stay in the queue a little bit. And there's one here at the end that's one of our 3 remaining third-round valuations is off the board. So with pick 192, Chris Ballard continues to dip into the traits in the small school bucket. Drafted tight end Andrew Ogletree from Youngstown State. At 193, Dallas drafted the other Oklahoma State linebacker in Devin Harper. 194, New Orleans drafted Air Force defensive tackle Jordan Jackson. And then the Chargers at 195 drafted Jamari Salyer, the offensive lineman from Georgia, comes off the board just a couple of picks after his teammate Justin Schaefer did. Brentley, would love to hear you talk about this Chargers offensive line and how Salyer can get in the mix. And I'm glad Keith was on the same page because he said, nope.
I've been asking about why Salyer's on the board since the early 4th round. I think he was one of our highest graded players remaining all day. And I think he's obviously really good value for the Chargers, but it fits a position of need, right? You think about Zion Johnson, their first-round pick earlier this week. He'll be able to slide in at right guard, which will then kick Matt Filer out to right tackle, but you still have a whole lot left guard because the team lost Ode Abushi in free agency. So Jameer Salyer, who we all project, who started left tackle 2 years in a row at Georgia, but we all project inside at guard, there's an actual path to playing time for this kid. And so I think this is a home run pick. Really good value, really talented player, and one that's going to make an impact to the offensive line.
Can we talk about the Chargers for a second? Because I really love this draft. 2 quality offensive linemen. And I said this yesterday, while we see some of these other teams not necessarily prioritize the offensive line for their young quarterbacks that are less proven than Herbert, they went out and got Zion and Jamari Salyer, and they've made some nice moves in free agency. Obviously, Rashawn Slater last year. So we have, and I love the Spiller pick, and you broke that down wonderfully of how he can complement Eckler and free up Eckler to do things that he does better. JT Woods, a pick we love at safety, especially with Nasir Adderley, an expiring contract. What does this tell you about the corner position? Because we went into the first round thinking that was in play there. And is this kind of a vote of confidence for Michael Davis that he could be that guy? I
think yes and no. I think obviously with the addition of J.C. Jackson, there was a little less pressure to go corner early. They still have Asante Samuel Jr. I think it was a matter of maybe how the board fell. I know Trent McDuffie was a name they really did like, but I think at the end of the day, having the ability to add to your offensive line and protect and build around your quarterback made a lot of sense. And then I think down the board, they've got good value with all their picks, right? So they're not forcing a corner.
Sure.
I still think corner is a position they would like to add to. And I think Michael Davis, they can get out of his contract at the end of next season. So that's something I expected them to do. But when you think about the value they got in J.T. Woods, Jamari Salyer, Isaiah Spiller, those are all players that we had graded higher than where they were selected. And so I think they've done a tremendous job in this draft. And really, again, just really building on your young quarterback, to me, has been a home run.
I'll tell you one thing. Those young offensive linemen are going to find out real quick in practice if they can block or not, right? When they got to go against Khalil Mack and Bosa. So they're going to find out real quick. And, and to that point, right, no game will be harder than practice for them just because of the guys on the other side of the football. Brentley, I wanted to ask you just as far as your viewpoint and stand, especially thus far throughout this draft. We know they're in a loaded AFC West. Where do you feel like this put them? Because, just talking about their season last year, they started off hot, and then, the head coach kind of had his own philosophy as far as going to 4th downs and, taking some risks. How do you feel about this team rounded out thus far through the draft and where they will be in the AFC West?
Yeah, obviously they have the quarterback. They have the offensive firepower. You have Mike Williams, you have Keenan Allen. You're going to be able to put up points. I'm not really concerned there. They've added more to their offensive line. I think they got better on offense. My issue is, can they stop the run? Last year they were a historically bad run defense, and it's really surprising when you consider Brandon Staley, who's a defensive coach, right? You wouldn't have necessarily expected that. They haven't done much to really make me feel a lot better, and their run defense is going to improve.
You should love Sebastian Joseph Day and
No,
Austin Johnson.
So I do, but the second level of their defense at linebacker is very, very concerning to me. I mean, honestly, if I was them, if I was Tom Telesco in round 1, I could have justified picking Devin Lloyd because I think their linebackers are a red flag. They lost Kaiser White, who was the best at that position last year to free agency to Philadelphia. You do have Drew Tranquil, who's a bit undersized, more of a space player. He's not really good at taking on shutting blocks in the run game. And then Kenneth Murray is literally coming off knee surgery, and even when he was healthy, he has issues with instincts, eyes, and toughness at the point of attack. So if they can get better play out of their linebackers in terms of run defense, I think this team could compete for the division. But if they can't, I think we can see Denver, Kansas City, and even Las Vegas run it down their throats.
I had a great point.
Listen, I'm going to let you finish in just a minute and give you my Kanye moment for Taylor Swift. But I just got done running laps around this damn place, and I don't want to get too many picks behind when I got to run the cards around, and then I got to double check who went to what team. So I have 2 picks to give you, and then if you want to make that point, that's great. And then I'm assuming we're going to talk about what Baltimore just did in stealing another player because they drafted Tyler Beatty from Missouri in the 6th round at 196. The Baltimore Ravens can think about Tyler Beatty replacing Justice Hill and that exact skill set. Holy cow. And then at 197, Jacksonville took Gregory Jr., the small school defensive back from Ouachita Baptist.
So, Senior Bowl guy. I know you want to talk about Taylor. Let me finish the one point here on the Chargers. And you mentioned the run defense. And one thing that when you have a quarterback like Justin Herbert, other teams want to run the football against you because they want to keep that dude on the sideline.
Exactly
He's
right.
a special. And Justin Herbert had like 600-something passing attempts last year. So I do think that you're really preaching something very important here where they need to get that shored up or else it's going to be clock control, keep Herbert on the sideline, and teams are going to test this. So I do think that there needs to be some urgency here from the Chargers to find a linebacker and maybe looking at some of the veterans that could be on the market.
Exactly right. I think that's where they go.
Yeah. Tyler Beatty, man. It's your dude.
Man, Baltimore is just, they're unconscious right now. They're just like knocking it out of the park. And you, like Kyle said, this is more than likely the Justice Hill replacement.
Who's done nothing.
Yeah, has done nothing since being drafted there. Tyler Beatty is a slasher, man. Good footwork. He gets upfield, got a compact frame. He catches the ball in the backfield. He meshes well with what they have with J.K. Dobbins, Gus Edwards. And now they stick to what they know. They have 3 tight ends again. Now they got 3 running backs. You got Lamar Jackson. This just fits exactly what they want to do.
So real quick, accounting note from the production booth. Ouachita Baptist 1, Texas Longhorns 0 through 197 picks.
Wow.
What?
Hate to see
Horns
it.
down.
Hate to see it.
Pick 198 is in Brentley. I know this is a player that you liked quite a bit. The Eagles have drafted Grant Calcaterra, the tight end from SMU, was formerly from Oklahoma. A school that butts head with Texas is quite a bit. So a little bit of poetry with horns down. Thanks, Joe. Calcaterra from Oklahoma, retirement with concussion questions, comes back SMU. The Eagles make him a draft pick here at 198, which is a little surprising given the medical questions. But there's no question from a physical skill set, he'd be a productive pass catcher.
Yeah, this is a talented player. I mean, if he didn't have to deal with concussions during his time at Oklahoma, I think he would have been, a pretty highly drafted pick, like a 3rd-round pick, because he does have that receiving ability, and he was so productive early on as a true freshman playing with Baker Mayfield. Like, that's how long this kid's been in college. He was catching passes from Baker Mayfield in the championship game. But I really like this player. The injury concerns are real, but he has really good receiving ability, runs good routes, good body control, good hands. I like him. I like his fit, playing next to Dallas Goedert, and as a guy who can do some stuff as a move piece, even play him in the slot. I like this fit for the Eagles.
I like it too, and I think it's good scheme. And we talked about Baltimore Ravens with Lamar Jackson, and for that same reason with the play action and, manipulating those 2nd-level and 3rd-level defenders, I think they need more tight ends too for Jalen Hurts, right? And I think, honestly, Jalen Hurts is like, okay, this your time now, right? Like you're loaded with everything. They gave you some wide receivers. You have 2 tight ends now. You have good running backs. So man, this Eagles team is, I think they're prime. They committed to a philosophy, right? And that's what we want to see. Like their philosophy fits around who their quarterback is as a player. And now it's time to just be like, okay, this is second year. We made the playoffs last year. We got boat raced by the Bucs because I think it came down to just having players and dudes. And then now they're trying to get those players and dudes and playmakers. So, man, you hand the rock to Jalen Hurts, and it's up to him to make the plays he needs to make.
We have another selection at 199, and this is a really interesting football player. We carried a 5th-round valuation for this player. The Carolina Panthers at 199 draft Cade Mays, offensive lineman from Tennessee. Joe and I have gone back and forth on Cade Mays quite a bit. Formerly of Georgia, transfers to Tennessee, and we were respectful with the discourse on this pick, but the question was like, Joe, why'd you grade this guy so low? Like, I think he could be a starter. So if you were to tell me there was a guy from this year's draft class who follows the Trey Smith pathway of being a mid-late day 3 pick who goes on to be a starter and a plus player on his respective line, I would say it's Cade Mays.
No question about it. And you think about like Pat Elflein penciled in to potentially be one of their starters at guard, maybe Brady Christensen. Obviously Austin Corbett's locking down one of those spots. Bradley Bozeman's your center. Cade Mays, man, a 5-star guy, Georgia, flips over to Tennessee, plays everywhere. He's played all 5 spots throughout his college career. I think Kyle and I both like him best as a right guard. But, yeah, when you talk about late-round guys that have starter ability, it's definitely that with Cade Mays. You don't question the power. It's just about control, right? He's a guy that I want to see him sit on his hips a little bit more and not rely so much on the momentum. But I think this is definitely a player that has the type of skill set that can develop into a starter. And I love you invoked the name Trey Smith, and I could see the parallels, man. I really could.
No, I agree with everything you said, Joe. I think Cade Mays can become a starter, and I like the position. I wasn't a part of that conversation about the right guard, but I agree 100% that's what this guy is. At right tackle, you can tell, like, you know when
he's way overextended.
Yeah, and you're like, you know what? You always
he doesn't trust it.
Yeah. Guys, you say the bumpers, right? And I think that's the perfect term for them because it kind of keeps them consolidated as far as in their movements and how far they can get stretched out above, their range. So I think at right guard, this really can be a starter. As far as the Panthers offense, Joe, and you can kind of speak to this most, they may need some physicality on the interior offensive line to kind of really get things going. Christian McCaffrey, we don't know where they're going with that. So I think just adding this type of football player in the 6th round was a good pick.
I think they got 2 starters in this draft between Ikem Ekwonu and Cade Mays.
Yeah.
Like those 2 guys on your offensive line, you're adding athleticism with size, and both of those things in both of those packages. And yes, Cade Mays at offensive tackle, like we alluded to, Joe mentioned, not sitting on his hips. He's so eager to get attached to bodies. Yeah. Well, put him inside where it's right here. And if I got a wide alignment guy, he's not my problem. I don't have to worry about him. And I think that really helps resolve the biggest issues that do arrive with Cade Mays. And it kind of comes back to what we talked about earlier today with Percy Butler, right? When you watch Percy Butler and you saw him as a defensive player, and then Joe watches Percy Butler and he sees him as a special teams player, and you come back with 2 different things, and I'm sure you evaluated Cade Mays through the lens of, is he an inside guy or is he an outside guy? Right. But it felt like your grade trended more towards these are the issues and the exceptions that I take because I see it when he's playing tackle, where I saw it from these issues exist, and I feel comfortable based on the rest of what he's capable of that they will be mitigated by playing inside, and I want to lean into the optimistic view, and that's what I'll go with my gut with it.
And he does have versatility, right? Like, I don't think he can maybe get you out of a game at right tackle, and he's played center. You have to love that component of the player as well.
So let's talk about Carolina's draft class as a whole. Here on day 3, they've done pretty well for themselves. They traded up for Brandon Smith, the linebacker from Penn State. They drafted Amari Barno from Virginia Tech, and now Cade Mays from Tennessee. Explosive athletes and a lot of prototypical length across all of those guys. I think that's one thing that jumps out to me, the physical traits. We've talked about Matt Rule and being a program builder and wanting the uncoachables, and we're going to figure the rest of it out. But this is a good embodiment of this, which I do think is interesting given the state that Coach Rule is in as a potential hot seat coach. I know Dave Tepper alluded to before the draft it might take Matt Rule 7 years to get the program right. But I don't think he's going to get 7 years if we're being honest. Like,
what did Matt Rule say about what was it, some singer or something? It took him however long to.
Oh, Jay-Z took 10 years before he went platinum or something like that.
Look, we're only 2 years in, baby.
I think Joe brought up something, though, earlier today, talking about how the Baker Mayfield trade, right, where, they were deep in negotiations last night, apparently, and for whatever reason, the talks stalled. And then right after that, they traded up for Matt Corral, right? And I just feel like it's so interesting because you can't run it back with Sam Darnold. And if you do, I think you're going to expect much of the same for the Carolina Panthers, in which case they're all going to get fired, and I just think that they're putting themselves in such a tricky situation with not making that trade for Baker, for Jimmy G, not trying to go for it, because Matt Corral is not going to be your guy this year. And you need a guy this year to save your job. And I know you guys talk a lot about it on Draft Dudes in terms of, okay, well, maybe the owner doesn't want to mortgage the future on this year, and he doesn't really care about Matt Rule and Scott Fitterer, job security. Then fire them this offseason. Don't bring him in as lame duck candidates.
Did we hear any enthusiasm from anybody who knew anything about the Panthers football team about the culture and the environment of what it is like to be inside the building right now?
No. I've not heard anything good.
No idea.
But so here's where I think we can really appreciate this Panthers draft class. And
then we got 3 picks, so go ahead.
Every time I want to say something. I do put a little bit on Carolina.
Yeah,
for not, because I think the holdup was not necessarily from their side of things. Like they wanted to bring in Baker Mayfield, right? They wanted to do this, and I know that there was mutual disinterest to start the conversation. The holdup was that they wanted Cleveland to eat more of his contract than they would take on, and I would counter with saying that Carolina had the most cap space in the league.
It's not about the cap space. It's about the money. If you're Dave Tepper, are you not tired of flushing money down the toilet because you make impulse buys? I understand
I don't
he
care
dug
about Dave Tepper's money.
Right.
I don't.
But Dave Tepper probably does.
Well,
and he's like, well, I'm not paying.
Don't give Matt
I'm
Rule
not paying
$7
Baker
or $7
Mayfield
million.
and Sam Darnold $36 million.
That's going to be a whole lot better than when he has to fire Matt Rule with 3 years and $50 million left on his deal.
Maybe he's got that on the refrigerator on the little whiteboard there, and he's trying to set that aside to make sure he's prepped for it.
He'll pay his bills fine.
Okay.
Do you guys think Matt Corral's any shot at beating out Sam Darnold?
I don't.
Me either.
I don't think Matt Corral is a year one starting quarterback.
Therein lies the problem.
Right. So let me give the pick. Let me give the picks, and then you guys want to keep going. You can keep going. We do have an Arizona Cardinals pick, so we got one over here.
Let's go.
All right. So Sam Roberts, defensive lineman from Northwest Missouri State. 200 to, of course, the New England Patriots.
All right.
Came way off the board. I'm pretty sure you play them in week 1 in NCAA 14, right? Every year? That's that school, right? Keontae Ingram, the running back from USC, is the choice at 201 for the Arizona Cardinals. We got a head nod. And then Michael Woods II is off the board from Oklahoma to the Cleveland Browns.
So I'll start with Keontae. Keontae is a solid back. He's got good footwork and vision, good instincts between the tackles. Someone who runs with a strong base. Not necessarily a burner as far as deep home run speed, but someone who's probably most effective between the tackles as a downhill guy. I question the need though, because they do have, who they're really high on, and then they just re-signed Jonathan Ward, right? Who's a big back, who's young, who sort of fits the same mold. So I don't see a way that Keontae makes his roster during his first year, and I just question the pick overall. But good, solid player. They just don't have a need for a back at this moment.
I vehemently disagree.
All right, let's go.
And the reason why I disagree, I wasn't a fan of re-signing James Conner in the first place. Like, I understand that he performed well, but there were too many times that he had less than 4 yards per carry in games, 3.2, 3.1, 3.3, because he, as a 225 back, is trying to bounce things out like he's Saquon Barkley. So that indisciplined running style frustrated me last year. I like Keontae Ingram. I like having, adding him to Eno Benjamin, Jonathan Ward. I think it is a need because this is also a team that we kind of want them to run the ball more than they have been. So, and James Conner got banged up towards the end of the season last year, as a couple other guys got banged up too. So that gives us more insurance in the backfield with someone that can run between the tackle, who's one cut. He's a vertical cutter, once he gets into the second level. And he doesn't have that last gear, that third gear, but he's got more juice than Conner does. So that's another thing that we were missing. I like he could fill that Chase Edmonds role, but I think Keontae Ingram could be a nice piece if they actually run the football with these backs.
Yeah, so next I want to talk about wide receiver Mike Woods and him going in the 6th round. This is a guy that I really liked. I think I gave him an extremely high grade. I believe I gave him like a 3rd round grade. So I went all in, pushed all my chips in the middle of the table. I knew we were doing the draft in Vegas, so I went with it, right? And that's just because, man, this guy was extremely productive at Arkansas. Like, if you want to see the best version of Mike Woods, cut on the Arkansas film. And he made the transfer to Oklahoma, which we thought would have been even more productive for this guy. But obviously, the 1 year he transferred there, that's the 1 year Oklahoma don't know how to pass the football, right? That was just really bad luck by him, right? It's just an unfortunate situation. But I'll tell you this, he didn't have a quarterback in Oklahoma. He has a quarterback in Cleveland. And when you talk about trading away 1st-round picks like the Cleveland Browns did to get Deshaun Watson, you have to hit on these late-round picks. And then to me, especially at the wide receiver position, we just had this conversation with Aaron Rodgers and making receivers better. Deshaun Watson has to do the same thing. So they got David Bell in, I believe, the 3rd round, and then they come back and they get Mike Woods, to me, who has a high ceiling. I think this is a good job by the general manager and the rest of that scouting staff to identify those wide receivers that can help Deshaun Watson.
And the fact that they run the ball so much, he is a legit run blocker at the receiver position. He looks to pancake, just like legit latch and drive corner, so he fits in well with that offense.
Let's expand on that a little bit. We have to have 2 more picks. Running back Treston Ebner for Baylor, drafted 203 to Chicago. And then defensive back Theo Jackson from Tennessee, drafted the Titans at 204. But we talked, Damien, you mentioned blocking for the wide receiver position, and that's not something anybody immediately associates with the position. But I would like this table to talk a little bit about, specifically for late round players at the skill positions, why that kind of physicality, approach, demeanor, why it matters, how it can move the needle for teams, and how it can help separate you in that crowded pool of wide receiver 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in the offseason roster.
Sure. So the first thing is this: if you're a player that's drafted that late, like you're trying to create value for yourself, right, and you want to do something or bring something to the table that the team doesn't currently already have, and so starting receivers who are getting the ball much don't really like to block, a whole lot, right? Like they'll do it, engage for a second and then just kind of shed, but they're not really passionate about it. And to be able to run the ball effectively and break long runs, you have to have your receivers on the outside of the block, right? So it's an important skill set. It is a dirty job that like starting receivers don't really like to do. So it's a way that you can make the team, as well as by playing core teams, by creating value for yourself, doing something that the guys who are starters and day in, day out players actually aren't doing.
And I'd say that translates really well to special teams when you have that type of play temperament to get after people. That's going to help you dress and get down and cover kicks and punts. And, in some situations where you maybe want to pull some of your top targets in the passing game off the field, you could put these guys into some situations where it's going to be a run play, and they can kind of take some of those reps away from your go-to pass catchers.
No, like I said, and it's a simple fact of the matter, like that dirty work, right? And a lot of, like Dre said, a lot of receivers don't like to get dirty in that regard, but just the way that it helps that offense, or helps the offense, period, being able to create soft angles and soft edges when guys want to get outside, especially for Cleveland, that outside zone type of run scheme. This is a thickly built receiver as well, so he's not going. If you want to bring him in motion, let him crack down on some outside backers and different things of that nature, or go up and get that safety, like it fits. And when a guy is willing to block like that, you said, then it translates to special teams. What that then does, opens up opportunities and ingratiates yourself with that coaching staff. And they're like, you know what? I really like this kid, not just his temperament, but his willingness to do whatever it takes to be on the team and get on the field. Then when you start throwing the ball to him and you see that he can, for a kid that is 6'2", but I think he's like 210 or something like that, that can actually run good routes and catch the football. Like I said, not really sure what happened at Oklahoma, because he was productive with Felipe Franks at Arkansas.
Yeah, I agree. And so I want to talk about the next pick. The pick Kyle already talked about, and that was Tristan Ebner to the Bears.
You're going to want to talk about the one that just came in, too. Over here. Okay. Over here. Houston at 205 drafts Austin DeCoulis, offensive tackle from LSU. And then at 206, Matt Henningsen, defensive lineman from Wisconsin, off the board to the Denver Broncos, which is a pick we'll talk about here in a minute. But I want you to talk about Ebner. We could talk about DeCoulis, and then we'll talk about Henningsen.
Okay, yeah. So Ebner at Baylor, he was part of a two-headed running attack, right? He was the kind of slashing type guy. He was the quick twitch, had the explosive element to him in that running game that was so good for the Baylor Bears this year. So I wonder if this is a sign that they may be moving on, from Tariq Cohen, because they're both smaller backs. This may be what that's a sign of. So that's what I thought was interesting, because especially later in the draft, when they start to have those type of picks, it's usually a sign for things, down to come. And then going to my guy, another LSU Tiger, we're doing pretty good in this draft, right?
A lot of players drafted.
Yeah, there's a lot of players drafted. So Austin DeCoulis, this is a guy, I believe he was 4-year starter. Has more starts than any other football player in LSU history. Like, he broke the record. Wow. So this guy has a lot of experience as a football player. Technique-wise, there's a lot that needs to be improved upon, but somehow, some way, he gets the job done. And I think that's why you've seen him get drafted, right? He's a big-bodied guy. He's 6'6", 330 pounds. He plays that right tackle position. Like I said, he has a lot of experience doing it. So I think this is a guy that just you get him in camp and you figure out how he was able to get it done in college. Can he do that in the NFL too, and just somehow, some way figure out how to get it done? So I think it's a good draft pick.
Yeah, he's an interesting player, and it feels like was it Brentley yesterday had talked about Houston kind of just going to the big time prominent schools.
Yeah, that was.
And it makes a lot of sense for where this roster's at. What's that?
Just means more.
Well, you're certainly getting players that are battle tested and can help carve out meaningful roles for your football team, where the Houston roster needs to create some type of an identity. I think getting guys with that are battle tested in the where the best football is played in the world from the SEC makes some sense.
Henningsen at 206. I mean, this is one of our 10 best players available at this point in the draft, and super athletic kid for a player of his stature, 290 pounds, and he plays that Wisconsin front. They play a lot of odd front. They give you looks where he's inside shade on offensive tackles, B-gap defender, and then he has his pro day numbers, and his pro day numbers come out, and he's an unbelievable testing athlete for a player of his stature. Didn't get a combine invite.
Yeah.
And he plays such a unsexy role in that Wisconsin front, which I think is funny because, like, Keanu Benton, the nose tackle who ended up going back, he had some buzz.
Yeah.
Leo Chenal had some buzz. Jack Sanborn, who's on the board, has been a productive long-term starter. You've heard a lot about some names here in this Wisconsin front. You didn't hear a whole lot of anything about Matt Henningsen for a really long time, but he definitely put himself on the map with his pro day testing. And then you think about how cerebral the Jim Leonard defense is and all the things that they ask you to do, from simulated pressures to manufactured pressures, and you put him in the Denver Broncos, where we already talked about them trading Shelby Harris, right, and looking for more players to complement the infrastructure that exists on the defensive line. I think it's a home run fit at this point. Think about Adam Gotsis from Georgia Tech and how he managed to find a pretty consistent role playing for the Broncos in that same kind of role. That's a player I see quite a few similarities to Matt Henningsen.
I agree, and I think this is, I mean, these are the players you want to take at this point in the draft where there's just a lot of traits and a lot of athleticism that comes with a player like Henningsen. And, you know, I think that this was a sneaky need for Denver to kind of get more players that can rush and really dictate the action up front. And I think with Randy Gregory now being part of this defense, with Nick Bonito now being part of this defense, and a player that can fit into the rotation in Henningsen, I think that this is really nice work by Denver here to kind of improve what they have up front on defense.
Yeah, it's just another good value pick, too. I mean, I thought Matt Henningsen should have gone probably a round or two earlier. Consider his length, his explosiveness, his production out of Wisconsin. He really flashed me at the Shrine Bowl. I remember I didn't really know much about him, but I'm like, Kyle, who's this Wisconsin kid? Like, this guy is winning every single rep in one-on-ones. So I think this is another home run pick by the Broncos, who are quietly having themselves a really, really good day today.
So we have 2 picks in, 207 Chicago Bears. They've heard the stream. They drafted Doug Kramer, the center from Illinois, to add to the competition, and he's obviously a local kid, so they know him very well.
Yeah.
The other pick is fun. It's another Hayward in Pittsburgh. Connor Hayward drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers at pick 208.
Wow.
So let's go ahead and talk about that. I got to go pull a couple cards.
Cam had just tweeted about that. He was like, if you know, about that last night, if his little brother came, like he was like, I'm going to go crazy if my brother gets drafted to Pittsburgh. Connor Hayward played fullback, H-back, tight end. He had some kick return, I believe, opportunities in college as well. And he's just a well-rounded player, kind of dirty work guy. You can put him at the H-back, that slice in the split zone action, catch the ball in the backfield. Heck, you put on the Michigan game. There's reps of him coming backside to find Aiden Hutchinson hunting him down on those splice blocks and holding the zone. And there's a clear height discrepancy between the two as well. So it's like those were some impressive reps, and just the way that they would use him in double wing sets. He's a really fun player, and he's going to add another exciting layer to that run game and passing offense for Pittsburgh.
Well, Pittsburgh's done the brothers things before,
Twice.
right?
Yeah,
Terrell
Watts.
Edmonds and Trey Edmonds, and then
DJ,
they're both
Derek and TJ.
right. So that's put
It's
it
like
put
the
it
Brady
in Sharpie.
Bunch.
If there's brothers coming through and the other one's on the Steelers, find a way to go to town. Curious a question for Keith, because I know you're really dialed in on Matt Canada and that offense. Yeah. Is this the type of player that you could see a role for, or is this kind of maybe a new wrinkle that could be added?
I think it's a new wrinkle more than anything, honestly. Unless I know Damon just talked about him being like a splice type player. Unless in that jet sweep motion, they want to have some, I guess, reverse action or something like that. Him some cutoff blocks and just kind of crashing down on that defensive end. It'll have to be a role like that. I'm not sure if this was like Pittsburgh just doing the right thing by their football players.
Maybe a little bit of both, right?
Guess what? He is a tough football player, though, right? So we talked about culture. He will fit in that culture, and then also with Najee Harris. So that you don't know if this is gonna be a different element for them overall. Have him and Najee in the backfield at the same time. Him maybe doing some different things to try to help Najee to create some running lanes too. So maybe it's a bit of that.
This is more Jalen Samuels and less anything else, right? He played running back for a stretch for Michigan State, and then he added on the weight and sacrificed to switch to tight end for the betterment of the team because the team needed him to. And I'll be interested to see what the final playing weight for him is. I mean, I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that he comes back down in weight and plays as a bigger back who's a pass catcher out of the backfield. So he's a really unique story and path. But, Joe, we have a Buffalo Bills pick in for you at 209. The Bills have drafted somebody from your region.
Okay.
An interior offensive lineman, Luke Tenuta from Virginia Tech.
Yeah, he's big. They love the tallest offensive lineman you can find. You go ahead and give them to the Buffalo Bills. Interesting player because he doesn't have the length you would expect for a guy that's like 6'8", really tall player. Got another player here in this pipeline for this offensive line to build around. I don't think that there's like starting jobs available, but Brandon Beane is always tinkering with his depth on the offensive line. And I think that stems from a lesson he learned back in 2018, Josh Allen's first season. You know what he didn't do? He didn't give him an offensive line. And ever since then, Brandon Beane has found every opportunity that he can to invest in this unit, and kind of fits into that Tommy Doyle, Spencer Brown, just really tall bodies. And, you know, Coach Cromer now, the O-line coach in Buffalo. Happy birthday to Coach Cromer. He gets himself a developmental guy to work with.
I was going to ask you, and I know you had the opportunity to speak with Coach Cromer, right, and talk some offensive line play. How does this guy fit in with that philosophy? 'Cause I know you were able to, have a deep conversation with him.
Yeah, he showed me all the techniques right there in that room. I didn't know how to respond.
You was a little bruised up.
Yeah,
huh?
I was bruised up, man. Cromer's shooting the hands, getting them fit, moving me out of the way. So, we got a good baptism there on Aaron Cromer blocking techniques. And so I think that's a really interesting foil, because I think that Tenuta needs a lot of work with his technique. But what this says to me is that he believes, right, because Cromer's very particular with the players that he wants to work with. And so he sees something there with this player that will give him a chance to come in and develop, and that, he must be wired the right way, because I do think he has a big technical adjustment ahead of him at the next level.
Joe, I want you to talk a little bit, because you're talking a lot about the preferences and the eye of Coach Cromer.
Yes.
He's a first-year coach in a new system that had a lot of pre-existing pillars of the organization with the head coach and the GM. Talk a little bit about that Buffalo culture from a collaboration effort that could empower a coach to come in and have that kind of input for that criteria right off the bat.
Well, it's a good spot for that to happen, because the offensive coaching staff has really been plucked with Brian Daboll going to the Giants and taking Bobby Johnson and Shea Tierney with him. And so you have a lot of new people in place here with Ken Dorsey, who's the OC, who's been Josh Allen's quarterback's coach for 3 years. But, Joe Brady now the quarterback's coach, and Aaron Cromer coming in to be this offensive line coach. And so you have a first-year offensive coordinator in Ken Dorsey, but you have guys with offensive coordinator experience in Cromer, Rob Boris at tight end. Mike Shula's now a quality. So there's so many offensive minds here that
Shula in Buffalo, huh?
So a lot of influences there to see how this team can evolve.
We have another pick. Pick 210, we're staying in the AFC East. The New England Patriots drafting Chasen Hines, offensive lineman from LSU, with their next selection.
Another one.
Another Tiger. So Chasen Hines, this is a guy that's athletic, right? He shows some athletic ability, can climb to the second level under control. He's a bit undersized. I think he's right at that 6'3" range, 300 pounds. And at his time at LSU, he flashed some really good ability. It was just inconsistent, right? Like, it's one every 8 to 9, 10 plays where it's like, man, that was really good. And then it's, like I said, it's 9 more plays where you be like, man, where did the technique go? So I think maybe, the Patriots, they feel like they can develop offensive linemen. They draft this guy. It seems like they're really committing to the run game, and protection up front. And maybe that is to protect Matt Jones or Bailey Zappi. They just want to make sure that's solidified, moving forward.
So this new QB battle.
So just at this position, I think it's a good pick, and it can have high return, and I think that's what you want, especially we're talking about the 6th round. So I think it was a very good pick. I'm not going to go off on the Patriots no more.
Three offensive linemen from the Tigers drafted, right? Ingram, Hines, DeCulis. I mean, is every player from the 2019 team now officially been drafted into the NFL?
Man.
They must have watched the Florida tape.
Right. It might be. That may be everybody. I feel like this because that was 2 years ago, so that may be everybody that was at least a starter, right? All the starters are drafted, and that'll be just a testament to just how talented that team was. And then, in my humble opinion, I do feel like that was the greatest college football team ever. I'm not biased or anything. Just
humble opinion.
Keith should have had the ring on today.
I was going to say, as Keith sits at home and polishes his national championship ring, I'm not biased, I promise.
I agree with you, by the way.
We have about
appreciate it, Joe.
We have about 12 picks or so until the end of the 6th round on our next break. So I want to have everybody look over to our draft board. We're getting a little light. And that's exactly what we hoped would happen, right? Because it means we're watching the right players, the players that are ultimately going to end up getting drafted this year. And as you guys kind of survey where the value exists, Keith, go ahead up, take a look. I had to hang them all up there, so I kind of have a vibe for who's who up there. But
receivers, man,
yeah,
it's a full.
There's going to be some really good UDFA wide receivers this year.
Oh, is that Justin Ross with the 4 on him, I think?
Yeah,
And he's somebody with medical concerns.
Yeah.
Guys, go ahead, throw some names out there that like you. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll put some others there. Bo Melton up here.
Yep.
Bo Melton.
Polk,
Makai Polk.
Kellen Eager, Charleston Rambo,
Charleston Rambo, Kevin Austin. You said Bo Melton already. Dontario Drummond. What are the names? Maybe not receivers that kind of pop. Lecitus Smith from Virginia Tech.
I thought he was the best Virginia Tech blocker, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Naturally, Jesse
Lucetta, good
Lucetta.
call.
and one guy I want to talk about too, and that'll be Florida offensive lineman John DeLance.
Good player.
Yeah, really good football player. I thought he was a high upside guy. And when we had that run on tackles where, where Darian Lowe went, I thought this guy was in that same kind of, I guess bracket, right? Because we even seen Zach Tom go from Wake Forest. So I definitely thought we would have seen him go by now. But I guess finishing out the draft, we definitely will be able to see another run on offensive tackles.
Dare Rosenthal from Kentucky. I mean, there's tools, right? Both him and DeLance that you mentioned, Keith, those are both like uber tools guys as far as their athleticism, their length, the movement skills that they have. I think that's one thing that pops for both of those guys, but probably a little undersized because Rosenthal came in at the combine at like 296.
Yeah, I have, and I want to, because obviously I know a lot about Rosenthal, and you've watched him. Like he's in your he's in your bracket, and him not being drafted right now, just on the film, what do you think could have hindered him from being drafted right now? Because, like you said, he's a toolsy guy.
Yeah, well, I would say probably off of his whole profile, the fact that he was suspended 3 straight years, he missed time with LSU before transferring to Kentucky, and then the fact that he's so raw from a fundamental standpoint. In Kentucky, this was really the first year that they had more traditional drop back passing. They had been a little bit more of a quarterback run option type team. Yeah. But this was the 1 year sample size that Dare Rosenthal had at Kentucky was this year, and he played well.
Yeah, he did.
But they like to pound the rock, and that really showcased his movement skills, his quickness, his ability to get on top of guys and just engulf you with his athleticism. But from a pass set perspective, he was a bit of a mess, right? So I guess probably the combination of the track record of suspensions previously before coming to Kentucky, and then his work in pass sets, which we saw Darian Kennard fall big time too, right? Yeah. It's because they don't take pass sets. So much of it was RPO. So they had Liam Combs, the offensive coordinator there. He's associated with the LA Rams, so you saw some parallels with that system. And I think there's enough boxes to check that can kind of – you look at the full body of work, and it all adds up as to why he's still here.
Mario Goodrich is still on the board as well.
Goodrich, good tape, right?
Yeah.
Good tape.
He had
170 pounds.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's one of the – I mean, I hadn't stopped a couple of these other small corners from coming on.
Cordell Flott.
Cordell Flott was a third-round pick.
Jack Jones.
We have our next pick. The Rams have re-entered the chat, if you will, and they drafted UCLA safety Quentin Lake with their next choice. Yeah. So, Lake, Dre, I know you've watched him a couple times. You watched him in the summer. Yeah. You watched him throughout the season. You watched him for the write-up. Let's talk about Quentin Lake.
Sure. Quentin is somebody, a son of a former Pro Bowler and Hall of Famer of Carnell Lake. Very instinctive, can play down. Not necessarily a guy you want playing in a single high role. Someone that the sum is greater than the individual parts. He's not going to wow you in any specific way in terms of speed or agility or anything. He's just a really instinctive guy. He's not even a great tackler. I think he's a good tackler, but someone who has all of the instinctive things, the instinctive components that you want your safeties to have.
Yeah, I like Q Lake. He's a really good kid, really good leader. So from an intangible standpoint, he has everything you want. But as Dre mentioned, he's just not necessarily athletic. He lacks range in the back end. He has some good instincts, has some ball skills and ball production. But, I struggle seeing the role here for the Rams. I think he's better playing more in the box where he's able to make some tackles and do some things in the run game. But they already kind of have that role, in my opinion, with Taylor Rapp. And so I struggle to see the fit. I like the player, but I do struggle to see the fit.
This may have been a pick just to make sure they don't have to call Eric Weddle again, right? just add some depth overall.
We surprised Carson Strong's on the board?
We are. We also have a former player that got some first-round buzz off the board. Darion Kendrick just got picked with the LA Rams. So this was a player who was at Clemson, transfers to Georgia. Let's talk a little bit about the de-evolution of him from a value perspective, right? I mean, it was not that long ago that he was perceived to be one of the top corners in the class.
Well, I think you have to start by, it's hard because, like, when you read a player's, initial write-up, you read his bio, you see he's a 5-star kid, and those things kind of start to shape your perspective even before you watch the tape, right? But I will say that he's someone who has some fluidity. He didn't test well, not very explosive or dynamic, had some ball skills. I thought just didn't perform well, didn't get his hands on enough balls. And I am shocked that he went this low, but I certainly didn't think that he would be a guy that would go on day one or two.
Dre, I would like to ask you, because I know you said I don't want to call him a limited athlete, but he didn't test as well as you would have liked.
He ran a 4.8.
Okay, well that's not very good.
He plays corner.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, maybe
It's a stopwatch position.
I wanted to ask you, so, and this is a very difficult question now, what is his path to success?
His path to success is he's going to have to play special teams. He's going to have to be a guy that I can maybe give you something as a 4th or 5th corner. But in order for him to roster, he's going to have to play special teams for sure.
Okay.
So that's an interesting 1-2 punch and foil with the Lake selection, the pick before, because this is the same team that picked both of these players.
Yeah.
And we are sitting here talking about, well, what's the path to making the roster, right? And Brentley, you're talking about for Lake, you feel like you already have this player on the roster. So and for Kendrick, he's going to have to play teams, right? And that's some competition between those two guys for potentially the same kind of role.
They must have really, really not liked their secondary coming into today. Think about Jacoby Durant. They went and made a trade for Troy Hill. Now back-to-back defensive backs. I mean, almost all of their moves have been trying to invest in the secondary, which to me I think is interesting.
I'll say this though about the safety spot. You don't necessarily have to be a 4-3 guy or 4-4 guy to play safety. Your instincts and the intangible things really help you to succeed playing safety, far more so than playing corner.
So we have about 10 picks left. We had everybody go up on the board. You had mentioned the name Carson Strong. Let's bring this conversation back to that as we wait for our next batch of picks. Carson Strong, Nevada, a lot of discourse around the quarterbacks in this year's class and where they might end up shaking out. And Strong, somebody who we knew the medical component existed with him, and there was a whole debate on the legitimacy of that and whether or not it held any water. But do we all agree that if it didn't, he'd be gone by now?
I think he would probably be drafted, but I know that the knee probably has something to do with it. And again, he doesn't really have great pocket presence though either, right? And that's something that's very important for a quarterback. But again, he does have redeeming value in his size. He's got a strong arm. Don't necessarily know how the offense he played in transfers to the NFL in terms of concepts. But from a physical standpoint, he does have redeeming value in his size, his strong arm. But you have a one-contract guy who has a degenerative knee, paired with the fact that he doesn't have great presence in the pocket.
To answer your question, yeah, I mean, without the knee, he's not available, in my opinion, right now. I think he has a huge arm. He makes accurate throws at all levels of the field. He's won a lot of games out of it, too. It's not like this is just a guy who has the physical tools. He's been a productive college player. I simply don't think he'd be on the board if not for the knee. But I mean, here we are. He has the knee, and this is kind of what we expected.
3 picks across the wire just now. The Atlanta Falcons at 213. Tight end John Fitzpatrick from the Georgia Bulldogs. They are staying close to home. Atlanta, not their first choice there from Georgia. We have Jasir Taylor, our next pick from the Wake Forest program. He was the pick for the Chargers at 214. And then Lecitus Smith, the choice at 215 for the Arizona Cardinals.
It's a good one.
Yeah, I like that pick for Arizona, Lecitus Smith. That's who we went. That's the right team, right?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. One thing I've talked about with Arizona, and I think we all agree, is that a commitment to running the football is going to be really important for their offense in general and for Kyler to maximize his output. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that this late 6th-round guard, Lecitus Smith, is going to change the dynamics of the Cardinals' offense. But I do think that he's a player that does have starter appeal. And you're talking about a 1-year player in Will Hernandez that came over on like a minimum deal. Like, I mean, there was not much of a market for him. And you want to have some, I mean, you shouldn't have high expectations for him. Your other guard, Justin Pugh, Sean Harlow is a depth player. Justin Murray is a depth player. I think this is a position on this team where I felt like they needed to make an investment. And I know they haven't made a ton of picks, but it's nice to see them invest in the interior offensive line with a player that I would have been comfortable taking 2 rounds ago, to be completely honest.
100%. Lecitus Smith, a former tight end, and you see that in his game. He's really athletic, can get into space, really good on the second level. He's not the strongest at the point of attack, so you're not going to get the kind of mauler mentality in terms of movement. And the lack of length, I think, is really the main reason why he fell to this far. But this is a really good football player, a steal here in the 6th round. And for a team like Arizona, who needs help on the offensive line, to get a player in Lecitus Smith that has starting level ability, I think it's probably their best draft pick of the draft for them.
Yeah, I agree when you talk about a value pick. We said two rounds ago, and I truly believe that because I thought this was a very good football player. And then, just talking about them implementing the run game and what they're trying to do, because we keep saying that, yeah, we get it, y'all committed to this aeroid philosophy and principles, but you still have to run the football. And so even when I've done my mock drafts throughout the year, how many times have we put an offensive lineman to the Cardinals?
Typically Zion Johnson.
Yeah, typically Zion Johnson, just because we knew they needed some type of presence. And to get Lecitus Smith this late, I think is a really good pick, and it's somebody I foresee becoming a starter because he has athleticism. I thought he had good range too, like as a interior,
for sure.
Interior
Longer
offensive
pulls.
lineman, and he worked to the second level. And to me, if he couldn't finish, at least he attempted to. So I thought it was a really good pick overall. I kind of wanted to ask. I know we talked about Carson Strong. Wouldn't that be just, I guess, a theme for the quarterback spirit? Because all of these quarterbacks kind of fell, right? Malik Willis, we thought was going to be a top 10 pick. He fell all the way to the 2nd round. Then, Sam Howell, I did not foresee Sam Howell falling all the way to the
5th.
I thought it was wow, that's late. Go ahead.
No. I actually said that the first day. I said the person who's probably going to be the biggest loser is Strong, because the board was falling, and it was the 5th or 6th one. I was like, he may not get drafted at this point.
Zappy went ahead of Howell and Strong.
That's unbelievable.
Well, the team that drafted him is unbelievable. So, like, to go back to the Smith pick for Arizona, the devil's advocate kind of looking forward, if Will Hernandez being paired with his former offensive line coach from college, if he can get to the level that got him drafted, then you have Lecitus Smith come in. Justin Pugh is like 32. 1 year, I think 1 year left on his deal. You have 2 young guards. Worst case scenario, Smith is your young guard, and you still have to find a left guard, or a right guard for Will Hernandez spot. But the key here, one of the main things is you saw the level of uncomfort Max Garcia gave Kyler Murray. He knew he couldn't trust in his pass protection. No matter who was lined in front of him, no matter if it was a defensive end kicked inside, a linebacker walked up over the top of him, or Aaron Donald, which, dear God, was kind of a mismatch completely. So I like the pick here, investing in the guard spot, because at the end of the day, he is like 5'9", Kyler Murray. So you want to keep guys out of his lap.
If you're counting on Will Hernandez to keep defenders out of Kyler's lap, you're in trouble, because Will Hernandez's strength, even coming out of college, was his run blocking. He struggles to redirect and to move laterally, and he's only gotten worse as an athlete as his career has gone on. So,
Damien, a nice brand pick for you here at 216. Curtis Brooks, defensive lineman, Cincinnati, selected by the Indianapolis Colts.
Okay.
And then James Houston, linebacker from Jackson State, drafted at 217 by the Detroit Lions. So I know Curtis Brooks was one who we watched. You asked me when we were down in Phoenix at the beginning of the month. You say, "Hey, what'd you think?" And I was like, it's hard to find like the permanent role, because Cincinnati played him out of position. So talk about what you liked in him so much that ended up you giving him a solid day 3 grade.
I liked his get off. I like the fact that he can get into offensive linemen, slice into those gaps and shoot gaps, and he had the ability to kind of slide into those gaps. And the main thing, the issue was that they played him at the 0, and he was like 280. I didn't understand, because they ran a lot of 3. I thought it was at 335 they run, and you have a 280, 280 pound. To me, he's probably a 4.3 in. And you have him at 0, and you saw that really rear its ugly head when they played Alabama. And Brian Robinson ran for nearly 200 yards. But Brooks has a good get off. Like I said, he has got quick hands to be able to win quickly against guards. I think he's going to be legitimately just a rotational guy, but somebody, if you want to get some interior pressure, he can do that. There were times he did hold up against the run, but it was really hard because he's 280 trying to 2-gap and gap control against double teams.
Nah, go ahead. I was going to talk about the pick, James Houston. Just being a linebacker, especially from the HBCU, right? Because that was a really big thing coming into this draft, and even with the HBCU Legacy Bowl being implemented. And I think we're seeing in this draft compared to last year that, it's starting to help those guys, right? Because it's a level of football to where maybe they don't have first rounders, but they have guys that have draftable grades. So I think this is really cool to kind of see that coming to fruition, that the NFL, they committed to a philosophy, some principles, and just the intent to do the deep dive on these HBCU players. And now I think we have a couple guys drafted from the HBCU. So just a big, a big difference with what happened last year. And I think this is a good football player, right? In the back end, back into the 6th round, he's a guy to be able to play special teams. He will contribute, and then I think he has a chance to make a roster, because watching him on film, he plays with really good speed, right? Just sideline to sideline. He's a high effort. He's a motor guy, so really good football player. And then, like I said, man, just rounding out the whole HBCU intent from the NFL top-down approach was a really good situation.
The Colts wanted to get themselves some penetrations to how guys here and Eric Johnson and Curtis Brooks. I mean, and when I look at the depth chart, it makes a lot of sense, because behind DeForest Buckner and Grover Stewart, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot to show for the interior defensive line. And so, kind of a sneaky need here for Chris Ballard and the Colts. And I think they found a couple of guys here that can, maybe challenge to be in the rotation this year.
Are we not talking about the Colts enough as true AFC contenders?
Well, I think that's a good question.
I'm sorry, and when I asked that question, I want to set the stage. I'm talking about like possibly AFC Championship game contenders, like they have a real shot.
That's a little rich. I mean, they couldn't even beat the Jaguars to make the playoffs last year. Now we're talking about them as AFC title contenders. I think this is a team that could make the playoffs for sure, but I don't know if I see them actually advancing in the playoffs.
All right, well, go ahead, Joe.
I mean, I think it goes back to, like, if you're in the AFC, and you're talking about winning playoff games, it's quarterbacks, right? And I think Matt Ryan's a really solid quarterback. But is he going to go out duel Herbert or Mahomes or Allen or Wilson or
even Watson,
Watson
if he's playing?
or Lamar? Or, I just
Burrow.
Yeah, I mean,
No chance.
I think he's a good player, but I mean, with Michael Pittman and Alec Pierce, and like they're a team that has to play at home, right? Because this guy's going to Buffalo and win a playoff game?
No.
So you got to play at home. That way you can have some opportunity to throw the football in your safe dome, and you got to be able to contain, like, you have to win the game by running the football continuously with Jonathan Taylor in this offensive line. You have to play defense. I don't know if they have enough firepower in this passing game.
No, go ahead, Kyle.
No, I just got picks. Go ahead, finish your thought.
No, I was just only going to say because I think they've made some really good acquisitions.
Sure.
And, you talk about Carson Wentz, where they have Matt Ryan. And in that final game against Jacksonville, I think if Matt Ryan was playing, he would have made enough plays for them to make the playoffs. So we're talking about essentially a playoff team. And then they had some really good additions on the defensive side of the football that I think were
Gilmore.
Really, Stephon Gilmore.
Safeties are healthy.
They added a safety, and then they added an edge rusher also on the very productive football.
Ngakoue, yeah.
Yeah, and then they have Darius Leonard, so that's a pretty good football team. And then on the other side of the football, they run the football. And then now you add Matt Ryan. It's like, okay, the last time we seen him with this many pieces, the Falcons made it to the Super Bowl. And I'm not saying because that was 5-6 years ago, but I was saying it's just a team around him. They can beat some teams. They may knock some teams off that we don't quite expect it. And then we seen the Tennessee Titans with Ryan Tannehill at the helm, but just that offensive philosophy of running the football and then the quarterback being able to make some key plays. That's what I was asking, right? Because the Titans finished at the top of the AFC last year,
right?
I believe. That's why I was asking. I was wondering if this could be a sneaky dark horse type of guy.
I'm glad you mentioned the Titans because they're one of two teams that's made a pick at this point. Tampa Bay traded up, giving up 235 and 261 to go to 218 with the LA Rams to draft Keift, tight end from Minnesota. And then at 219, the Tennessee Titans drafted Chance Campbell, linebacker from Mississippi. And Dre and I have bonded over this dude. Transfer from Maryland, right? And this was his first time as like a full-time, unquestioned starter, and he did it in the SEC. And he was one of the most productive linebackers in the country this year, and he can move well. He's got great movement skills. I think he has a little bit of upside. He just hasn't had a whole lot of snaps to play as a full-time fixture as a starter.
Man, I like this player. I think I gave him probably a 5th-round grade, but this is someone who immediately from the day he walks in your building is going to be a 4-phase core special teamer. But he's fun, man. He hits anything that moves. He's a better athlete than you think, and someone that can play in space, can drop, and I really like him. Really an unheralded guy, but can certainly do a few things. It wouldn't surprise me if he made that team as a rookie just for his ability to play every special team and be able to give you some on defense as well.
We talked about, and this is Tennessee, and we've talked about this linebacker core, and to the resistance of Titans fans, they're pretty satisfied with Zach Cunningham and David Long and how he's emerged, and then they invested a 3rd-round pick in Monty Rice last year. But, I think this is a really nice addition to this group where, they had this pair of like Jayon Brown and Rashad Evans, and it just didn't work out. So they kind of like had to revamp this entire group, and I think this kind of might be the icing on the cake to round out the depth chart with a player that can help them on teams with developmental appeal.
No, I agree 100%. And Dre, even when he found them in the meeting, Dre came in the meeting, he was smiling like I think I got me one smile, right? And I think Chance Campbell's a good football player, and to get him in the back in the 6th round, I keep talking about culture, right? And you talk about Mike Vrabel being a head coach, being a former linebacker. I'm more than sure he's seen something in this guy, and when he came on the board, he's like, man, definitely go get him, because if not, he can definitely do special teams, and then he may be able to develop into a guy that can eventually start for you, because like you say, Dre, he hits everything that's moving. It's just a matter of getting the instincts down. But then also at that Ole Miss, and you could talk about this, Dre, they ran a lot of weird fronts, right? Like it was 3-3-5 sometimes, or it was a 6'3", 7. I don't even know if that's math, right? Yeah. That was 12. Sometimes they may have had 12 guys on the field.
Not math guys here.
But what I'm saying is that maybe on, even the NFL, it may be simplified for him, right? Just being in that Tennessee Titan defense. So I thought this was a really good pick.
So, yeah, I mean, we mentioned the production at the top, and I wanted to make sure I got the numbers right because 109 tackles, 6 sacks, 12.5 tackles for loss, 2 forced fumbles, 3 fumble recoveries last year. I mean, all over the place in the SEC, all over the place, and he's a good athlete. I thought he was one of the more under-heralded. We talked about a guy who got drafted a little earlier in Micah McFadden, right? And I think I think his ceiling is higher than what Micah McFadden's is, but there's some parallels as far as those athletic profiles and those movement skills.
And he's a big guy for what I'm saying is he has good length to him. I think Micah McFadden is probably a little bit smaller in his overall profile, but Chance Campbell is a bigger guy, so I think he offers you just that more range and radius, that tackling radius that we like to talk about. So, man, very good pickup here.
We got 2 more picks left here in the second round, or in the second round, in the 6th round. 2 more picks, both by the San Francisco 49ers. And we hope everybody who's watching, and there's a bunch of them who are watching right now, and shout out to everybody who's joining us through the course of our process, including Lewis, who submitted, I believe this is our first career Super Chat donation. Submitted a Super Chat donation on the live stream. So thank you, Lewis, very much. Thank you, everybody who has joined. We got a player. Just enough time. Thank you, Lewis, for the bridge to our next conversation. 49ers draft Kalia Davis, defensive tackle from UCF. This is somebody we got to late in the process, but we did give a draftable grade to, Joe.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What team picked him?
San Francisco.
Interesting. Kalia Davis, UCF, played linebacker the first couple of seasons there for the Knights, and then he goes down to defensive tackle. And you can tell that he's definitely still trying to mature as a defensive tackle, is mostly from a body type perspective. But I became very impressed with some of his tape. You go to the Boise State game, I thought that was like his best moment, where as that game elongated, he just made play after play after play, where you saw him really compete to fit the run, unhinge, and make plays. And he's got some explosiveness to him, some quickness to him that you really like. I think for him, it's just about continuing to work on his frame so that way he can mature there and be able to hold up on the interior, and then just the nuances that come with playing the position. But I think at this point in the draft, this is a really nice player to add to the defensive line there in San Francisco.
Untapped potential, right?
For sure,
and he's like you mentioned, playing linebacker and adding that kind of weight. And You've invoked the name Tristan Hill, not to say that he is Tristan Hill, and obviously Tristan Hill drafted in the 2nd round. It's a little bit of a different profile, but playing within the same program and having similar movement skills respective to their size, it's very easy to see the parallel relative to both wearing UCF uniforms. Yeah.
And the urgency, right? I love how hard he plays, right? We talk. It's easy to see that urgency at linebacker, but he brings it as a defensive tackle where he chases and makes plays from distance from time to time.
They needed another body inside, too. You think about the loss of DJ Jones and the uncertainty around Javon Kinlaw. Just getting an extra body to develop, to me, makes a lot of sense.
You were talking all about the D-line coach that they have there, right?
Yeah.
It's a great spot for him.
Gosh, I don't blank on his name now. I had it yesterday, but he's a really good coach.
If you want to take a minute to think about it, I could tell you they also picked
Yep.
Tariq Castro Fields is the last pick of the 6th round, cornerback from Penn State. Also going to San Francisco, big body guy. I mean, Penn State, we all know about their strength and conditioning program, right? And the amount of athleticism that exists on that roster. And Castro Fields, for a bigger body corner, his straight line speed is pretty impressive. And he's been an established starter there for quite some time. And we had a chance to see him down in the Senior Bowl as well. And Castro Fields now transitioning. I like the fit with San Francisco with you think about how much zone they'll play on the outside, and Penn State. I thought his best moments came when he was leveraged over top of routes and his eyes were in the backfield to let him see things developing in front of his face. And then that physicality can take over where when he attacks the ball and either tries to get down in the catch point or he's got to step up on the perimeter, that's where Castro Fields, to me, had his best moments. We're going to take a quick break. Make sure you stay plugged in. We got one more round to go, the 7th round here in Las Vegas, TDN and our 2022 NFL Draft coverage. Thanks for checking it out. A lot about special teams value, and you look at Montaric Brown and his physicality. I think that's the floor for him, but I'm curious why there wasn't more enthusiasm for Montaric Brown, the football player. So, Keith, I know you were the guy who first did the write-up on him. Let's talk about him as a player.
Yeah, I'm curious too, because I don't get it, right? I don't know if it's a little Arkansas, like what that would be, unbiased. I guess people don't like the Arkansas defensive backs. But, man, this is a really good football player. He was very instinctual. Kyle, we talked about it. We even texted about it, right? When you were watching him, it's like he always just seemed to make a big-time play and then just a random moment, right? But it was a high-level play. I believe he finished the year out with 6 interceptions, so that's just a testament to his ball skills. And it wasn't, Kyle, we always had those conversations with Kenny Pickett about, cheap throws, right? But there's a certain thing with defensive backs, cheap interceptions. But he wasn't a cheap interception guy. All of it was like high-level plays. This guy has excellent ball skills. Whenever I'm grading defensive backs, I always like to talk about are you panic or patience when the ball is in the air. And this is a guy that's very patient. He waits to the very last second to really reach that hand out, deflect the ball, or intercept it. So I thought he was a high-level football player. You think about the Jacksonville Jaguars. I know they drafted the Georgia corner. And when I came in, that was one of my first conversations. Like, man, why did he fall to the second round? Because I knew he was a really good athlete. And then I know the one thing Dre told me was like, man, ball skills. But I think this is the exact opposite. This guy has those ball skills. So I think it's going to be a very interesting competition when you compare a second rounder with questionable ball skills, and then this guy coming in the 7th round, and he has really good ball skills from the SEC.
Let me run off these picks, and then this conversation can go wherever you guys want it to go, including if you want to continue talking about Montaric Brown. At pick 223, Cleveland drafted Isaiah Thomas, defensive lineman from Oklahoma. At 224, the Miami Dolphins drafted Cameron Good, linebacker from Cal. Pittsburgh at 225 drafted linebacker Mark Robinson from Mississippi. Chicago at 226 drafted Jatari Carter from Southern. And then at 227, Minnesota drafted Nick Muse, tight end from South Carolina.
Yeah, I just want to ask something briefly about Montaric Brown. I did him late. He was part of my late list, and I liked him a lot, man. I gave him a 4th-round grade.
Good football.
Yeah, good player, man. So like what Jacksonville is doing here, I don't know why they selected him because they have a lot of corners with Campbell and
Williams, Shaq Griffin.
Right. So, but he fits the same mold. He's long, he's competitive, and he gets his hands on the football, man. I like the player.
I'll comment on one of these picks that Kyle just told us about. Was it Nick Muse from Minnesota 227? We were talking about some of the potential needs of this football team, and losing Tyler Conklin, and they have at tight end Irv Smith out of Alabama. He's an expiring contract, and so there's not a whole lot of depth behind him. And so I think Nick Muse is a player that offers some versatility with how he can be deployed as a pass catcher. Very competitive football player. Not the biggest, not the most athletic. You certainly wish he had more length, but I think there's a competitive spirit about him, and kind of a player that you can get him the ball in space, ask him to compete. He can block in bunch sets, probably help you on special teams. So a sneaky need there for Minnesota at tight end.
Yeah, I want to talk about interior offensive lineman Jatari Carter from Southern, because this is a good football player. Like he could have went much earlier. This is a guy that had Senior Bowl invites. He showed up to the Senior Bowl, and it's usually one or the other, right? Those smaller school guys, they either thrive in that environment or they go the total opposite way and they look overwhelmed. But I don't think Jatari Carter was either. He didn't necessarily thrive in it, but he didn't look bad in it either. And it gave me hope that, this guy can continue to develop. He comes from a smaller school, so that'll, give you hope that, this guy can get better physically. Because I think that's what it was. He needed to get in the weight room, maybe put on a couple more pounds, and then also get stronger at the point of attack. But like Dre always talk about, you can teach a guy to get stronger. But I always watch my offensive lineman from the waist down, and he seems to have really good feet. And he competed, so I don't think the moment was too big for him. And the Chicago Bears drafting this guy in the 7th round, I think is a good pick. And I was extremely critical of Dre's guy, GM Pose. But I think right now he's kind of, turning it around a little bit, kind of addressing that offensive line position with guys that can, develop into potential starters. So I think it's really good.
Yeah, I think Ryan Poles had a good few last picks. You think about Braxton Jones and really finally starting to address offensive line, something that we've all talked about all weekend. Ja'Tyre Carter, as Keith mentioned, he's a good player, small school kid, but he went to the Senior Bowl, showed some stuff, good feet, good hands, good anchor. I really like this pick here in the 7th round to attempt to try to rebuild this offensive line to give Justin Fields a chance.
Still plenty of work to be done there.
100%.
But, yeah, getting guys in the pipeline, right, that year one players that are going to be on cost control deals, right? And they're going to be there for 4 years if you want to keep them around. And so they just need pillars, right, and guys that they can work with. And so while these aren't going to, like, revolutionize their group up front, they've got some nice players to work with here from a developmental side of things.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree, and that's just the whole theme for the Chicago Bears, and it's the development, aspect of everything. They kind of really need to get this thing going, and we went on our soapbox about Chicago Bears, and I won't do it again. But like I said, I like the picks of past because we talk about the NFC North, and it's tough because they may be at the bottom, and that's even with the Detroit Lions passing them up, and that's nowhere where you want to be, right? You don't want to be in a position to where you're the bottom of the NFC North, especially the same division with Detroit Lions, how they've historically, performed in that division. So very interesting.
What happened? I blacked out. That was a lot of cards. Okay, we got 2 more picks that were in Green Bay at 228. Tariq Carpenter, the hybrid defensive back from Georgia Tech. And then Seattle drafted Bo Melton, wide receiver from Rutgers. So these are 2 really likable players for us. I mean, they both carried, I think, 5th-round valuations from us when it was all said and done. Melton is somebody who can win the ball in his hands and has very good speed to win vertically down the field. And Carpenter, I mean, we talked about these big safeties with fluidity and athleticism, but a lot of length. And I look at, again, special teams is the name of the game here on day 3. I think Tariq Carpenter and his teammate Wanya Thomas, who has yet to have his name called, both of those guys can make rosters for their hybrid ability in my mind. I don't know if you guys would agree or disagree.
I would agree with you. Both those players, Carpenter and Wanya Thomas from Georgia Tech, both like way oversized safeties that I think could be second-level defenders in the NFL. And you saw last year, I think the Jets in particular, they took like Jamian Sherwood, who was a safety from Auburn, Hamza Nasruddin, safety from Florida State, and you kind of look at them as linebackers. Divine Diablo was the same thing. AFC West team, Vegas took him. Yeah, so you saw some of this happen last year, and I think you'll start to see. Well, I mean, there's been a lot of safeties drafted, but I think Tariq Carpenter kind of falls in line there, where I think he's a way oversized safety, but as a pursuit style linebacker that can maybe give you some ability in coverage, he has good length, should be a helpful player on special teams. I mean, I think this is a player that, as we discussed, 7th-round picks, 6th-round picks, what's the path to the roster? How do they stick? You can kind of see it with a guy like Tariq Carpenter.
I really like this Bo Melton pick for Seattle. I mean, you think about the value here. This is a kid who ran a low 4.3 40 at the combine. Explosive down-the-field target for Drew Lock, who's known for kind of airing it out and being in that vertical passing game. I'm a little shocked Bo Melton lasted this long. You don't see players that run the 4.3 that have this kind of down-the-field production last in the 7th round. So I think this is a guy you want to have the ball in his hands. He can make people miss. There's some return ability here as well. I'm a fan of that pick.
I want to ask you, Brentley, do you see him as as an outside wide receiver or a slot guy?
I think with Seattle, he's probably going to be being a slot guy and kind of being that backup, that maybe that 4th, 5th receiver for them, more of that situational deep there who can also contribute on teams.
Right. Now, because I thought it was interesting just with those guys falling, because did our guy, Calvin Austin, did he get
he went to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and then we talked about those guys falling a little bit, but I think it's because it's such a niche position, right?
Yeah.
And if you have that guy, you don't need another one. And then, the guys that's already drafted is kind of, over. So I think teams are kind of running out of those kind of niche slot guys, smaller frame wide receivers.
Yeah, I think the observation Brentley made about how on earth is Bo Melton still on the board. Look at ours, right? I mean, it's just so congested with like those 5th, 6th round valuations for players that like you're getting plus value, but it's because of the surplus, and you can fall back on some of those guys.
Justin Ross is still on the board.
Medicals, they slow, can't separate. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's just looking at our board, and just you think about just the NFL period, man, just is the wide receiver one of those positions to where, is somewhat devalued? And I think we kind of seen them looking at it a little bit. Because listen to what I'm saying when we talk about the trades, right? The Tennessee Titans had the opportunity to trade pay A.J. Brown. They decided to trade him. Kansas City Chiefs, they had the opportunity to pay Tyreek Hill, and they trade him. So I was just wondering if, teams may have different philosophies because they feel like you can find wide receivers late. And at some point, there's just so many of them.
I mean, yeah, I've been saying it for like the past couple of years. Like, you look at what is coming into the college ranks. These kids are playing 7-on-7 for years. They're getting more and more prepared to play receiver at not just at the college level, but at the NFL level. And when you can look at it and see, like, even next year's class, right? Like, we have a list of guys. Like, you look at next year's class, it's like, okay, do I pay this receiver bottom quarterback money, $28-29 million, or do I? Because that's a lot of money to wrap up in a guy that I could take out of a game plan with either bracket coverage or triangle coverage. Like, it doesn't make sense to pay that type of money. So if I could get a couple picks for him, a first rounder, a couple mid rounders, you go ahead and pay him that money. Now I'm gonna get a cost-effective and cost-efficient young receiver that I can develop that also has high traits.
Go ahead, Joe. I was going to say, I think it's a really fascinating conversation and one that I think we could probably spend a while talking about, because I hear you in terms of, there are a lot of receivers coming in every year now with the rise of 7-on-7, the rise of the passing game in the youth and high school and college rankings, but we just saw 6 receivers go in the top 20 picks of this year's draft, and so
we just saw 2 high-level NFL receivers come in.
I really struggle
ones and twos.
with the saying that receivers undervalued now. I don't know if I can say that.
I think it's more so from a payment standpoint.
But then
overvalued.
Then I would also push back in terms of everyone wants to use the Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams as the argument. These guys are almost 30 years old, and so I think it's a little different. Where maybe that they're just trying to sell high, right? Whereas A.J. Brown, I think that's a very unique circumstance.
And he told the Titans he would have re-signed for 22.
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you think we're having a hard time with wide receivers finding like the middle market? Like everyone's either like massively paid or like where's the middle ground there?
Yeah, exactly.
It should have been Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
I guess that was my point too.
That was the starting point.
And
Right.
I think you did a great job kind of, filling out the rest of my picture, right? And that's what I was saying, that it's either top tier guys
right.
or they feel like we can just find one anywhere, right? And I think that's why you see our bucket 5th, 6th, 7th round is so heavily populated. And I wonder if the NFL feels the same way. Like if they have a 6th round grade or a 5th round grade on a guy, like, you know what, we might be able to get a UDFA that brings in the same amount of of ability.
Let's go over some of the new picks that have come in. I've got 3 of them. At 230, Washington drafted Chris Paul, lineman from Tulsa.
Good basketball player.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
You're not kidding. At
231,
the Buffalo Bills drafted linebacker Balin Spector from Clemson. And at 232, Denver drafted Wisconsin cornerback Faion Hicks. I'm going to go grab these cards. We can take this wherever you guys would like.
Yeah, so I got a comment on the Bills picking Clemson linebacker Balin Spector. I guess Brandon Beane's back in control of the draft room, picking his ACC players that he loves to get the last couple coming out of the ACC. But the Bills have clearly said to us with 2 linebackers that they've drafted that they're wanting to really rework this linebacker depth, and they had a lot of linebacker depth to begin with, and I think there's a big log jam right now. So it's going to be fun to see it all sort itself out. I think Balin Spector's a nice football player, should help on special teams. I can't stop thinking about watching his tape and seeing him work with that big old club on his hands all season long, and how difficult that must have been to play with that on. But an aggressive player that I think has a path to the roster. I'm just anxious to see how the Bills sort out their linebacker depth. And I could talk about Chris Paul as well. He's a solid player. There's been some speculation of whether he's a tackle or a guard. He's going to the Washington Commanders. Kyle's over there saying guard. I don't think it's out of the picture to think he could play a little bit of tackle. But he's a player that I think has some positional flexibility at different spots where he has some appeal. And so Washington is pretty solid with their starters. But I think you look at their depth and feel like that's an opportunity for them to upgrade and challenge some things. And And I think that Chris Paul is a nice player that can do that.
Yeah, I agree. And we haven't spent much time on the Commanders draft, but I think they've done a decent job, right? Getting Jahan Dotson, Fidarian Mathis, and then getting Brian Robinson also, and then finding good value in this guy, right? Because we could talk about it. They found this guy in the 7th round, but if he would have went in the 5th round as somebody's project, I would have said, okay, you know what, that's understandable because he has good athleticism. It's just, you talk about a player profile and his ability. It's just a whole lot of technique things you need to work on. And drafting a guy in the 7th round, guess what? That relieves pressure on the front office because fans aren't necessarily expecting him to play right away. So you get 2-3 years with no pressure having to put this guy on the field, really develop him. And I think as the Commanders develop their offensive philosophy under Carson Wentz and, and see what they're going to do next year, I think this is a good player to kind of stash away and let him continue to grow and develop as a football player.
Keep going. I'm catching up.
All right.
Now we was looking at now we was looking at you, and then we bought this up again, and we're in the 7th round now, and our guy Carson Strong is still on the board, and now you're at the point of is somebody going to pull the trigger on him at all?
Somebody should, right? I mean, it's not like this guy literally played football last year. I mean, when you're talking about adding to your quarterback room as maybe that 3 that gets you through the preseason, you see what you have, put him on the practice squad. Like the investment and risk at this point is so low that if the knee's pushing him down, like, okay, this isn't going to come in and be the savior of your franchise. So he's a worthwhile 7th round pick for sure.
For me, if I'm Carson Strong, I'm hoping I don't get drafted at this point. You want to be able to choose your own spot and really, as an undrafted free agent, be able to decide, okay, where is the right situation for me? And me and my agent are kind of working that right now. That's really what's going on.
But
all the scouts right now are calling their free agents, talking about, hey, you didn't get drafted, we're trying to sign you.
But it would behoove a team if they're thinking about getting him as an undrafted free agent to draft him in the 7th, right? Because there's going to be a bidding war for him that's just going to go up and up and up and up and up. So you may as well draft him because your 7th rounders are essentially undrafted free agents anyway.
Two different things, though. Brentley's saying.
Yeah, I'm saying from his perspective.
Yeah, of course.
For the team, you better get him. Or
100%.
Right. But I was saying
100%. 100%.
Got a couple picks came in, so thank you for filibustering for me. Lenore Ryan, wide receiver, Dareke Young. I mean, the ultimate
body beautiful.
Yeah. But from Lenore Ryan, that's what makes it impressive, right? 7th round, 233rd overall to the Seattle Seahawks. I mean, they certainly have their types of players and those body beautiful, big physical wide receivers. Dareke Young, the latest flyer that they are taking, and then interior defensive lineman Jonathan Ford from Miami off the board to the Green Bay Packers at 234.
Green Bay finds a way to get an ACC defensive lineman late in every draft, it seems. Ford's a likable player. He's a player that I looked at pretty extensively over the summer and a little bit stagnant this year at Miami. But I think we talked about this Packers defensive line and that, there is opportunity here for guys to step in and claim a role with what's on the depth chart. I mean, like going into the draft, they had Kenny Clark and Dean Lowry. They added Devontae Wyatt, Jerron Reed's there, Tadaro Slayton. But I think there's so much, like after that, there's probably 1 or 2 more spots to be had, and there's not a whole lot else here. I mean, Jack Heflin, I think Jonathan Ford, with his versatility, can come in and potentially claim a roster spot here as a 7th round pick.
Yeah, I agree. Just the way the Packers play up front, you need these type of guys to just kind of hold over. And I think they're really getting to the point where they really want to run a deep rotation, and that's what you're seeing because even with their 1st round pick, it was Devontae Wyatt, right? So it's trying to get those penetrating guys and really just create havoc. And we keep talking about philosophies, and I think the Packers are they really going to that, run game and, defense because they're really investing a lot on the defensive side of the football. But I think up until this point have been pretty good picks. We may have not agreed with everything as far as timing-wise, but they've gotten good football players on the defensive side of the ball.
Well, what about this Dareke Young pick? Is this not the most Seattle Seahawks pick outside of Tariq Woolen?
Yeah.
Just 6'2", 220 chiseled. You saw him at the Shrine Bowl, and it's like,
yoked up.
Holy cow, who is this guy?
I thought it was Dre Harris.
But he's a fascinating player, height, weight, speed kind of guy. Really good down the field. Just really, really raw. There's a lot of things he needs to refine in terms of routes, in terms of being able to cleanly catch the football consistently. But, if there's one guy like him kind of learning behind, it's DK Metcalf. Because they win similarly. So I'm a fan of that pick for Seattle.
And didn't they draft Tamorrion Terry last year in the later round? Same type of height, weight, speed type of prospect to add with DK Metcalf. So it definitely makes sense.
Yeah, I want to talk about this Seattle Seahawks team because I think they've gotten better through this draft, right? Like, they're much better because I think it was complete dysfunction walking into here, and they at least have somewhat of a direction or a base level for talent now and just growing as a football team. But where do y'all foresee them as far as competing in this NFC West?
Who's playing quarterback, Keith?
Right.
Drew Lock, Geno Smith?
Okay, let's talk about that. Is it a Baker Mayfield team?
Jimmy G.
Jimmy
Maybe,
G.
Yeah, one of those two. You'd have to
Are
think.
they those two guys away from making the playoffs?
No.
No.
Not in this division.
And
Not in this division.
And we're talking about it. Yeah, that's what I would love to hear, to see how far they are away from doing that.
They're gonna have to. They're gonna have to realistically win 10 or 11 games, and they're probably gonna end up being a wild card anyway, right? I mean, so unless that conference takes 3 teams right from that division, no, I don't see them being a big.
Even if they take 3 teams, I
They're
think
not one of them.
They're not one of them.
Right.
Niners, Cardinals, and the Rams.
Yeah.
Well, okay, let's do this.
Let's do it. Yeah.
What if Trey Lance can't lock it down at quarterback? Right. You know what I mean? Like, so San Francisco is kind of a team that hinges on, if they do move on from Jimmy G and they do roll with the player that they gave up 3 first-round picks to get, and that flops, which
It could. I mean,
it could. What does that team look like? And I think, if there could be a chance, especially if Jimmy G goes over here. I mean, they won playoff games last year with this guy. I think it's an aggressive take, but I wonder if they can at least jump San Francisco if we think of them as a third team.
I think my issue, too, for Seattle is the defense. So often it's been Russell Wilson and the offense carrying this team, and the defense has really let them down. I don't think they've done anything in this draft to really make me feel better about the defense, talking about in 2022. I know Tariq Woolen has some potential, but
Mafe, but yeah.
I just don't see where they've gotten better. Yeah, Mafe, that is a good point. I like him, but I just think this team, and I've been saying it really since day one when they picked number 9 at Carlos Cross. I think this team they should be rebuilding. They should be trying to tear this down the minute they trade Russell Wilson and they cut Bobby Wagner.
Are you saying? I feel like that's what they are doing.
They are doing.
Well, this
Right.
This goes back to if that's what they're doing, then there's a lot of interesting picks, to say the least. I mean, I don't think you draft a running back when you're starting a rebuild.
Go ahead, Joe.
They're not. These are all developmental players. Right. There's not like they came in and got a bunch of like maxed out talents.
Right.
This is exactly a message to me with these players that, hey, we're in this for the long haul. We want guys that are not close to their ceiling that we think has upward mobility.
I mean, then I think the one thing I can't get over is this Kenneth Walker, then the running back.
Well, we talked about it. Rashard Penny and Chris Carson are going to fall off. They're going to get their guy right now.
I don't know. I think I just fundamentally disagree with that pick.
I agree with you. They're drafting for need. So, like, they desperately needed specifically offensive tackle.
They got a season to play. I mean,
sure, they do. But I don't know how we're drafting all developmental players when they're high ceiling players, but they're still drafting for need. They're still drafting players that you're projecting. Like, are we going to project Charles Cross, Boye Mafe, Abraham Lucas, and one of the 2 corners as not starters this year?
I don't understand the angle there.
Because you're saying that they're rebuilding. They're drafting for need as though they're trying to compete.
So would you rather them pick players at non-positions of need just so they check a different box so the narrative's different?
Draft good players.
What's wrong with? I think
they've gotten appropriate value with their picks.
And they just happen to be at premium positions of position of need outside of the running back. 2 tackles, 2 corners.
I don't know how
edge rushers.
Okay, all right. So hear me out. So John Steiner and Pete Carroll have been here for a decade.
Right.
Pete Carroll's the oldest head coach in football.
Right.
You really think we're going to tear this thing down to the studs and we're not going to try to win right now? They're drafting for need because you don't really have a lot of good graces. You just had your first losing season in forever.
What don't they need? What positions don't they need?
That
Would you
roster-
be happier if they pick players at those positions? They need them everything. They didn't
That
pick-
roster is bad.
Right, so why are you letting the guys who made the roster who's terrible rebuild?
They're not reaching for needs.
You're coaching and
different
GMing
argument.
for your job.
You have a different argument. Then you're saying that then they should have fired their head coach and GM.
Right.
I don't understand. Like, what positions are they're so good at?
Who would you have rather than pick then? I mean, because if you're
that's a very specific question for me looking at
their
their draft class on the board here. I don't have a problem with Charles Cross, but we talked about how that was an odd selection relative to a team that wants to run the ball.
Right.
And I acknowledge that they are high floor player or high ceiling players.
Right.
But
That's here.
I don't know, for them to come out and you have several established players who have been rumored to have been available via trade as well. So I'm looking at the whole picture, not necessarily how the draft board fell for them and how they drafted players.
Yeah.
I have a hard time saying, yes, this is a rebuild just because they moved on from Russell Wilson.
And Wagner.
Bobby Wagner.
And Bobby Wagner.
Sure.
This is a rebuild for sure.
And Dwayne Brown, like pillars of the organization.
Do we have any more pick other than these ones that are here in the queue?
They're Munford right now to the Raiders.
Okay. So we had Daniel Hardy drafted 235 to the Rams from Montana State. Dean Leonard from Mississippi, defensive back, drafted to the Chargers at 236. Chase Lucas to the Lions at 237. And then Thayer Munford at 238 to the Raiders. So I got some cards. We'll let the room cool down a little bit. Go ahead.
Still don't understand y'all argument, but we'll move on.
We'll talk offline.
Yeah, sure. So the pick about these next four draft selections. The guy that I'm excited about is Chase Lucas, man. I mean, I think the thing that knocked Chase down was he didn't run well, man. But Chase is competitive. He's got very good ball skills. He's got length. He didn't perform as well at his pro day or at the combine in terms of his speed, but he's somebody who's got really good instincts and he's really competitive, man. And I think he makes their team. I think he makes the Detroit Lions as a rookie. And when we get offline, I'm gonna call him and tell him that.
But I hope you're right. Nah, man, talk about if that's another good draft pick of the 7th round, then I think the Lions have done a good job.
Tremendous.
Drafting overall and really developing just an identity, right? Like, we talked about the head coach and who he is as a person. And it's like, okay, are they going to be able to go get those type of players? And I think they have. And just starting with setting the tone with Aiden Hutchinson, right? And then it's like, okay, cool. And then they jump back into the first round and go get Jameson Williams, which is that dynamic playmaker to help, which they committed to Jared Goff, at least for next year, right? When we thought they were going to go quarterback, they committed to Jared Goff. So I think they're doing a really good job of adding some pieces. And we've had this discussion before about when we were talking about them going to get a quarterback. Like, man, I wonder, if they're all on board with the same thing, meaning that what's the win rate level that this head coaching and staff have to get to kind of get that next year. And I think it's kind of showing that they have that next year because they're drafting pieces and didn't stretch and reach for a quarterback.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Not having the quarterback here doesn't start the ticker, right? That's kind of the point that I know that Kyle's made as him and I have debated whether or not they should pick a quarterback. It's like, well, you start the timer if you pick the quarterback, and they've done another year of just building up this roster. And I'm impressed with what Brad Holmes has been able to do in just 2 years on the job to just give this team some talent to work with and, give Jared Goff his best opportunity to go in and compete. But, also if that time is next year to move on from Goff, I think everyone here is going to feel really comfortable about what's in place. In addition to it, like if they add a quarterback next year, it's not like they just had a quarterback. There's an entire offseason, right? There's going to be free agency. There's another draft, and we love what Brad Holmes is doing. And so it's going to be real ripe in Detroit.
They're a clear winner after this weekend. Thinking about Aiden Hutchinson falling right to their lap. I love the move for Jameson Williams. I mean, he's one of our top 8 players for TDN. Josh Pascal, another kind of high floor type of player who has some versatility along the defensive line. I think Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have done such a tremendous job at addressing this roster, but doing it the right way in the trenches, building kind of the establishment for whenever they want to get a quarterback. That quarterback's going to have an opportunity to be going to a really good foundation. I love what the Lions have done.
Yeah, I agree too. They're doing a really good job, and I really like the Kirby Joseph pick. Like I'm all about my safeties and my DBs getting their hands on a football, and this is not a small guy neither, right? Like he has really good length, he has really good height. I thought he's a rangy guy, so I think he's a good football player just to kind of stick on the back end of their defense overall.
I do want to talk about the Thayer Munford pick to the Raiders. I actually like that a lot. You know, this is the guy who, you know, he came into the season with some hype and a potential kind of first-round guy, and he didn't play to that level, but he has some versatility, played some left tackle, played some right tackle, even played some guard for Ohio State. And for the Raiders, who really just need bodies along the offensive line, you know, whether it's a right tackle, depending on what they do with Alex Leatherwood, whether it's a guard, depending on what they do with Alex Leatherwood, Thayer Munford has that versatility. And so that's why I really like this pick here in the 7th round. As a guy who can kind of maybe be a 6th, 7th offensive lineman off the bench, who has that positional flex depending on how they arrange their starters.
I figured I'd talk on Thayer since he's somebody who I watched in the summertime and then watched him as they kind of evolved and kicked him inside to guard and made room for the big right tackle that they have and moved Petit Freer over to left tackle this year and kicked him down to guard. And then they would randomly throughout the course of any given game just start flip-flopping him and pushing him back out to tackle again.
I think that was the Aiden Hutchinson.
That was that rep, yes. But Thayer's got a really interesting story, and he's somebody I think if you can find somebody to connect with him and light a fire under him, he's physically very talented and toolsy. For him, even going back to his high school story, there was motivation issues that, you know, he had to have a mentor in his life who got a hold of him and really connected with him and helped him get all of his energy moving in the right direction. And I think if you can get that for him, he can be a much higher floor player than what we saw with the low points that existed this year at Ohio State. As we get close, we do have a couple picks that have trickled in. Rodney Thomas, cornerback, Yale, to the Colts, and Christian Holmes, cornerback, Oklahoma State, to the Commanders. Brentley, you had mentioned you think Detroit is a clear winner here this weekend. Are there any other teams that, like, the vision of what they have executed is just, like, clear and obvious? It jumps off the wall at you guys as it pertains to a draft class that you really connect with and you thought somebody really did a nice job? The Jets. Go ahead.
Oh.
Talk about it.
We can talk more about it.
Talk about it.
Oh, man. They did an outstanding job, man. I think their first 4 or 5 picks, I think at least 4 of those are starters, right? I think that they've done an excellent job, and they've also not only got great value, but they also plugged in some players at positions of need. And I think it's a great thing when you can marry need with value, right? And they've done that.
For me, I think outside of the Ravens, who I think probably hands down has had the best draft, I think Kansas City might be a close second. You know, you think about what they did with Trent McDuffie in the first round, a player I loved all the way coming back to last summer. George Karlaftis is a player who I love entering that kind of edge opposite Frank Clark. I think that, to me, that makes a lot of sense. Sky Moore, to be able to get him that late in the second round, a player that many people thought they could draft in the first round, to me makes a lot of sense, especially with the loss of Tyreek Hill. Brian Cook, outstanding safety, versatile, can do a bunch of the different things. I love that pick. Leo Chenal, linebacker, just to add to Nick Bolton, just 2 hammers in the middle. Joshua Williams, a really high upside corner with length and athleticism. And then Darian Kennard, you know, a guy with guard, tackle, flex, another big body to add in front of Patrick Mahomes. To me, I love every single one of their picks. And for a team that's going to be faced with some difficult decisions with the cap because of Mahomes' contract, you need cheap talent in order to fill out the roster. And I think they did a tremendous job over this weekend.
I know Kyle said not to mention Baltimore, but I want to hit it from an angle that I think is important because it's the consensus best draft.
Yeah.
But what's so interesting to me about Baltimore, and I think everybody at this table would agree that the Baltimore Ravens are a Super Bowl contender. Have we ever seen a team that's a Super Bowl contender have this much of an influx of young talent into their roster in one draft? And so that makes it really impressive. But then the other layer here is they're getting ready to pay Lamar Jackson. And with committing the large percentage of cap space to a quarterback comes the hard decisions about your roster and who you can keep and who you have to move on from. They just added 11 players that we all love for this football team that are on cost control rookie deals to build out this roster to go with Lamar Jackson. I mean, we're not math guys, but 11 out of 53, that's a very high percentage, not to mention past draft classes. They're going to have so much talent on rookie deals to be able to help them absorb Lamar. And they said, hey, well, they already made one decision, Marquise Brown. And you know what? They went out and got a first-round pick for him. I think it's the obvious answer is Baltimore, but I wanted to kind of put those other talking points out there to really tie a ribbon on just how exceptional the job of Eric DeCosta was this weekend.
Yeah, I agree 100%. The team I want to talk about is the New Orleans Saints. And, they started off really hot in the first round. And, in order to talk about it, you have to think about it coming into this draft. Everybody was wondering, man, are they going to go quarterback? We even heard, rumors of blowing the whole thing up, right? Just starting from scratch. And, we did our deep dive and like, man, if they get rid of everybody, then they'll be able to hit the reset button. So they were like, inches away from just hitting the panic button and just blowing the whole thing up and moving on, right? And especially with, they had head coach Sean Payton leave, they had Drew Brees leave. So this is a totally different, look for the New Orleans Saints. But I always thought about this, and that's why I was kind of hesitant to say blow it all up. I think the general manager did what he's supposed to do, right? And that's just building a good football team. Mm-hmm. I could go find another quarterback, but I've hit on really good draft picks in the past, and I shouldn't have to sacrifice that by blowing it all up just because we don't have a quarterback. And they kept themselves in position that, they needed a tackle, they went and got a tackle. They needed a wide receiver, they went and got a wide receiver. So guess what? They're back ready for it. Even if the Jameis Winston project doesn't work, what they can do next year? They can package some picks together, and then they might be one of those teams that can say, hey, let's go get a Bryce Young, let's go get a C.J. Stroud, or free agency. Who knows what quarterback gets disgruntled again, because we heard that they was in the Deshaun Watson sweepstakes, and that would have been really big. So, man, I think that they put themselves in a really good spot and put themselves in position to where maybe for the next 5 to 10 years they can stay competitive in the NFC South.
Okay, so a lot has come across the wire here since we announced the last set of picks. We have a quarterback off the board, and we also have the least surprising pick of all time. So we'll get to that first. I'm going to skip the quarterback. 242 Carolina Panthers. We'll come back to 241, which is Pittsburgh, in just a second. Carolina Panthers, 242. Cornerback Kalen Barnes from Baylor.
Okay.
The choice for Matt Rule, right? It's such. They let Matt pick a player, right? He said, okay, I'll take one of the guys I recruited from Baylor. Of course they did. Right, yeah. The other choice, the quarterback, Pittsburgh, 241, 7th round. We have several names up here on the board. This individual is not one of them. The next quarterback off the board is Chris Oladokun from South Dakota State.
Should have paid more attention when I was watching the Pierre Strong tape.
Right. Let me grab a couple cards. I do have a couple cards I got to go grab, so I'll be right back. Let's talk about either Kalen Barnes, or we can talk about not just Carson Strong, right? But there's several other quarterbacks. Jack Cohn is still available. Skylar Thompson is still available. E.J. Perry is still available. Caleb Ellaby is still available. Like several quarterbacks that are still left. And, of course, this coming off the board says something about an FCS quarterback who played for a successful program. And I do know he's an athletic quarterback. I do know that about him. But relative to some of these other quarterbacks, maybe we can walk through while we're waiting for the next set of picks, including the Chiefs just now drafting Washington State corner Jalen Watson at 243.
Nice.
Big physical defensive back. So I'll give you guys a couple talking points. I got to go corral some cards off the board and make some transitions.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'll talk about this quarterback situation and not just Carson Strong, as an individual, but all of the quarterbacks in whole, right? And I think as we watched them, and we've been doing this for a year now, watching the same exact class, and we probably watched each quarterback 3, 4, 5 times now, and I leave with the feeling like, man, we wasn't crazy, right? Because we kept saying like, none of these guys are really jumping off the film to me. Like, I don't feel confident in really stamping the table or pounding the table for these guys. And the deeper we get, is like, I think the NFL felt the same exact way, right? Like, after they did their homework, their research, especially in these later rounds, when you go to Skylar Thompson, it's like watching his films, like he gave me a little bit of a Chad Kelly type thing, but it's like, where do I draft this guy at? He's a little bit mobile, he's a little bit athletic, he's kind of wild throwing the football, but it's where do I draft this guy? So to me, it's kind of confirmation of what we've always talked about with this quarterback class and just overall.
But I agree with you. I'm very happy the NFL decided
It sounds
to pivot.
like you're about to disagree.
No. I just want to pose a question. Last year, that wasn't the case. I mean, we had Ian Book go off the board in round 4, and this year, I mean, Sam Howell, who is light years away from as a prospect than Ian Book, and I wonder what's the pivot? What's the change, right? I mean, because consistently we do see these quarterbacks that maybe we don't necessarily value as high do get drafted because it's such a premium position. But this year, that's simply not the case.
No, I'm with you, and I'm wondering, did they learn a lesson forever, or was this did they learn a lesson for 1 year?
That's what's so fascinating, is because the need hasn't gone away.
It's
a quarterback-driven league with plenty of need, but they somehow remain disciplined in ways that they never have
ever.
So that's what's so fascinating to me, and makes me ask myself the question: was this quarterback class even worse than we thought it was? Did we overrate some of these guys just because we were searching for something meaningful?
I don't think so. And it's because y'all have watched these guys in the past. Like, you've seen Christian Ponder. We've watched Blake Bortles.
Jesus.
E.J. Manuel.
Yeah, E.J. Manuel. We've watched
Brandon
these guys.
Whedon.
Jake Walker.
Y'all could just keep going.
Yeah, we can do it all day.
It's a bevy of quarterbacks, and I can't say that Kenny Pickett is worse than those guys. I think he's better than those guys. Malik Willis, right? Jalen Hurts. Can you say that Jalen Hurts is better than Malik Willis? You can't really say that. So I don't know what the theme is, and I think it's one of the more confusing things, and especially when we get into grades, I'm thinking about next year already. Like, well, what is the NFL gonna think of some of these quarterbacks?
Well, that's a great question. Talk about that. So we always learning. We're never stop learning. When you consider this quarterback class and the way the NFL treated them, how is it going to affect the lens that you put on when you're watching the 2023 class?
You got to trust your eyes.
Yeah.
I think that's the number one thing. You got to trust your eyes. You cannot grade the quarterback with the assumption this is a
better class.
No, this is a priority position.
Yeah.
Where I'm going to elevate my grade because I'm projecting the teams that draft him high. Because clearly that didn't happen. That did not happen.
1,000,000% right.
And so I think you really got to grade what they've shown on tape and go from there. Because, I mean, clearly the league.
You can't create a prospect.
You cannot create a prospect. And I think Malik Willis, we as a community was maybe a victim of that with Malik Willis.
A victim of
I disagree.
Would you say of what? I guess you're saying
a victim of, we're assuming that he's going to go high because of the traits and because of the way the league traditionally
there was a lot of
values
talk, though.
We just watched a team give up 3 first-round picks to go to number 3 to pick Trey Lance.
I personally never. I thought Trey Lance was a significantly better prospect than Malik Willis. I've been saying that all spring.
Okay. Well, then,
but that's another conversation.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't want to do that. But,
But listen, what I'm saying. Like, in my personal grade, I think I stuck because I gave Malik a high 2, right? Like, I gave him a high 2, but it's just the NFL traditionally. I gave him a high 2, but I fully expected this guy to go top 10 because how many quarterbacks have y'all graded throughout the years? Y'all gave him a high 2, and then he goes number 2. You know what I'm saying?
Darnold. Lamar Jackson. No, he didn't go. Lamar didn't go high, but yeah.
Yeah, it happens every year. So, I mean, that's going to probably be the talking point for this. Is like, man, that was so interesting that these quarterbacks actually fell instead of rose, during the draft.
The Baker Mayfield draft.
Yeah.
Baker, Rosen, Darnold. Like, the 2 guys that people really weren't hot on are the 2 best out of the group.
Yeah, Allen and Jackson, yeah.
All right, so I got to catch my breath here. So we have a couple of picks that I want to touch on, but if there's anything that really pops, we'll tackle it. But we mentioned learning lessons from this draft. And we have a chance to look on either side of this room and get a really good visual bit of information in regards to our process and how this draft played out and lessons to be learned and things to be mindful of. So whether you're looking over here at our personal draft board and our best available players, or if you're looking over here at the trends of players that were drafted based on the actual results of the teams, what lessons have we learned?
I want to start here because this has been going on in my head all day, and the way that you asked that somehow made it come together for me. But as we sit here and we think about the players that are still on the board that we're surprised about, or the players that came off earlier that we were surprised about, I go back to the elevator pitch, right? That one sentence, right? We write, 5, 6, 7, 800 words. Kyle, 11, 1,500 words sometimes on Kyle Hamilton, And we do these very in-depth scouting reports, and I love that. But whenever we get it just bound to the elevator pitch, I think it's so revealing. We're talking about Isaiah Spiller. We love Isaiah Spiller, everybody at this room. But we're talking, somebody asked the question, well, why is Isaiah Spiller falling? And I'm like, well, he's kind of slow and has fumbling issues. Sometimes we just need to be mindful of those very important, just like when you think of a prospect, what are those main things that come up when you ask yourself that question? And that, like, we're wondering, like, the answer is right there. Why isn't Justin Ross been drafted yet? Well, he's got injury concerns and he ran slow and he's not a great separator. Like, you have to ask, did he just get drafted? So we'll deal with that, but that's the point that I wanted to make.
So the lesson that I would say is that in this draft space thing, right, as far as like this, draft space with Twitter and so forth, like there's so many people that are on Twitter and so forth with mock drafts and stuff. And if you're not careful, you can allow what people you respect and what they say and where players will go bleed into what you think. But just stick to your guns, man. Just stick to it. And not whoa.
Welcome to 15 seconds ago, big guy.
All
right. I'm done. We'll do this. We'll come back to this conversation. We got plenty to talk about. All right. So Arizona at 244 drafted Christian Matthew, cornerback from Valdosta State. 245, Andrew Stuber, offensive lineman from Michigan to the New England Patriots. 246, Cleveland drafts Dawson Deaton, offensive lineman from Texas Tech. And then at 247, the Dolphins have drafted Skylar Thompson, quarterback from Kansas State.
You had some intel, Kyle. You knew they were going to.
Jamie sent it my way because I got the cue here. So when I about blew a gasket over here. And
No. I mean, prior to this, you must have known that they were interested in him. Like from 2 weeks ago.
We've been talking about Skylar Thompson a lot. Yeah. So
Yeah?
fine.
I just brought his name up just now.
Yeah.
Talking about quarterbacks.
He's not. This isn't that far.
He's remembering a separate incident. This is.
Okay.
Yeah.
A little
So
off record.
What are your thoughts?
I think for Miami, what is interesting is you look at the quarterback position, and they've kind of been going after high-priced veteran backups for a while now. It was, first it was Fitz as a bridge guy in 2019. Then, lo and behold, he becomes the starter. And then this past year, it was Jacoby Brissett, who they gave $5-6 million to. And then this year, it's Teddy Bridgewater. That's not really a sustainable model if you hit on a quarterback and if you find a starter that you want to commit yourself to long term. You don't want to be sinking quality starter money at a different position into your backup quarterback unless you absolutely have to. So whether it's Tua Tagovailoa or whether it's somebody else down the road, having a developmental quarterback on the roster that you can commit to and invest in. And what I like about Skylar Thompson relative to Tua Tagovailoa is there's some overlap with the skill set that exists. And that was the biggest exception that I took with the Jacoby Brissett signing versus Tua, is you ran this very RPO, quick twitch at the mesh point, make quick decisions and get the ball out of your hands very quickly with a rapid release, making decisions in real time. Can you think of a polar opposite set of skills than Jacoby Brissett to be the backup quarterback? So when Tua Tagovailoa breaks his ribs and he has to spend 3 weeks on IR, And then he has the issue with the thumb on his throwing hand, and he misses the Houston game, and he misses the first half against the Ravens. Your offense is nothing like what you have spent all offseason installing to actually run. And that's why the Dolphins, it really kickstarted that 7-game losing streak. Yes, the Bills kicked their heads in week 2. But beyond that, they blew a big lead to the Raiders. It completely fell apart. They had a pick 6 in that game that really jump-started. They were up 14-0. They threw a -1 yard smoke throw in their own end zone for a safety that ultimately led to them blowing that game and losing that game in overtime. I was there for the Colts game, and let me tell you, it was like pulling teeth trying to get a first down. I looked up halfway through the third quarter. I said they had 80 yards on their first possession of the game, kicked a field goal, and I think they had 80 yards possession for the next 3 quarters. So Skylar Thompson being somebody who is mobile, is used to ball handling at the mesh point, has athleticism, I can definitely appreciate him as a developmental type player. And obviously there's a lot that Tua Tagovailoa needs to prove this season, and we'll see whether or not he gets a chance to do it. And answer those questions definitively and secure himself long term.
Yeah. And I guess we'll pick up where we
Go right ahead.
Hell of
Yeah.
a transition here.
Well, I got to go fetch more cards,
and
too.
the reason
so.
was because I did the the write up on Skylar Thompson, and I could give another 5-10 minutes on him too, because I like him as just a off brand, just go with it type football player, right? And what I'm saying is that Tua, to me, he approaches the game and he overthinks it too much. Skylar Thompson is not going to overthink it, right? He's going to get in camp, he's going to run around, sling the football, and let it rip. And then Kyle took exactly what I was going to talk about, just having a backup quarterback that fits exactly what you're doing already. So I think it makes sense as a pick when you have a guy like Carson Strong on the board, E.J. Perry. Skylar Thompson seems to be a really good athlete for the quarterback position. Let me phrase it like that. So I thought it was a good selection.
I think for me, going back to the conversation we were having before in terms of what did this draft teach us, it's something that I always feel like I want to do better, and it's just think about what the players can do best and latch onto that. Latch onto what they are at their best. Derek Stingley, at his best, he's maybe one of the best players in the class, went 3 overall. Kayvon Thibodeau, at his best, one of the best passers in the class, went 5th. I think we sometimes get too caught up on the negatives for some of these players and really begin to talk ourselves out of really, really good players. And I don't think we as evaluators need to do that. We need to be asking ourselves, what can this player be if he hits his potential? What can this player be in the best situation or circumstance? And that's how we should evaluate these players rather than looking to try to kill them or, to kind of talk them down. Because at the end of the day, the players we thought that were the top ones entering the year, for the most part, they all went near or at the top of the draft.
Right. And to answer that question, I would say keep the main thing, and that's the film, right? Obviously, everybody knows this is my first year doing the full NFL draft cycle, right? Been in college 5 years, so going into this grading process, initially handing out grades, I was a little, I wouldn't say nervous, but it was a curve for me, right? Like I knew I had to adjust and try to figure this thing out because it was my first time doing it, and just comparison-wise, I didn't have a lot of comparisons to really draw back to. So that was kind of a, something that I had to overcome. But when it comes down to it, it's just watch the film, right? And that's what I keep saying, like, just watch the film, because when you look at the players that were selected and the film, and you're like, that makes sense, because the film said that guy was a good football player. And Drake kind of hinted at this, is like not letting the outside noise creep in and kind of alter what you think, because we've also seen some of these guys where they get pumped up, like a Bernard Raymond, for instance, right? And it was like, man, now this guy's going to be a top 15 pick at some point during this draft process. And then we watched the film, we like, I just don't see it, and we came to that kind of assumption, and then it wound up playing out in the draft. And I think it's plenty of players like that were over-talked and overhyped, and then when we cut, and then now seeing the draft process play out, that we were actually right all along in our evaluation and synopsis.
We have 3 additional picks, and then I'd love to continue this conversation because we have new faces at this table with us this year, and this is still an ever-evolving process for everybody, even the guys who have been at this table the longest, and Joe and myself. So Tampa Bay at pick 248 drafted LSU linebacker, defensive end, defensive lineman Andre Anthony. With that selection, 249, the Green Bay Packers draft Rasheed Walker.
Worthwhile swing, right?
Yes, the tools and traits that exist here, absolutely. And then the Raiders at 250 drafting Britton Brown, the running back from UCLA. So we got some good reactions for some good vibes for Rasheed, and we got some good vibes for Britton. So let's go ahead and talk about both of those players.
All right, I'll go ahead and just keep it in order. I'll start with Andre Anthony, and just former LSU football player, had a knee injury this past season, and this is a guy that spent majority of his career in a 3-4 defense playing that outside linebacker role, and you could see he had some stiffness with him that really kind of hindered him from really being able to bend the edge. And I think him putting his hand in the ground, being a part of that Tampa Bay defense, they'll be able to get something really good out of him. He started off the season really well. I want to say he put up some really good numbers, just that he tore his ACL early on in the season. He was never able to recover or be able to come back, obviously. But to see him get drafted in the 7th round to a good organization is be a good pick. Got Rasheed Walker.
Yeah, Rasheed Walker, Penn State. Got a little stagnant in his development at Penn State. I think we were all kind of just waiting for him to take a step because you see some really nice flashes. You see some aggressiveness as a run blocker. You see some really interesting finishes of blocks. Yeah.
Just,
come on,
to say the least.
You got to shout it out. You know what I mean? Come on now. But he got a little bit stale at Penn State, and I think he's a player that I think a couple years ago we might have said, hey, this could potentially be a first-round pick. Well, it didn't work out for him, and he's probably been humbled. But he's got that type of appealing skill set that you're looking for here in the 7th round. And I feel like I've talked a lot about this Packers offensive line. And so just copy paste all of that and added Rasheed Walker, and they're continuing to work on that depth, which I think is really necessary.
He's played a ton of ball at Penn State, and he's long, he's athletic. This is the kind of player you feel amazing about getting in the 7th because I actually think he could develop into something. So I love this pick for the Packers.
Yeah, I think it's perfect for what y'all talked about earlier as far as your 6th, 7th guy is really important. And this is a guy that I feel comfortable that if my starter gets hurt, he can slide in and get me through a football game, right? A couple football games. So I think this is a really good pick in the 7th round.
And running back Britton Brown from UCLA, transfer from Duke. This kid, man, shared time with Zach Charbonnet. And the thing that pops out about him, man, is that he runs extremely hard, man. He runs extremely hard. He's a downhill guy. He's got good footwork, vision. Really like what he brought as a complementary piece to Zach, even as his carries decrease as the season went along and Zach's carries increased. He continued to run hard, man. He had a little something. I thought that he could be drafted, and glad to see he did, man.
We have another pick, and Brentley, I'm glad you get a mic for Isaiah Pacheco at 251 of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
Really big-time speed guy, right? He's a big body with speed.
High weight, speed. And I love this fit for the Chiefs, talking about a guy who's really good between the tackles, has some home run ability as well. The issues with him is the instincts are a little fishy, and the vision is spotty at best. But when he has the ball and he sees it, he's a really talented player. You saw him at the Shrine Bowl. I thought he had a lot of good runs in practice. You see the speed on tape. He's pulling away from defenders. And you think about his fit with Kansas City and what they like to do and really what they need to complement CEH, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I think this guy can do it. And I really like this player. I think he's a good fit, and he's excellent value here in the 7th round.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about him, like you mentioned, potentially working into a role in which he's going to complement Clyde Edwards-Helaire with I think he's a reasonable pass catcher as well, but he's got 4.3 speed to go along with. He's not a small body either. So
no, what is he, like 6 foot, 220 pounds?
Yeah,
runs 4.3.
Yeah, so I think
productive.
that speed is a potential pass catcher to go with Clyde, and you can kind of get into some matchup specifics, assuming he latches on and he takes the coaching well and can secure himself a roster spot. 252, Jeffrey Gunter, defensive lineman from Coastal Carolina. Drafted by the Cincinnati Bengals. So,
DP know about that, right?
Yeah, no, he has a really violent mindset. Like off the field, he's a really cool, calm kid. But when he steps on that field, he flips that switch. You go back to the BYU game with Zach Wilson if you remember, right before halftime, he's seen like taking Sam. I think not Sam, but Zach throws an interception. And I think he's just trying to get out of the way. And Jeffrey basically hunts him down and goes and gets on top of him, kind of throws him to the ground, just being real physical with him. And it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, but that's just who he is. He's a long arm kid, got a long torso as well. He's got a nice first step to him, but he's definitely gonna be more. I think to me, he's more of a stand-up type of edge rusher, maybe sub package type of guy. But he's someone that can give you some valuable reps in that regard. I wanted to pivot back to the question that Kyle posed. What did we learn from this class? For me, it's patience. And what I mean patience is coming into this year, what was the mocks? Texans at 1, Spencer Rattler, right? We had all the quarterbacks figured out. Like everybody had these preconceived mental models of what was going to happen, how these quarterbacks were going to play. And then we saw what happened on tape. Like we saw what happened on the field. Things kind of went haywire, right? I don't want that same type of narrative to be created for next year's class. Because then what we're going to say, well, the class after that's better than this class. Like, no, let's just play it by ear. Let's get through the process, right? Don't overhype Bryce Young. Don't put C.J. Stroud in the Hall of Fame.
Say C.J. Stroud I'm doing that with.
Don't put C.J. Stroud in the Hall of Fame. Like, let these kids get through the summer, get through camps, get better, and let's see what they look like in the fall before we start, just throwing them to the top these. The mocks are fine, but just having these weird preconceived
it's hard.
Joe, don't you?
I know
have
it is, but
a mock coming out after this. So
Brother, it's already been written. As soon as this
Hey,
baby's done,
Damien, you don't want to look at that, Damien.
well, I actually helped you with that. So, but
man.
we know what's
too married to what we did.
exactly.
my
We're gonna
gosh.
be patient with it and be fluid. That's what Kyle taught me.
Get your top 50 watch list.
Yeah, top 50 watch.
What are you saying, Jamie? Like,
That's funny.
I mean, yeah, I do have my top 50 watch list.
What else? What else have we? This is a great time for reflection. I haven't gotten any picks coming through the queue.
We don't have any. Okay.
No.
Okay.
I don't. None on my official, and it's not official till it comes through the official TDN communication workplace here.
One thing, we're probably getting close to the end here. We got to make sure
We got
do
about 10 picks.
Mr. Irrelevant competition.
let's-
Close it down.
Let's do Mr. Relevant. Who currently has that pick? Does anybody know who has
It's 49ers.
262? The 49ers.
So what do we close it down one before everybody goes to the board? We'll pick a player, something like that. Jamie will tell us the pick. Kyle's in.
Yeah, so when we get 261,
Okay.
I want everybody to go take a card off the board.
Okay.
Who you think Mr. Relevant's going to be.
Gotcha. All
And we'll see if anybody gets it.
All right.
But I don't want you to advertise who you're taking, okay? And if you're too late, I'm going to sprint over there in the event that somebody tries to take my card first.
You can have JoJo Doman, Kyle.
I'm not going to take JoJo Doman, but I think JoJo Doman is a good talking point for something that I'm going to want to be mindful of as a lesson for me coming through this draft class. And you watch the Ohio State game for JoJo Doman, and it's very clear all the things that he can do very well, right? And I still think JoJo Doman can be a successful NFL player, but kind of going back to what, Joe, you were talking about with the elevator pitch of Isaiah Spiller, well, he didn't run well and he has fumble problems, right? Right? For JoJo Doman, there were injury issues there as season ended prematurely. He's an undersized linebacker with injury issues, and he's an older prospect. Teams, especially in the late portions of the draft, where you are looking for unearthing bonus value by finding a player that might not necessarily have lived up to their potential in college, that doesn't sound like your ideal pathway to being drafted with a significant investment, right? But I fell in love with the tape, and I got a chance to meet and get to know JoJo a little bit, and he's a great guy, and I don't have any doubt he's going to make the most of whatever opportunity that he gets. But as teams hold these guys up against each other and they ask, am I going to invest a draft selection in this player, there were probably enough warning signs for me to identify that, and I shouldn't be surprised as I am It wouldn't have changed my grade necessarily because I'm going to do the thing that you guys have talked about trusting your eyes. I know what I saw on tape.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like I should be as surprised as I am that JoJo Domann still has not been drafted, as an example of one of the players in this year's class. And Dare Rosenthal. Because you asked me about Dare Rosenthal.
Yeah.
I should not be surprised that a guy who had several suspensions at LSU and was listed at 320 and showed up at the combine at 296, who's technically a hot mess, isn't drafted. I shouldn't be surprised.
Right. But I would piggyback off of that, Kyle. Also, I would take looking at it by position too, right? Like JoJo Domann, his skill set, we've had a lot of linebackers in this particular draft that have that same exact skill set. Like I would think about Iowa State linebacker Mike Rose. He was a guy that I gave a pretty good grade to, but it's so many. How many times did we get on him and be like, man, instinctually in the box, he may not be that good, but he'd be able to carry your number 3 vertical up the field. We repeated that like 10 or 15 times, right? And it's just at some point, like, when we get in that, where we have that big cluster, it's like, okay, like you said, okay, injury history, like speed issues. Okay, well, this guy might not get drafted because for us, we evaluate all 32 teams. But these teams, they have their own specific positional needs, and if they don't need that, that guy's going to fall. So I think to piggyback off of that, next year it'd be kind of looking at it by position, right? Like, why wouldn't this guy get drafted as high, because of certain off the field or just injuries or whatever?
And what's going to be a pain is it's like trying to plug the levee that's got all the holes in it. We'll be mindful of that hard lesson, and then we'll forget something else we learned a couple years ago and be like, damn, I can't believe that's the thing that I let slip through the cracks this year. There's just so many pillars that, like, you learn the hard way, and then it's hard to keep all of that, and the target's always moving, right? Yeah. It's never consistent. It's never static. It's such a fluid process year over year over year, and each individual player and prospect is a person with their own unique circumstances and their own unique personality and their own unique ability to connect with the teams that makes it impossible. But that's the part of the process that I love the most is that you're constantly evolving and you're constantly changing your perspective based on the players themselves.
Yep. I agree. And it's just our job. We're grading for all 32 teams, right? Like, so we have to be optimistic in our approach because we don't know team needs specifically. We do our research and our history, but then also when you talk about just the deep dive of, all of the medicals, right? Like just knowing all of that's going on, they may have the opportunity to sit down with these kids and talk. So, man, it could be really difficult, but I would say this, I'd rather be more optimistic on a kid than have a kid that I haven't, went through the gamut at all with. So having JoJo Domann where we have him, I have no problem with that because, like you said, we took the optimistic path to success approach, and I think that's the right way.
Well, we also just judged him off the tape. That's the thing. I mean, like, off the tape, JoJo Domann, to me, is a third-round player that should have been drafted 4 rounds ago. But again, we don't have access to all the medicals or anything that's going on with him. So I think a team's if he goes undrafted and he's not drafted in the next, call it 8 or so picks, they're going to get a hell of an undrafted free agent.
Right. Yep. We have a couple picks that have come through. Kansas State safety Russ Yeast at 253 to the Rams. Elijah Hicks, defensive back from Cal, at 254 to the Bears. And, Joe, you'll be happy to know another punter has gotten their name called. Trenton Gill from your Wolfpack.
Is that 4? That's ties the record.
That's 4 punters.
Well, and Ricky Stonehouse from Colorado State still hasn't been drafted. So
you're holding out hope, huh?
We got a chance.
Joe, listen to me. If we get 5 punters,
okay,
I propose we end the stream with a Bills Mafia. We'll put you through the table.
Bro, I'm not.
And
this
celebrate.
table's pretty thick.
Nah, don't do it, Joe. It's not a problem.
Don't do it, Joe.
It's not a problem.
We're close. I mean, Stonehouse has got a chance. I mean, he was really good. Here I go. He was really good. He was really good at the Shrine when we were down here. It caught my eye. So we got a chance at the 5th punter.
Yeah. All right. So I guess I would ask you guys from a team perspective, because we've talked a lot about the big picture on this side of the fence. How about the big picture from this side of the fence? Something that surprised you, something that caught you off guard, a lesson that you'll carry with you off of this year's class. I know for Chris Ballard, just give him all the small school high traits guys you could possibly find on day 3. I think the Broncos are going to try and find as many players that I don't make name cards for and put on the wall, or the ones they're going to find on day 3. So those are a couple of storylines that pop for me. But obviously you guys have a chance to visually see our grades versus the rounds that they were actually selected in, and hopefully I've filibustered enough to give somebody an idea.
Well, another confirmation with the Tennessee Titans that John Robinson is going to draft for need. So if you're mock drafting for the Titans, like really think about what they need and force the player there if you have to. And I'm not going to – that doesn't mean I think they sat here and reached for players. But they're always going to prioritize need over BPA. And I don't think you're ever going to look at the Titans drafts and say, steal. Because of that, I mean, I listened to them talk about it before. The reason they picked Corey Davis at number 5 overall was because they needed a number 2 receiver, and they thought he could be a number 2 receiver in that year where it was like John Ross, Mike Williams. And, I mean, obviously Mike Williams has been a success story there, but they thought he was the guy that can do that. And then Adoree Jackson, they needed a corner, and they felt like they could get the corner later because it was a deeper draft, and it was Trey White and Marlon Humphrey and Marshawn Lattimore. So I think that's what we continue to learn about that.
Yeah, no, mine definitely would be the Raiders. Similarly to Joe, I think they had a clear idea of what they needed, and they attacked it on both sides of the ball. Offensive line, defensive line, they had a plan, they executed it. I think the Raiders are in really good hands with Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler.
I would say probably first of all that the Green Bay Packers, they're going to take a defensive player no matter what in the first round. That's the first thing that I learned. And then I would say Kansas City. Like I think is a very self-aware franchise, and they show that they're not, one of those stubborn franchises that, they're not going to think, what, we made it and we can't continue to get better. I thought that they really addressed their holes. So I think Kansas City from here on out, I think our synopsis of their team and their team needs, you can bet on the fact that, they're evaluating their team too, because a lot of the things that we had marked down for their team needs when we marked them down, it lined up with that, right? How many times we say, man, they need a corner, they need a safety, they need some defensive line play, they need another receiver. They did all of that. So I think that they properly identify and evaluate their own team.
I'm going to interject here. We have a big moment for us, for a brand. Our last draft legend has had his name called.
Let's go, Jesse.
Penn State's Jesse Luketa.
Good for you, dude.
He's our draft legend representing take risks. He moved 450 miles away from home to go to a charter school from Ottawa to Erie, Pennsylvania, to pursue his dream to play football at the highest levels. And he just got his name called by the Arizona Cardinals at 256.
Cool.
Yep. 256 overall. Arizona getting a first-class human being. I've gotten a chance to know Jesse very, very well. And he's going to come in and he's going to bust his tail. And what I like is he's also going into an opportunity that is ripe for playing time. Mm-hmm. And I would not bet against Jesse finding his way on the field. He might not be the sexiest pass rusher, right? Yeah. But he's explosive in short areas. I mean, he jumped 38 inches at 260 pounds. He's got a lot of explosiveness in short spaces. He's played stack Mike linebacker for Penn State. He's played on the edge as a Sam backer. He's played with his hand in the dirt. He was learning how to rush the passer this year. There's versatility here. And you think about the departure of Chandler Jones, what opportunities are there. Jesse is going to be walking into an opportunity to really try to make some headway, make an impression, and potentially get into that rotation sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. I like to pick tough, physical, gritty. He brings character to this defense.
Toughness, honestly, just brings toughness.
And that's something that was clearly lacking. I've talked about it ad nauseum. So, just seeing him, and he was one of the guys that I loved watching on tape. You know what I mean? Even though he's not the prototypical size for an edge, you watch him against offensive tackles shoot his hands and stand them up in the run game and set the edge and be able to detach and redirect against mobile quarterbacks. And I loved seeing those things. So I love this addition, not just because he is a brand guy, but I love the player too.
Yeah, no question. I think you guys really summed it up well. But just thinking about the Cardinals' identity and what they really needed, just an influx of physicality and character and just competitiveness, I think they were lacking. Jesse Luketa brings it in spades. So I love this fit for him and the Cardinals.
The second pick for Arizona is in 257. Marquise Haynes, offensive lineman from Oklahoma.
2 really good picks back to back.
Yeah, this. I mean, we had Lucetta graded as a 4th-round valuation, and we had Hayes graded some of as high as a 5th-round valuation amongst our staff. Our consensus grade's a little lower than that, but these were players that we certainly thought carried draftable grades. Keith, I know you have Oklahoma within your region, so what did you see with Marquise Hayes as a football player?
Yeah, I seen length, right? I seen a lot of length. This is a guy that plays guard, and he really uses his frame just to kind of clog up those holes, right? Those pass rush lanes, from the defender. So he really uses his length and his frame to really, getting it. I think that's really good for Kyler Murray, right?
Yep.
When you're talking about protect them. Damien, you use your, your cliches about the napkin and the food, and
keep the lap
it's a
clean.
classic Damien line. I don't know if
I want to hear it. I don't think I've heard this.
You never heard?
No.
I said it on what was it, night one?
We
Tell me you don't listen to the Talent Factor without telling me you don't listen to the Talent Factor.
So basically, investing in the interior offensive line, I pretty much comp it to having good pants on. You want to keep the lap clean. So you have a good interior line. That's that blanket for the quarterback. You don't want to drop food. You don't want to mess up your nice pants. Keep the lap clean.
I got to wear nicer pants.
So Marquise Hayes is the equivalent of having on the napkin, right? He's the napkin to the pants. And I'm with these Legend pants on, right?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
definitely
Oh,
wearing
yeah.
that napkin.
Promo code TDN20 over at Legends. Make sure you don't get no schmutz on your Legends, your joggers,
Nah,
please.
These are really nice pants right here. So, definitely. So, I think it's a good pick for the Cardinals. Just speaking about them, they've been up and down as far as if we agreed or disagreed with the picks. But in the 7th round, Marquise Hayes going to the Cardinals, I agree with
They've
them
done
making
better.
And
Let's go
Lecitus
with
Smith. So Lucetta, Lecitus Smith, Marquise Haynes here late. Great job.
These are better values than what they got in
Yeah.
the first half of today.
A lot of
Correct.
blankets. A lot of blankets.
Green Bay, 258. Wide receiver Samori Toure from Nebraska.
Of course.
Right, yeah, of course.
That's a good player.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and talk about Samori Toure. Obviously, he was a transfer from Montana.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Transfer from Montana, where he was uber productive. I think he had over 300 yards in one game. I mean, that's how kind of the production he brought to the table. Good size, good overall athlete, good hands, good ball skills. Can do just about anything. He can play outside. He can play in the slot. Just lacks maybe that kind of elite speed that you would want to see from him, but really good route runner, can get open, good after the catch. I really like this fit for the Green Bay Packers, who quietly have added 3 receivers now, right? In Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, and now Samori Toure.
And he's a little different style versus those other
100%.
guys, too. He's a mid-4-4s kind of guy, and 6'007", 191, 32-inch arms, though, so he's got good extension skills.
Good catching the ball
Yep.
in terms of contested catches and
Packers
away from
can't-
his frame, too.
Dre made a point when we were talking about Pickens as an option there, that he's from Georgia. I think the Packers really are prioritizing these guys that can play in the cold
Play in the
weather
cold,
wide
yeah.
receiver. And that's
Nevada.
a staple of their football team. Like, they want to throw the football. They have Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback. They do like to run it, but they're not messing around. Like, you better come up to Green Bay and be ready to catch the football in sub-zero temperatures.
So we have, 4 picks left? Not a math guy. I believe it's 4. But we've had some good players. Like, we had Rasheed Walker, we had a valuation of a 4th-round grade on. Jesse Lucetta, we had a valuation of a 4th-round grade on. Elijah Hicks and Samori Toure, we had valuations of 5th-round grades on. We have a handful of players that have 3s that have not had their names called, those 2 being JoJo Doman and Carson Strong, 2 players with medical questions. And then a slew of guys that have 4th-round valuations, and I think each one of those guys has their own unique context of why they're still on the board. For guys like Tyler Goodson, it might be size, and Zaquandre White, just kind of the depth of running backs and the devaluation of the position.
Age.
Yep, the age. Cole Kelly, quarterback from southeastern Louisiana, you think about him kind of flopping out of Arkansas and then having to transfer to the FCS level and not necessarily having a lot of booming athleticism at his disposal. We talked about Dare Rosenthal. We've talked about Mario Goodrich. We talked about Justin Ross. Like, these are the names that are left. I would also look at Jalen Weidemeyer, right? And he's kind of a cautionary tale of a player who you knew as soon as the athletic profile came in, that's not a player that has a very high chance based on overwhelming historical data that it's going to have success in the NFL, because you don't see tight ends that are as undynamic from an athletic profile perspective as Jalen Weidemeyer is go on to have fruitful NFL careers as tight ends.
And to just kind of carry on with that, because it's not like we only have Jalen Watermeyer graded lowly because he ran a slow 40-yard dash. He was slowest on tape. I mean, this guy's running routes like he's got cinder blocks attached to his cleats. And so once you're hoping that there's more there, right? You're hoping that, oh, man, he's not this slow, and that he tests, and you have to go back and say that he's more athletic. But when the tape shows that he's a below-average athlete and the testing shows that he's below-average athlete, and there's no success stories to point to that guys that have this type of athletic profile, that's when you have to be really mindful of where they're going to actually go in the draft.
Yeah, Kyle, and I'm going to go with one of these fourth rounders that's on the board. You haven't mentioned yet, and that's Oklahoma. Well, he played offensive tackle, but I projected him to be interior offensive lineman. That's Marquise Robinson. And I thought this was a pretty good football player. He played offensive tackle, which you can clearly see, like, he's not an offensive tackle, right? Like, just that position, he's really just stretched out of his means. He doesn't have the range to play on the outside. So I went back and I watched his 2020 film, and as an interior offensive lineman, I thought he was a pretty good football player. Like, he has a real mean streak to him. He can climb to the second level, and you talking about somebody that finishes guys. He finishes guys on the second level. I remember watching DeMarvin Overshawn, and by the second quarter, he wanted no more.
Yeah, he was done.
Yeah, he was done. Dealing with this guy. So if he doesn't get drafted, him being I'm more than sure he'll be a priority. UDFE.
I am making the observation here. I don't think Damian could play wide receiver for the Packers. The air just kicked on, and he just threw his jacket back on real quick. So
he's out.
And the Packers have taken you off their draft board if they check the tape. I'm sorry to tell you.
Why I'm trying to move to the West.
So picks 259 and picks 260 are in.
Close.
Nazee Johnson, safety from Marshall at pick 259 to the Chiefs. And then at pick 260, Purdue's fullback, running back, tailback, Xander Horvath, the choice for the Chargers at 260. And Horvath is a fun player. He's somebody who's really, really dense. He's listed as a fullback, and I think that's a testament to his size. But he moves pretty well, and he's actually got a little bit of juice as a ball carrier for a player of his stature. So Horvath and Johnson coming off the board with the next two picks, which means we are one pick away from everybody. We got one more, and then everybody's going to go grab a card. What do you usually look for in a Mr. Irrelevant? I think that's an important thing to contextualize here.
Height, weight, speed, upside. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was saying, I think it's somebody who has the opportunity to make your team and contribute in some way, right? I mean, I think that's the ideal for all the draft picks. Of course, your fifth, sixth, and seventh. I mean, the chances of that are slim, but
yeah, to me, it's somebody that you're expecting to have a hot market in undrafted free agency. Someone who you don't want to have to try to go in a bidding war for, and you just want to get him to ensure you have him.
Oh, I might have my guy. Sorry, I wasn't listening to anything you guys said. I'm too busy strategizing, Mr.
Strategy's already. I'm ready to go get a player.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready to get my guy.
Okay. Well, we're still playing the waiting game just in the event that somebody gets plucked. But I don't know, guys. As you reflect on the 3 days here at the Draft House, and you reflect on our coverage this year and the draft room that we've had, what's something that you will look to apply starting in the summer when we start next year's process? Obviously, we've asked about lessons learned, and that's from this side and this side. But from you guys personally, as you reflect on this weekend and kind of the culmination of everything that we've done, and we treat this as a 12-month process, I'd like to hear from you guys personally about what this weekend has provided you and what you want to make sure you bring with you as we start the next journey in a couple weeks.
So I'll go first, and I've had this on my radar already, and I think just an event like this emphasizes just how important it is. I think I'm definitely going to go with diving into the team needs portion, right? Because I think that tells the tale of it, and especially when you get into those 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round picks. These teams are trying to fill out their roster with positional needs. Like we brought up the Chiefs time and time again. You think about the Seahawks going and get corners. So, and then even the Cardinals, right? You know they needed, that blanket in their lap. They're still, they're drafting interior offensive linemen. So I think, just team needs, making sure you have that down to a T, because I think is a key indicator to telling what these teams are going to do.
Everybody go get your Mr. Relevant card. With pick 261, the Rams selected Michigan State's A.J. Curry, offensive tackle. So that puts us up against it. Joe, I'm going to do you a favor. I've seen that the way too early mock has been tweeted out.
Oh, man.
Right here on my phone.
There it is.
I'm going to go ahead and hit send. Everybody make sure you check that out as well. Fortunately, the main account has not shared Mr. Relevant pick yet, so I didn't get any push notifications to spoil it. But everybody's got a card?
Got a card.
You got a card? Joe, who's your pick?
Smoke Monday, Auburn.
Smoke
safety.
Monday. Damien, who's your pick? Leon O'Neal. Dre, who's your pick?
Pick is high school Garrett.
I went John DeLance, Florida.
Peyton Hendershot, Indiana.
And I went Darian Butler, linebacker, Arizona State. Brock Purdy, quarterback, Iowa State. Mr. Irrelevant. I got to go. Tell you what, everybody give me your cards. I got to put everybody's cards back on. Let's talk about Brock Purdy. Let's talk about Mr. Irrelevant. Let's talk about the 2022 NFL Draft. We're putting a bow on this thing.
Go ahead, Keith. It's your region, man. Tell us about Brock Purdy, man.
So he's a very experienced quarterback. He's Mr. Irrelevant. He has some more.
Go ahead and fill out the talking points. He's a member of the 49ers.
But nah, man, this is a guy that when I watched this film, I thought that when he really knew his progressions, he can get the football out accurately and really on time. So I think it's all about timing with him. I think he's going to a good situation being with the 49ers because they have Jimmy Garoppolo. So it shows that it's an offense that's friendly to quarterbacks that don't necessarily have the best arm strength, right? Like it's not reliant upon the quarterback to make the offense really hum. So I think it's a good spot for Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I like this fit. Shanahan normally likes to have 3 quarterbacks, and you're assuming they're going to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo in some sort of fashion trade, or they might end up having to release him. And so you have Nate Sudfeld, who they like. You're able to get Brock Purdy in as a rookie to develop. And I like it, the fit behind Trey Lance and Nate Sudfeld.
All right, so as we continue to consider the individual lessons that we've learned about how we're going to attack things moving forward, is anybody else want to share? I know Keith's kind of started talking about his stuff. If there's anything else you want to add or anything else anybody wants to bring up here as we reflect on how we are going to attack 2023.
I mean, I feel like I'm kind of repeating myself, but for me, it's just staying strong in your opinions, staying strong in your beliefs. Like I have a lot of different opinions than the rest of you. You guys have a lot of different opinions than each other, right? And I think being able to have the conviction in your beliefs and what your eyes are telling you only goes a long way in helping you in the evaluation process. And I think when we start so early, it's easy to watch a player and then you have your opinion and then you hear everyone else's opinions. You're like, oh, well, maybe I'm too high on him. No, stay strong in your belief. Like if I would have wavered, there's a lot of players that you guys are lower on than I am, and I feel like I did a pretty good job just kind of holding on to my opinions, and that's something I want to continue.
Go ahead, DP.
For me, man, I would say just stay fluid, right? Like being able to change and pivot, like kind of what Brentley was talking about. We all have different opinions. I think for me, it's just like I want to be more fluid where, okay, we were talking about a player and I didn't particularly see that. Let me go back to the tape and see if I can see what everyone else sees if I'm the lone detractor. If I don't, I'm going to stick, like you said, stick to your guns, but just be fluid in the process, never being bullish and bullheaded to where you're the only one that thinks this guy's a first rounder and he's like a 4th round player. Like, just be willing to pivot and realize, you know what, I could be wrong. So that's kind of, I think, the biggest growth for me, just overall this process and then heading into 2023.
I'd say for me, I always am so inspired after the draft to be really thorough the next year, right? And we start the process really, really early, and there's this tendency to have a little fatigue towards the end of the process. But, you know, I think staying energetic all the way through, that's how you're going to, like, late in the process. I mean, Dre, you said a few times as well. It's like, oh, I'm glad I got to this guy late. I'm glad I got to this guy late. It's like keeping that urgency the whole way through. That way you're not regretting somebody that maybe you wish you didn't get to.
So that's sorry. Paige DeMacos told me drink some water. Drink water, Kyle. Drink water. Drink water. Next thing you know, you lose 5 pounds going to the bathroom when you've been holding it for about a round and a half. It's going to do it for our coverage. And I hope everybody who took the time to share this weekend with us enjoyed this experience. We tried to do something unique, something that's true to ourselves and our process and what we aspire to be in this space. And I also hope everybody who joined us has an appreciation for everybody sitting at this table, for the work that they provide, the insight that they can offer. This is a team that I am extremely proud of, and I want to tell each and every one of you guys that as well. Thank you for all of your hard work this year. I am so proud of every single one of you guys and the investment that you have made into this brand and TDN, and I cannot wait to see what next year brings. You know, this is kind of a big moment for us to kind of put a bow on the draft and the culmination of literally 11 months worth of hard work. And for each one of you guys, no matter when you came into that process for us, I knew I was going to get the best version of you guys on a day-to-day basis. And you should be very proud of yourselves. And I cannot wait to go to war with you again in a couple weeks. But we got to recap the 2022 NFL Draft first, which is what we're going to do, which means we have plenty of content that we got to get cracking on to break down these draft classes. So we're going to go ahead and wrap this thing up. Kyle Krabs, TDN scouting staff here at the Draft House in the TDN scouting staff draft room in Las Vegas. Thanks for watching, and make sure you check out thedraftnetwork.com for all your NFL draft, and college football needs.